Tutakuwa tunasubiria kuona itakuwa namna gani, maana wamepewa muda wa dakika 10 waweze kuingia katika majengo haya, na hii inapatia nafasi wabunge hili la taifa ambao wameshikika pengine katika mikutano mchana wa leo, wale ambao pengine bado wako katika vikao mbalimbali kuweza kupata nafasi yao ya kuingia bungeni, ndiposa vikao hivi viweze kuanza rasmi. Hivyo basi nitachukua nafasi hii kuzidi kukufahamisha tu mtazamaji na baadhi ya masuala ambayo yatakuwa yanazungumziwa na kujadiliwa katika vikao alasiri ya leo. Kuna mswada wa mabadiliko ya tume ya utumishi wa umma, mswada nambari 6 wa mwaka 2023. Ni mswada ambao umetayarishwa na Mheshimiwa Benjamin Gathiru kutoka Embakasi ya Kati, ambao utakuwa unasomwa kwa mara ya pili. Mtazamaji, ni kufahamisha kwamba lengo kuu la mswada wa tume ya utumishi wa umma ni kurekebisha sheria ya tume ya utumishi wa umma mwaka 2017 ili kuagiza umri wa lazima wa miaka 60 katika sheria hiyo. Mabadiliko hayo yanakusudiwa kuongeza nafasi za kazi zinazopatikana kwa raia wa Kenya walio chini ya umri wa miaka 60. Vilevile alasiri ya leo kuna mswada wa teknolojia ya uzazi ambao umefanyiwa mabadiliko, na mswada huu ni mswada nambari 61 wa mwaka 2022. Mswada huu umetayarishwa na Mheshimiwa Mili Odhiambo, mbunge wa Mbita, na utakuwa unasomwa kwa mara ya pili. Naona wabunge wanazidi kuingia katika bunge hili, ishara tosha kwamba muda si muda jinsi ambavyo nilikuwa na kueleza mtazamaji, tayari akidi imeweza kuafikiwa. Hii nayo inatupatia ruhusa ya kukurujesha moja kwa moja katika bunge ili tuweze kufuatilia vikao alasiri ya leo. Asante.
Order members, we have the requisite numbers. We will transact order number 1.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Bobuire.
I am Honorable John Bwire on behalf of the pastoral community from Mata and Chalawards in Taveta constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1. That the pastoral community from Mata and Chalawards bordering the Tsavo West National Park depend entirely on livestock keeping as their source of livelihoods, and as such have been forced to graze and water their animals in the park during drought. The petitioner aver that in 2021 and 2022, the President declared drought as a national disaster and proceeded to issue a directive to the National Treasury and the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government to spearhead efforts to assist affected households, including to provide water, relief food, and livestock uptake. The grazers, through their local leadership, engaged the KWS over devastating effects of the drought, seeking for permission to graze and water their animals in the park. The request was declined on grounds that the KWS are yet to make guidelines for accessing the park. That as a result, the KWS officers in Taveta constituency have been arresting the grazers who access the park, detaining their animals and arraigning them in court, sometimes without the knowledge of their relatives. That the officers have been remanding the grazers in custody for offenses under Section 102 of the Kenya Wildlife Service Act, notwithstanding the provisions of Article 49, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, that says that a person shall not be remanded in custody for an offense if the offense is punishable by a fine only or by imprisonment for not more than 6 months. That the aforesaid actions by the KWS violates the grazer's rights to fair administrative action, right to access of justice and the right to fair trial. That the efforts to resolve this matter through the KWS and relevant authorities have not resulted in a satisfactory response or action. That the issue in respect to which petition is raised are not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly through the Public Petitions Committee recommends for the provisions of guideline pursuant to Section 102, subsection 4 of the Kenya Wildlife Service Act by the Ministry to allow grazers to access the parks during drought, investigate the actions of KW officers and recommend necessary action, including stopping the detaining of the livestock without express orders of the court, recommend that the KWS be barred from further actions of detaining grazers until the Cabinet Secretary develops the requisite guidelines and make other recommendation or actions it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioner will ever pray. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bwire. I'll give a few members to comment on this petition. Honorable Haika.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na shukuru kwa fursa hii, na mimi nataka kuongeza sauti yangu hapo kujadili swala hili kwa ufupi, nikisema ya kwamba imekuwa donda sugu na Taita Taveta tukiwa tuko na mbuga ya wanyama karibu na sisi, na mara nyingi wanyama hawa wanavuka kuchanganyika na watu, wanyama hawa wakiua watu, tumeona hawa wanyama hawa wakiharibu mimea, na wakati kuna janga wakati unakuta wafugaji wanakosa kabisa mahali pa kupeleka wanyama ili waweze kupata chakula ama kugraze. Tumeona kwa kweli KWS wakiwa hawashirikiani kabisa na majirani zake, haswa Taita Taveta na zaidi pale Taveta mahali Mheshimiwa Bwire amezungumzia. Tumekuwa tukiona mifugo zingine zikiwa pale kwa KWS na hakuna hatua yoyote imefanyika, lakini hawa ambao ni wakaazi wa majirani wa hii mbuga ya wanyama ya Tsavo ambao wako pale Taveta wamekuwa wakipata shida nyingi, wamekuwa wakiwa harass, aina ya nitaziita ni fedhuli, kwa sababu wanashikwa na hawaambiwi watalipa faini kiasi gani, Mheshimiwa Spika, na imekuwa ni shida kwa sababu wanashikwa na mifugo imezuiliwa na wao wamezuiliwa. Sisi kama viongozi tumepata shida tukijaribu kuzungumza na wao. Kwa kweli hakuna ushirikiano wowote. Kwa hivyo nataka kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Bwire kwa kulileta ombi hili kwa bunge hii, na naomba kabisa tuweze kusaidika kwa sababu ujirani mwema ni kufaana, na wakati sisi wanyama wale wanavuka na tunadhulumika, na basi na wao wakati tumekuwa na changamoto kama hizi za chakula ya mifugo, kivyovyote vile hata kama wanyama wataweza kupita ama mifugo itaweza kupita ingie kwa National Park, basi sheria iweze kufuatwa, lakini si kuwashika watu na kuwazuia na bila hata ile faini. Asante sana, Bi Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Haika. Tutampa sasa Mheshimiwa wa Kajiado Kaskazini, Mheshimiwa Kanchori Memusi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Kajiado Central, Kajiado ya Kati. Asanti sana kwa nafasi hii. Madam Speaker, let me first thank the petitioner for this very timely petition. because, Madam Speaker, pastoralists have been suffering from a prolonged drought, and even as we are predicting rains, our people are still in trouble. And unfortunately, KWS have shown to be very insensitive to the plight of the pastoralists. And it's important for KWS to know that the space available for parks is not even a quarter of the available ranches or private land. All these animals that are in parks normally would be grazing in private land. And there's been a good relationship between pastoralists and conservation of animals. But unfortunately, when it is time that pastoralists need to graze their animals in park, KWS have been very insensitive. When they get herders inside parks, they demand money from them. They beat up our herders. Madam Speaker, we've been going through a lot of agony on this matter. I want to urge this House, especially members coming from pastoral areas, it is important we come together because of this issue. We give guidelines on how pastoralists would be able to graze on parks, because it is already a relationship that exists. When there is plenty, these animals come to our lands because they don't want to be in parks when it is raining. So, Madam Speaker, I support the petitioner, and I urge this House, members, let us come together, especially those from pastoral areas. Let us come up with a way that KWS will accommodate our people, because at the moment, they are very, very insensitive to our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, you know we have very serious business today, so limit your comments to 2 minutes. We have a maximum of 30 minutes on this one. I'll indulge a few more members so that we can get more members to speak. Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For those who are in doubt, Nyeri Town constituency shares 7 kilometers of the Aberdare fence. And unlike pastoralists, my constituents, especially in Kehuyo sublocation, are rendered completely food insecure because of the invasion of their farms by wildlife that cross over the electric fence was laid along the Aberdares. Of notoriety are baboons and monkeys, which invade farmlands and consume food when it is just about to get ready for harvesting. Madam Speaker, when drought strikes, on the other hand, the community that borders the forest, who are actually zero grazing farmers, cannot even be given access for supervised cut and carry grass from the forest. The monkeys, when during periods of extreme drought, even eat chicken from farmers. And therefore it is important that we even broad the objective of this motion, so that we draw an entirely new framework for a coexistence and benefit sharing between KWS and neighboring communities. I support, Madam Speaker, and thank you for their time.
Thank you. Honorable members, for good order, instead of raising your hands, kindly put the intervention. I'll be able to pick you. Member for Bura.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this important petition. Bura constituency that I represent is in Tana River County. We have in Kora National Park, which is approximately 1,788 square kilometers. The park was initially gazetted as a nature reserve in 1973, but was later in 1989 gazetted as a national park without proper consultation and without proper involvement of the public. Currently, the residents of Asako, Roka, and Boka are suffering in the hands of KWS. They are very much following and very much caring about wildlife, but not about the people who are there, the residents of those locations. Recently, wildlife animals came to the farms belonging to the residents in Roka and Balambala and destroyed without leaving anything to the, for the farmers. And whenever there is such kind of destruction, we don't see the KWS officers. I'm informed that even the officer who is attached to the area is not even facilitated, doesn't even have a border to go to the area affected. But whenever a buffalo or a rhino is injured or done anything to it, they come with a chopper. I said that this is not fair to the people, and I support the petitioner in the sense and also the sentiments by Mheshimiwa Kanchori that those officers, those honorable members who come from areas where these distractions are happening over and over again, let's come together and push this agenda together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this petition. On the onset, I want to support this petition, Madam Speaker, and I would want to ask the chair of the Petitions Committee, because this is not the first time this petition is coming before this House. We've had similar petitions in the past, and we've just been lamenting, and nothing is happening. I think I want to ask the chair of the Petitions Committee that when he's considering this petition, and is called the CS of tourism to appear before the committee, he would also indulge members who are coming from areas bordering national parks. Like the Endebess constituency, I have Mount Elgon National Park within my constituency. And my constituents, both of Kiptogot and the Cholim area, have suffered tremendous harm under the hands of the the Rangers, the KWS Rangers, beating up women, beating up children, beating up even elderly people whom they find on the way. I don't know whether it is an allergy or their way of training that makes them consider do not consider human beings as valuable people or people like themselves. So I think it's an inhumane thing that we should be able to bring to an end. And I'm hoping that recommendations that will come to this House will cover the whole of areas that are within, that are national parks or game reserves are within their areas of jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Adan Yusuf.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I also sincerely thank the member for Taveta for bringing in this crucial petition. This is a countrywide problem that is really causing havoc in most of the country where there are national parks or game reserves. Madam Speaker, all the wildlife in Kenya are there courtesy of the pastoralists. If the pastoralists were hunters, if the pastoralists did not conserve these animals for all these years, today we could have had no national parks or no wildlife conservancies. So the pastoralists have all along, since time immemorial, lived with these animals, conserved them, and kept them, and tried to survive them with them. But when the institution of Kenya Wildlife Service came into play, the animals became more important than the lives of the pastoralist. When an animal, when a hyena is killed, it becomes news. But when a hyena chews children, it is not news. This is serious. This is a serious issue. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for bringing this. And we should all join hands to come up with a legislative frameworks where the human life becomes more valuable than the wildlife life. Thank you so much. Thank you, Member for Kilifi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka kuzungumzia na kuunga mkono Mheshimiwa Bwire kutoka Taveta. Mheshimiwa Spika, Taveta imepakana na Kilifi, jimbo la Kilifi, na ninavyokuambia upande wa Ganze, upande wa Bamba, hakuna mavuno, hakuna chakula kwa sababu ya wanyama pori. Mheshimiwa, kule Palakumi, kule Jaribuni Mayowe, utapata fisi wanaingilia kwa manyumba, wamekula mbuzi, wanatoboa mifugo. Ndovu wameingia kule Bamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, kule Ganze, wamekula mimea yote, wameharibu. Saizi watu wetu hawana chakula. Tumekuwa na mvua nzuri sana ya kukuza chakula, lakini wanyama pori kutoka pale Tsavo Mashariki, Mheshimiwa Spika, wameingia Kilifi kupitia kule Bamba, kupitia kule Ganze, na saa hii hatuna chakula. La kusikitisha ni kwamba maofisa wa wanyamapori ni wavivu, hawasikizi, hawatasikia hata simu. Wakipigiwa simu, ndovu wameonekana wanaharibu mimea, hawaji, hawatokelezei mpaka wanyama hawa wao wamaliza kabisa kuharibu mimea. Kwa saa hii tunalia na wao, na ombi langu kupitia hii nyumba ni kuwa watu wetu waweze kulipwa fidia. Wakulima wote ambao mifugo yao imeharibiwa, wakulima wote ambao wanyama wao wameweza kuliwa na fisi, kutobolewa na fisi, kuharibiwa. Hakuna wanyama saizi kule Mayowe, hakuna mbuzi, kule Bamba, kule Vitengeni hakuna mimea kwa sababu ya ndovu wa kutoka huku Taveta ambao ni Tsavo East na Mashariki. Ili tuone vipi hawa maofisa wa misitu.
Muda wako umekwisha, tutampa Mheshimiwa Wamolo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na asante sana kwa Mheshimiwa ambaye ameleta hii petition kwa bunge yetu siku ya leo. Sisi Molo tunaye ndovu ambaye anasumbua wananchi wa mahali kunaitwa Sachangwan, Kapsoit na Soin. Mstahiki Spika, wakati huyu ndovu alikuja, akina mama wa hiyo maeneo walikuwa wamefurahi sana, kwa sababu wazee wao walikuwa wanaenda nyumbani mapema kwa sababu ya kuogopa ile ndovu. Lakini sasa imezidi sana hadi sasa hata wamesema hata afadhali wazee wachelewe kidogo na huyu ndovu waondolewe kabisa katika eneo hilo. Saa zingine wanasema Mheshimiwa, tupe nafasi tukabiliane na huyu ndovu, lakini nawaambia sasa mkikabiliana na hao basi mtapatwa na askari na mtakuwa mmejipata kwa matata ya kisheria. Kwa hivyo nawaomba wakati mnaangalia hiyo petition muangalie pia wananchi wa Soin, Sachangwan ambao wanaduvuliwa na ndovu. Mstahiki Spika, wanamuita huyu ndovu jina, wanamuita David. So watu tafadhali wana KWS mkujieni David wenu, tumechoka kwenda nyumbani mapema. Asante Mstahiki Spika.
Ni ndovu ama ni masaa mnataka ya refushwe? Mheshimiwa Wakathiani, Mheshimiwa Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise also to support this petition by Honorable Bwire. I've been to that region of Taveta, and it's true that there is a real messiness of wildlife. And my concern is Kenya Wildlife Services. Whenever there is any conflict between humans and wildlife, how come they are constantly on the side of wildlife? I mean, it's like as if that organization is run by animals. Now there is a conflict of grazing grounds. And the issue of grazing grounds, Madam Speaker, is our animals that we feed on and those ones that are in the wild, and they also again want to take the side of the wild animals. Madam Speaker, it's quite an issue. But then what comes into my mind is the issue of how do we manage disasters like drought, because we require to figure out how to deal with these many animals that our herders keep. Because whenever we have drought, a lot of our herders, pastoralists, lose so many animals. In fact, I can tell you there are some people who have been wiped out completely by this last drought. Because, I mean, for you to replace an animal or a herd of animals, it's not easy. So it's really a major issue that we need to look at. And I think the government needs to look into how to deal with the issue of drought management so that we don't continue losing our animals. But finally, Madam Speaker, the issue of the grazers that are being fined, and not being fined, but being arrested and locked up. Madam Speaker, this issue is the issue of kangaroo courts, where the police KWS officers, and other people with some kind of authority, even KRA officers. They have decided to do kangaroo courts in Kenya. In fact, we need to ask ourselves, are we a country that really believes in the rule of law? Why is it every time somebody wants to create a law that doesn't exist and punish our people unnecessarily? I mean, if the law is clear that they should be fined, let them be fined and be released. But for them to be kept in there, Madam Speaker, it tells me one thing, that these officers' intention is not to get justice, but to get money through a bribe. And that is where the problem is, Madam Speaker. Finally, Madam Speaker, they have talked about double standards. Honorable Boyka says that there are some people who can graze the animals in the reserves, but there are others who cannot. That's double standards, Madam Speaker. We need to ask that we ensure that everyone is treated equally in this country. Let there be no double standards. Everybody is a shareholder and everybody must get their fair share. If we are going to graze our animals, let all of us graze, but not certain special people and others don't get the opportunity. Thank you for the chance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Sigor, Honorable Peter Lochakapong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want, on the onset, to say that I want to support the petition by the member for Taveta, and say that it is unfortunate that the KWS officials and officers are insensitive. Where I come from, that is Sigor in West Pokot County, we have the Nasolot Game Reserve. And sometimes people and the community there are harassed when they graze their animals within the game reserve. It's unfortunate. And I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, those who have been mandated to take care of wildlife in the national parks and in the game reserves should know that the communities around those parks and game reserves existed even before these areas were earmarked for wildlife management. So I want to say that it's unfortunate that during drought, these communities are not allowed to graze their livestock within the game reserves. And Honorable Speaker, there is even a very unfortunate story of an officer of the KWS within Nasolot Game Reserve who was not able to allow the community to get piped water even when they got an organization that was willing and ready to have them get piped water from Lake Takwel. And remember, many of the communities living around game reserves and national parks have challenges of getting water for domestic use. So I want to say that it is time that the KWS officials become sensitive and work together with the communities that are living around the national parks and those who are living around the game reserves, because they will also help them to ensure that these animals are taken care of. Honorable Speaker, in times when we have human-wildlife conflict and people fill forms for compensation, it takes forever for...
Your time is up. Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I wish to thank the member for bringing this particular motion. Honourable Speaker, Tigania West also borders a national reserve, the Southern Menti forests, which has elephants and among other animals. Honourable Speaker, we have frequent visits by these elephants to our constituency. And the people of Luria, people of Kanjai, and people of Kamitongo have been suffering a lot of losses due to destruction of their crops. And it's incidental, Honourable Speaker, when the crop is just about time to harvest, that is when we see these elephants breaking through. Sometimes we imagine that the electric fence is switched off to feed the elephants. I'll give you a classical example of what happened in the last season. Honourable Speaker, there was a bit of drought in that part of Meru, and we had rare visitors, elephants from the Shaba Conservancy, which had broken all the way from Sarova Shaba to Tigania West. And they visited upon our farmers and decided to graze on the farms. Incidentally, the rangers, the game rangers from the wildlife services were accompanying them. And they basically were guarding them to graze on the farms. Honourable Speaker, peculiarly, they even had carried forms for people to apply for compensation. And this is a particular case that was punitive. They grazed on the farms to keep the animals alive and get the people hungry. Honourable Speaker, I think the Wildlife Services need to be serious about compensation and about taking care of people's property. I support this particular petition. Thank you.
Member for Tharaka. Honorable Mayaka, you can only inform a member who is on their feet. No one has started even speaking. Honorable Member for Tharaka, go on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's a very timely petition that has been brought to the House. And I would request the Committee on Petitions to consider the petition vis-a-vis all the national parks we have in the country. Those facts as enumerated would actually turn around and fit the case of the Meru National Park, which borders Meru County and Tharaka Nithi County, because we actually have grazing that goes in there. It is unlawful. It's from certain communities, while other communities are restrained from actually grazing in the Meru National Park. We also have a lot of conflict as far as wildlife is concerned with human beings. Wildlife crossing over the Ura River into Tharaka constituency from the Meru National Park. And as has been said, you cannot kill that wildlife because you've been great trouble with the KWS. But we are also considering what are called corridors in these national parks, such that either livestock can move across or there can be trade between the counties that border these national parks by creating corridors in between in the form of roads or other avenues which can be useful to human beings as we also conserve wildlife. So this is a timely petition and I'm in support. Thank you.
Member for Yatta. Mayaka, I will indulge you, but we'll finish the comments on this petition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my brother Bwire, for bringing this petition. I stand to support it. Actually, this issue goes beyond areas with game reserves. In Yatta, have an area called B2. This animal-human conflict has been a major problem. So since this is not the first petition, we need to have a regulation to manage animal-human conflict. So I support. I thank my brother once again. Thank you.
Member for Mara, Honorable Kareke Mbiuki.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this petition and note, Madam Speaker, that this House is seized with this matter on quite a number of petitions. We are all aware that the Cabinet Secretary last month was seized with this matter, whereby this House had more than 20 questions tried to address the same matter of human wildlife conflict. Madam Speaker, this is an extremely very weighty matter, whereby as the chair of Committee of Tourism and Wildlife, the committee is formally seized with this matter. We have formed an inquiry whereby we are going to look in terms of these issues of human wildlife conflict in holistic, Madam Speaker. We need to look in terms of mitigations which need to be done to ensure that the conflict it is minimized. Madam Speaker, we need to look in terms of compensation and also to look in terms of the law and the legislative agenda, so that at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we can ensure that the law and the law is viable, so that it can be able to help us mitigate on this matter. Madam Speaker, what I want to encourage members, because the committee is undertaking an inquiry on human wildlife conflict, it is for the members who have cases involving human wildlife conflict to channel it through the committee, so that we can be able to look at it in holistic and be able to find a permanent solution, Madam Speaker. At the same time, Madam Speaker, our biggest problem when it comes to compensation, it is the budget. As we see it, Madam Speaker, we have outstanding bill of more than 6 billion Kenya shillings of the outstanding confirmed, verified claims, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the amount of money which as a committee we are able to secure through the budget committee, it is less than 1 billion
per financial year, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to urge the members, when it comes to sourcing the financing through the budget committee, all of us to come in support so that we can be able to.
Honorable members, I would like to bring this to a close, but I will give the member for Isiolo South as the last one. The time is up for the public petition comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First and foremost, I want to thank the member Bwire for bringing up this motion, this petition. Madam Speaker, my constituency is bordered by Meru National Park. In fact, the whole part of half of the whole area border on the northern side and on the eastern side borders by constituency. And you know very well, Isiolo is purely a community land. The land in Isiolo is community land. And on this other side, the western side, the southern side of Meru National Park is fenced by electric fence, Kenya Wildlife Services, against the farmers. So the open side is the side of my constituency. And every other time when we have wildlife moves out of the parks into my constituency as a dispersal area and corridors to my constituency. But we have never had any problems about poaching or any other things. Our community has been mindful about wildlife whenever they are out of the parks. But then during the drought, when it comes, the Kenya Wildlife Services does not care about livestock going into the park, at least for survival. What they are doing is more than inhuman, because they use helicopters to chase those weak animals, and sometimes most of them die in the field. So we need to think about, with the pastoralists who are neighboring protected areas, we need to come back together, sit down together, and then see what we can best be doing about these relations between wildlife and human.
Thank you. We have closed this issue. Comments on this issue, it will be committed to the Public Petition Committee. Before we go to the next issue, allow me to recognize students in the public gallery. Dogamano Secondary School from Kegumo constituency, Murang'a County. Merorere Boys Secondary School from Imenti South constituency, Meru County. University students from Kipipiri constituency who have scored straight A's from Kipipiri constituency, Nyandarua County. And on that, I will indulge Honorable Member for Kipipiri for a minute to welcome all of them.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I take this opportunity to welcome all our guests at the Public and Speakers Gallery, both students, non-students, and in a special way, the university students from Kipipiri constituency who scored straight A's, who are an inspiration to other students, and I encourage other students to continue performing the very best, and they can find their way here in Parliament to observe the proceeding. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kipipiri. Honorable Mayaka, what is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm actually very worried that today I went to a public toilet and I found that they actually have condoms for free in public toilets. And yet we even have students here and they're crying about lack of pads in their different institutions. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say it here. We still don't understand why a simple thing like a pad, the children in our schools cannot have pads. They don't have pads in school. We don't have money allocated for pads. And Honorable Speaker, you can see that the women legislators are very upset because we want to demand and ensure that the money for pads comes to women reps. So Honorable Speaker, that is my point of order. Pads, sanitary towels, pads, 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 pads,
Order, members.
pads, 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 pads.
Order, members.
Pads, pads.
Order.
Pads, pads, pads,
Order, members. Pads. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order. Order, members. Order. 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 Order, members. Order, members. Honorable members. Honorable members. I also use pads. I have periods. Please take your seats. 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 Honorable members, Honorable Watch, I'll give you a mic. Let us listen to each other. Honorable Watch, member for Mathare.
Honorable members, ladies, I actually support your quest. Allow me my point of order. Pads for our girls. And I also have a girl, so I support. Can you allow me the point of order? Yes, including the daughter of the majority leader. For all of them, we all support, including that of the majority leader and myself. We have heard you. Can you allow me the point of order? We have heard you.
Honorable members, the member for Mathare is actually supporting you. Let us hear
allow me my
the
point
member
of order.
for Mathare.
I support.
You have made your point. Please take your seats.
Yes.
Honorable Watch, go the first one.
First, allow me to raise this point of order as I support the no pads, no movement, and I can see the majority leader nodding because he always says he has a daughter, and so do I. But the point raised by Honorable Mayaka is a very serious one, which I think this House needs to inquire. Beyond the pads that must be provided to our school-going children, and my constituency and informal settlements are worst hit, as I am sure the rural areas. But am I in order to ask that a serious problem then needs to be inquired as to what condoms are doing in our ladies' toilets in Parliament when there are no pads in our schools? I have not finished. Madam Speaker, may I conclude? May I conclude by asking?
The member for Mathare is on a point of order. Let him finish. 30 seconds, honorable member.
I'm a point of order. Am I in order to ask our committee on social welfare of this bunge to answer the questions? Do you have so much money to waste that you can put condoms in our toilets when members lack facilities and our girls in informal settlements like pads? Am I in order to ask that this committee should be asked to put a statement to answer to this question? Thank you.
Honorable members, remember this issue came here yesterday. It has come many times. It is an issue of national importance. That one, we are on the same page. Honorable members, I know honorable member for Kisii had drafted a statement on that issue. She didn't do it on time, but I will indulge you for a minute, not to move the statement, but to make a comment, but also prepare the House for the actual statement that will come to the floor. So I would hope that we listen to each other so that we make progress. I'll indulge a few more people. I will give now Honorable Member for Honorable Kangogo Bowen, then I will give Honorable Donya Toto. The issue of pads is for both gender. Yes. Honorable Kangogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I walked in when our late members of parliament, they were on their feet and shouting parts. And I thought maybe they were seeking to be given, to be provided. But now I'm informed, actually, Madam Speaker, that they are speaking for our girls. Madam Speaker, I'm a father of many girls. Many girls, as I am a father of my own girl and the father of girls of Marakwet East, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, if you go to the constituencies we come from, especially the remote areas where we come from, our young girls, Madam Speaker, many of them, they have dropped the school because of just a simple reason of lack of sanitary pads. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support our members of parliament, the female members of parliament here in this case, that our girls must be provided with sanitary pads, given that this parliament passed budget for sanitary pads. 940 million, Madam Speaker. If that is the case, Madam Speaker, and our girls are going without sanitary pads, the CS for education and the PH education or the gender, the ministry concerned, Madam Speaker, must appear before this House and tell us what happened with the monies we appropriated for sanitary pads for our girls. I want to assure our female colleagues here that as men members of parliament here, we are supporting you 100% in this one.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kangogo. And this issue came yesterday, and it was a clear direction by the Speaker. The two ministries, Honorable Majority Leader, we will need to have the two ministers appear before the House. Honorable Member for Kisii.
I need this. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you can hear, my voice is something else because we want justice for our girls. Girls are lured with love messages. I love you. That is from boys, because they know if they tell them, I love you, they will say, if you love me, what will you give me? I'll buy you sanitary pads, because they can't afford 70 shillings, Madam Speaker, in the village. Where can you get the sanitary pads? When I read in the news that CS gender is a female, I said, oh Jesus, our issues are going to vanish. But we are still languishing in poverty. We are suffering. This thing should be done once and for all. We should not even say we are calling them to come and to come. They've already seen what we are debating. What we are saying is sanitary pads for our school-going girls. And I repeat, I said yesterday, CS is a good friend of mine. We come from the same village. Let me tell him, Omogaka, Kayabana sanitary pads.
Order. Order, Honorable Donya. We only have 3 languages for parliament. That is English, Kiswahili, and sign language that can be used. I want to close this debate, but before I do, Member for Buri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am a proud father of 2 girls, including a third one, my wife. The dignity of our children.
Are you saying you're the father of your wife?
No, yes. I have 3 girls in my house, 2 daughters and 1 by marriage. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that the dignity of our children, and specifically the girl child, is maintained and preserved. Madam Speaker, inasmuch that we are feeling It will have some people who have no feelings at all, ending ministries. The name of cabinet secretary, the name of permanent secretary. The first thing that these people should have done.
Honorable Nyamai, what is out of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance. I am raising on a point of order, and I would like to find out whether it is in order for the member for Buri to say that he is a father to his wife, to his daughters and to his wife. Madam Speaker, is it in order?
Honorable member, I think the member of Buri already clarified and said he has 3 women, including the daughters and the wife in the house. So allow him to complete.
Madam, I have a lot of reservation for my senior. I'm sure she was asleep. She was dreaming about what is going to happen in Kitui Central because the girls are going to revolt against her. So what I'm saying, Madam Speaker,
do not cast aspersions on a member for Buri, and it is Kitui South.
Oh, Kitui South, I correct. Apologies.
Honorable member for Buri.
I withdraw. She wasn't asleep.
Finish your statement.
Madam
Wind
Speaker,
up your statement.
Madam Speaker, I'm talking on behalf of girls.
He has already withdrawn, honorable member. He has withdrawn. So let it go.
You see, she was not listening again. That's another problem that I have. Madam Speaker,
please continue.
Madam Speaker, we have to guarantee the dignity of our women and the dignity of our daughters. As a father, I have a moral responsibility to ensure that the monies that are set aside, or rather were promised by the ministry, is delivered. So with all due respect, fellow members, this is not an issue of women, it is an issue of a sector of our society that is being downgraded by insensitive administration under the ministry.
Honorable Chikati.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on my right, I'm seated with female members of parliament, around 6 of them, and they want my voice on this. And around 1 million girls miss school every month in Kenya because of lack of sanitary towels. That is a very big number that at different intervals they do not attend school because of lack of sanitary pads. 2, in my constituency in Tongaren, I have around 170 schools. 90% of those has girls. Madam Speaker, we are moving into the exam period, right from the end of this month to the end of the year. And many girls are going to lose exams because of menstrual hygiene. And therefore, I'm supporting this motion fully, that we need to do, the money which was appropriated need to be dispersed through members of parliament to distribute this standard, female members of parliament, to distribute this money directly to the concerned targets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sabina.
And I'm speaking as the MP of Yesu Tongaren, who cares a lot for the girls, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member for Muranga, not from Muranga, nominated member.
The party leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my voice on this. Madam Speaker, I want to remind this House that in the 12th Parliament, we moved the issue of sanitary pads, actually it was 11th, from Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Gender, so that the female county MPs who are in this House can be able to distribute these sanitary towels to the schools. And what advised us, Madam Speaker, then was because from the Ministry of Health, of Education, we couldn't really trace where the sanitary pads were going. So I hope, Madam Speaker, as the leader of majority summons the CSs here, that not only do we need these sanitary pads to be purchased, but also the county women MPs to be given the responsibility to take these sanitary towels to their schools so that all the girls can benefit. We are able to trace and see which constituencies are not benefiting. Madam Speaker, we cannot afford our girls to get pregnant, teenage pregnancy, some of them to fail school because of sanitary towels. Madam Speaker, if they cannot be able to afford, then why should we, and I know somebody mentioned, have condoms in the toilets? Why should we? It's not the man, and I again want to clarify, this is in every public place you'll find condoms. It's not in parliament. It's not in parliament.
Honorable Member Sabina, do not respond to Honorable Junet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, do not. And I want to confirm, it's not only men who use condoms, even women use condoms.
Exactly. So anyway, Madam Speaker, what we are saying, this issue of sanitary towels should be taken with the seriousness that it deserves, and our girls should be given sanitary towels today and not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I will give the chair of education to say something, then I will give Kewopa chair and we will close this matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to support the women members of Parliament who have just spoken. And I want to say that the issue of sanitary pads is an issue affecting every family, every child, every home, and is a right for every young girl in this republic. Madam Speaker, as Honorable Member Sabina Cheka has just put it, we agreed in the 11th Parliament that the sanitary pads be distributed and be taken to the Ministry of Gender and be given the county members of Parliament. Last week, or about 2 weeks ago, the CS Education was in this house. And he actually said the same, that the CS Gender is responsible for this. I think that the two need actually to come here. CS Gender is a former women member of Parliament. And she's supposed to come here and tell us where are the sanitary pads, what are they doing, and why are they delaying with it. In fact, we voted about 940 million for this, and therefore, this thing needs to be taken very seriously. We support you, and we want our girls to have sanitary towels immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kewopa Chairperson, Honorable Lea Sankaire.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to also add my voice to the same. I think the issue of sanitary towels is a national issue that we all need to see how we are going to work on it so that the sanitary towels can get to our girls. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that this is the third time or so that we are raising this matter in Parliament. We have been raising it outside Parliament. We have gone to the corridors of the CSs and the PS, but with no fruitful results. Madam Speaker, we have decided to bring this matter today before the House because for us it's not just a girls' issue, it's a national issue. The issue of sanitary towels does not only affect the girls, but affects our families wholesomely. A girl missing school for 3 or 4 days every month simply because they cannot afford sanitary towels is not a small issue. It's a national issue that we need to discuss as members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, when we passed the budget in this House, we appropriated 940 million towards the purchase of sanitary towels for our girls, and it's unfortunate that about 4 months down the line, the sanitary towels are not yet with us. Every single day, women reps goes back home. We get calls from the village, we get calls from the head teachers, we get calls right, left, and center, telling us of the number of girls that are staying at home because they cannot afford the sanitary towels, and we have no answer because someone responsible on that is not doing their job. Madam Speaker, we are simply asking, can the 440 million be channeled to the women representative so that 940 million be channeled to the women representative so that they can procure these sanitary towels? They are conversant with their counties.
Thank you. Honorable members will put a close to the debate on this issue. the chair of health committee, the chair of education committee, and the majority leader will give a commitment on when and how we resolve this issue. Majority leader, give a way forward on that issue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I hear the Honorable Irene Mayaka saying I'm a father to girls, which is indeed true. I'm a father to 4 very beautiful girls. And 2 of them are teenagers, so I want to believe they are in need of sanitary towels. But since their father is able to provide for them, there are millions of other Kenyan girls whose fathers and mothers cannot afford to provide sanitary towels for them. And we cannot overstate the need to get sanitary towels to our young ladies in schools. And if possible, even to mothers in markets who cannot afford. Honorable Speaker, you know, many people in government take it that the political class ask for these things for the sake. But the political class, including our very gracious women reps, ask for these things because they're in touch with the people and they know the problems that the people are living with. And as you have directed, Honorable Speaker, you know, this function has been a CISO, as Honorable Sabina Chege has said, and she has been the chair of education. She chaired the health committee in the last parliament also. And now I know that we have the social protection committee in our standing orders. But there has been a CISO between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender and Public Service. And Honorable Speaker, at one point this function was in the Ministry of Gender, then moved to Education. Now I'm told it is back to Gender, and it's uncertain. As I speak, I cannot speak with certainty where the funds currently reside. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I will commit to get a statement, a joint statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Education and the Cabinet Secretary for Gender. First to tell us, if because we appropriated money, for all I can remember, in the last financial year we appropriated money for sanitary towels. In this financial year we have also appropriated money for sanitary towels. So we must know from the last financial year, what did that money do if it is indeed true that there are no sanitary towels in our schools? In this financial year, have they procured? Have they delivered? And what are they doing to make sure that that last mile delivery to the girls happens and in due course? So I will commit, Honorable Speaker, hopefully by Tuesday next week to give a statement to the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It is well directed. Note from my direction is not Committee of Health. It is actually the 2 ministries, Gender and Education. Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, on Wednesday, 4th October 2023. Reports of the Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee on the study visit to Ethiopia from 7th to 14th May 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Select Committee on NGCDF. Microphone.
This other one. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023. A report of the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund on its consideration of nominees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee for Balambala, Gatanga, and Nyeri Town constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 4th of October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the following. 1, the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2023. 2, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2023. And 3, consideration of the sessional paper number 1 of 2023 on the Kenya National Population Policy for Sustainable Development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023. Report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order. Chairperson, sports. Yeah. Before we go to the next order.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on the collaboration and partnership meeting on sports and education held in London, United Kingdom from 16th to 23rd June 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member, Chairman, Education Committee. Get the mic to the Chair, Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to issue a statement from the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give the following statement pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c regarding the infrastructure development funds for junior secondary schools.
Honorable Meli, I think you're not on this order. Hold on, we are on papers. We are on papers. Order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Select Committee on NGCDF.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on 3 constituency committees laid on the table of the House Wednesday, 4th October 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(1) and 43(2) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 1, Balambala Constituency. 2, Gatanga Constituency. And 3, Nyeri Town Constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one will be Honorable Gathoni Mushomba. Mushomba, member for Githunguri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, 4th of October, I seek to give the following motion: establishment of national policy to combat obstetric violence in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, that aware that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution provides for the right of every person to access the highest attainable standard of health, further aware that poor quality of health services, especially maternal care, has been a recurring concern among women in the country, noting that there is increased pre- and postpartum mistreatment and dehumanized care of women by healthcare providers, also known as obstetric violence. Further noting that obstetric violence includes but not limited to disrespectful and abusive behavior, physical and verbal abuse, neglect, forced medical procedures, humiliation and assault in the healthcare settings and compounds, concerned that sustained class-based disparities shape different maternal and infant health outcomes, with the women, more specifically in low socioeconomic status, experiencing greater levels of obstetric violence. Further concerned that this is not only affecting women's physical and mental health, but also impact on the overall health outcomes of mothers and their newborns, significantly contributing to higher maternal mortality rates, cognizant to the fact that there is existing no national policy or framework to address and prevent obstetric violence. Now, therefore, this House resolves that national government, through the Ministry of Health, develops a policy on prevention of obstetric violence in healthcare facilities in the country and provide a framework for regular monitoring and reporting of the cases to curb incidences of pre- and postpartum mistreatment of women seeking health services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next one will be the Chairperson Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th October 2023. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next one will be Chairperson Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the following notice of motion. Consideration of the session of paper number 1 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the session of paper number 1 of 2023 on Kenya National Population Policy for Sustainable Development, laid on the table of the House this afternoon, Wednesday, the 4th of October 2023.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, we will, for the convenience of the House, change the order of the order paper a bit. We'll go to order number 8, then we will revert back to order number 7.
Order number 8, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022, second reading. Question to be put.
I therefore put the question that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022, be read as second of 2022 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to make minor amendments to the statute law. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Order, members. On this one, before we get the CS, we'll have a few members do statements. Honorable Njeri Maina, member for Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 44-2E. I wish to make a personal statement regarding an assault on me by known assailants in Kirinyaga County. Honorable Speaker, on 22nd August 2023, while on duty in Kirinyaga County, I became the target of a politically instigated assault that resulted in severe injuries and immediate hospitalization. This harrowing incident has left a lasting effect on me and the people of Kirinyaga and brought alive the reality of the tumultuous political landscape. Honorable Speaker, as a young leader, I've always believed in the power of politics and its potential of bringing positive change in a society. I have dedicated myself to making a difference in the lives of my constituents through my political participation. However, the events of that day shattered my idealistic view of politics and exposed the dark underbelly of power struggles and political rivalries in Kirinyaga County. Notably, the planners, facilitators, and the executors of this heinous attack are well known to me, led by Governor Anne Waiguru. Honorable Speaker, the pursuit of political power should never come at the expense of human life and dignity. It is unfathomable that some individuals are willing to go to extreme lengths, including resorting to violence, to achieve their political ambitions and neutralize perceived threats. The attack serves as a stark reminder that the space for young leaders in politics is often under attack and fraught with danger. Nevertheless, we must not be discouraged, but must remain resilient. Our voices have to be heard. As young leaders, we have fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and the passion to effect real change. It is time for us to step up and take our rightful place in the political arena. Honorable Speaker, my predicament is a call to action for all leaders. We must advocate for political tolerance and create space where differing opinions can coexist. Violence should never be used as an option for settling political scores. Together, we can shape a brighter future for our nation, one that is built on the principles of tolerance, inclusivity, and progress. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I extend my sincere appreciation to my constituents and my colleagues in Parliament for the overwhelming support during the difficult period. To the people of Kirinyaga, I assure you, I am committed to serving you diligently and in articulating your interests and concerns without fear or favor, come whatever may. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kirinyaga. This being a personal statement, no comment will be made. The next statement will be the member for Tinderet. Honorable members, I know you wanted to speak to this, I can see the interest, but read your standing orders. 42E. 44.2E, you cannot make any comments on a personal statement. Chairperson, Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to issue a statement as a chairperson of the Management Committee on Education. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give the following statement pursuant to Standing Order number 44.2B regarding the infrastructure development for junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that the National Treasury allocated the Ministry of Education, State Department for Basic Education 3.379 billion shillings in the 2023-2024 financial year for the construction of classrooms and integrated learning resources centers within the junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, the amount is a conditional grant and as proposed to be jointly managed by the Ministry of Education and a National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, to ensure synergy and timeless implementation of the program. Madam Speaker, the amount is allocated to all constituencies based on grade 7 enrollment, and each constituency will merge a shilling for a shilling as a requirement. The 2023-2024 constituency proposals must have a Ministry of Education input approved by the board. In addition, as a further requirement, NGCDF must incorporate or should incorporate sub-county education officers and deputy county commissioners in identifying the beneficiary schools and implementation of the projects. Madam Speaker, the statement also has an attachment. In this statement, there is an attachment of all the monies that shall actually be wired to all the constituencies across the country, and it shall actually be based on the number of classrooms or class 7 classrooms every constituency is going to have. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chair for the budget committee, because in my presentation to the budget committee during the 2023-2024 budget, I actually proposed that these infrastructure funds be taken to every constituency so that the member of parliament can manage it and actually stop the members going to the ministry to plead for these resources. These resources has been actually subdivided to go to every constituency based on the population of that particular constituency or county. As indicated in the table, it shall actually be divided based on the number of schools and the population for each constituency. Madam Speaker, the Committee of Education also saw it wise that in future, when we have more infrastructure funds, it shall be channeled through the NGCDF, where the Member of Parliament is actually able to make sure that this money is given to specific needy areas. Madam Speaker, I've sat in this Parliament for the last 10 years, and I've realized that certain members of Parliament would go line up in the Ministry of Education pleading for infrastructure funds, and they could not get it. But this time, with the wisdom of the government of the day, of the Excellency President William Ruto, we have seen it right that this money be taken straight away to the constituencies, and every constituency member, it shall actually be ring-fenced to build the grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9 classrooms or laboratories, and the ministry is asking that you add the shillings that you have been given, and for those who have not, who have gotten that amount. From this document, I have seen areas where there are a lot of population, they get more money, which is actually the reason why, even in our last discussion, even in the NGCDF, the higher the population, the more the amount. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the next statement, allow me to recognize in the public gallery members visiting Parliament, PCA Ifirika Church Women's Guild, Chuka Igambangombe constituency, Tharaka-Nithi County, seated in the public gallery. On my own behalf and of the House, we welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. We will give the next opportunity to the member for Mathare. And Honorable Member for Mathare, before you do your statement, I would like members to be very aware of Standing Order number 43, that when you want to make a general statement, it is after 6:30 on Tuesdays. So yours has been allowed by the indulgence of the Speaker.
Thank you. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the indulgence. I rise to raise this general statement on deployment of 1,000 Kenya police officers to the Republic of Haiti. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43.1, I wish to make a general statement regarding the planned deployment of 1,000 police officers to the Republic of Haiti. As a House, we appreciate that as part of fulfillment of international obligations to the international cause, Kenya, as a member of the community of nations, is obliged to take certain measures, including security interventions abroad. It is on this backdrop that the Kenya government is believed to have committed to deploy 1,000 police officers to the Republic of Haiti to assist in restoring law and order. Kenya's police mission to the Republic of Haiti has since been ratified by the United Nations Security Council. Honorable Speaker, service of Kenya police officers outside Kenya on a reciprocal arrangement with reciprocating countries is guided by Part 15 of the National Police Service Act 2011. Of note, Section 107 and 108 of the Act presupposes 3 conditions that must prevail before the President orders any such number of police officers to proceed on another country for service. First, there must be in place a legitimate government. Second, there must be reciprocity. And third, there must be a request from the reciprocating country. The government ought to assure Kenyans that the planned deployment meets the conditions set out in the Act. In addition, there have been sad reports of Kenya police officers falling victim when combating local criminal gangs in the country. There is need for the country to be assured that the Kenya police is adequately suited to undertake the foreign mission in terms of technical preparedness and capabilities, knowledge of the Haitian terrain, and the language and cultural awareness. It is also important that the nation at large and families of officers who will be selected to undertake the mission in Haiti, in particular, be guaranteed that adequate measures have been put in place to mitigate casualties and to cushion families of the deployed officers from psychological trauma associated with deployment, including the sad eventualities of losing their loved ones abroad. Honorable Speaker, Article 208 of the Constitution envisages national security as the protection against internal and external threats to Kenya's territorial integrity and sovereignty, its people, their rights, freedom, property, peace, stability, and prosperity, and other national interests. The country has been experiencing an increase in the number of insecurity cases in several parts of the country, where hopeless Kenyans continue to bear the brunt of attack by criminals and terrorist gangs. It is a matter of concern that the government ought to first assure security and a surplus to deploy on missions abroad. As a matter of fact, stabilizing homeland security takes precedence over committing the police officers abroad. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I call on the government to treat the deployment of Kenya police officers to the Republic of Haiti with abundance of caution and exercise a well-calculated balance between national interest and global interest so as to not jeopardize national security. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed today, Member for Parliament, Mathare constituency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mathare. Honorable members, Standing Orders 43, you can read it all the way to 3, has given the leeway for the Speaker to exert discretion. So I'll give 3 comments of a maximum of 3 minutes each. Then we will get to the CS because she's already here. I'll give the Leader of Minority first.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for using your discretion very, very wisely in the manner you've done. Madam Speaker, the issues raised in Honorable Olwach's statement are grave. They are extremely weighty issues that this House must get seized of. Madam Speaker, even as we speak, and from what we are reading and hearing on international media, it is not clear who made the request for the Kenyan government to send police officers to Haiti. We don't know that it's the US government. We don't know that it's the Haiti government. We don't know whether it is the UN. Even though later on the UN passed a resolution at the Security Council. But that was a very general resolution. It did not specify that Kenya was even to lead that mission. I was very keen. That Security Council resolution did not name Kenya as the leader of that mission. That very dangerous mission. So it behoves, even as we wait for the CS to come here next week to explain, we must express ourselves as a House that this is an extremely dangerous adventure. Extremely dangerous adventure, which is ill thought, which is reckless, and which is, I would say, very careless. It is extremely careless of whoever has conceived of this very, very ill-conceived notion. Madam Speaker, I conclude that even as the CS comes, let the House register its feelings. And there's no point of trying to say, no. Just wait. You will talk, Honorable Pukose. Yes. As far as I know, you have got no expertise on Haiti matters. Just relax and deal with the health issues. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking from a point of authority and knowledge. Yes. We cannot use our children as guinea pigs on an international arena. Our children cannot be used as guinea pigs on an international arena. Why can't the US send its policemen to Haiti, which is next door? Haiti is just next door. They can even go by boat.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Honorable Member for Endebess.
Madam Speaker, I want to make a comment on the statement by the Honorable Anthony Olwach on Kenya taking its police officers to Haiti. And I want to dissociate myself from the comments made by the Minority Leader with all due respect. That Kenya has been known to participate in international peacekeeping missions, whether in Somalia, whether in Namibia, whether in Darfur, and many other places. So, Honorable Speaker, because of the distinguished service of our servicemen, whether in the military, lately in Congo, EDRC Congo, in Goma area, or even our police officers, I think it is not in good faith to condemn an action, a noble action, which our police officers are going to carry out in Haiti. And the UN, when they discussed and made resolutions, it was actually unanimously passed to support Kenya's mission of 1,000. I know there was abstaining by China and Russia. I'm well informed about that. But it was unanimous, because abstaining does not mean opposition. And therefore, I think we should be able to respect the decision of the government and give all the support necessary to our police officers to carry out peaceful missions in their new mandate, which is under the UN in Haiti. With those few remarks, on Madam Speaker, I want to support the decision by our police officers. And
Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is one of the most dangerous missions that the government of Republic of Kenya has ever sent outside this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, numbers don't lie. The statistics are very clear. In the last 9 months, 2,400 people were killed in Haiti by gangs. 900 women were raped. 900 people were maimed. The statistics are there in black and white, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a country that has killed, I don't know, 3 or 4 presidents of theirs. 4. And you're sending here people who normally carry, these jembe rungus to just beat us as AZIMIO people in the street here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you think it is a business of jembe rungus in town here, there? Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter, and I want to thank Honorable Oloch for bringing it. Madam Speaker, this is a matter that requires deep thoughts, Madam Speaker. Look, as a neighbor, we are dealing with insurgents from Somalia on Al-Shabaab, and every day we are having casualties. The shores of Florida is just 2 hours from Haiti, Madam Speaker, by boat. 2 hours only by boat to Florida. Why are you not helping those people? Why do you want to send Kenyans there, Madam Speaker? This one, I strongly oppose, Madam Speaker, and this matter should be brought to Parliament first for debate and ratification before any police officer leaves this country. Otherwise,
your time is up, Honorable Junet. I will indulge the majority leader, but honorable members, also remember, member for Mathare has made a general statement. So there are other avenues of bringing this issue to the floor, but I'll give the majority leader, we close it at that and go to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank the member for Mathare, Honorable Anthony Oloch, for that general statement, which I must commend him because it was done in a rather professional manner, not in a manner to disparage our officers, not in a manner that is unpatriotic, as the leader of minority and the minority whip have endeavored to show their unpatriotism in disparaging our officers, our sons and daughters in uniform. Honorable Speaker, we also can't use this floor to discuss a friendly nation like the United States of America. Unless we have a substantive motion that has been brought, and I believe the statement by Honorable Anthony Oloch had nothing to do with the state of the United States. Therefore, even to be imputing improper motive on the United States or indeed our officers who are being deployed in parts of the world, and we are part of the global world and the nations of this world, Honorable Speaker. And I've heard what the Honorable Junet is asking, that they share borders, of course, with other countries, just like the Kenyan state does not share a border with the Democratic Republic of Congo. And our officers are there. with the approval of this House. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if we are part of the community of nations, we must act as part of that community of nations. Today it is Haiti. Who knows? Tomorrow could be one of our neighbors. Could be us. If we allowed Honorable Junet and Honorable Pio Andai to continue with the reckless civil riots that we saw them engage in earlier this year. That is how countries degenerate to become what Haiti is today. And therefore, being part of the global community of nations, Honorable Speaker, we must be patriotic enough to support our men and women in uniform. And Honorable Speaker, that does not mean that if we are sending our sons and daughters to a faraway country, Honorable Speaker, to serve in the community of nations, the best we can do is to encourage them, not to instill and sell fear to them and their families. That is a height of unpatriotism. That is a height of being reckless as leaders.
Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Ichungwa in order to continually discuss our leaders, AZIMIO leaders, in bad light, while knowing that the Kenyan police are not trained in the military affairs and are going to die in Haiti? Is he?
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, please allow me to ignore the Honorable Jack Wamboka, the member for Bumula, because he may not understand some of these things and we understand him. Because, Honorable Speaker, I was saying the police are going to Haiti on a policing mission to restore law and order like they do every day. Honorable Speaker, they are not going into a nation where there is war. And there's a whole difference between restoring law and order. That is why we are not sending the Kenyan Defense Forces. We are sending the police to restore, to deal with gangs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that particular, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from these unnecessary interjections by people who
Actually, Majority Leader, we had capped 2 minutes. Kindly wind up.
Let me finish. It's only that I'm being interrupted by this otherwise reckless shouting by the people on the front bench. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, let us be patriotic enough not to sell fear to our officers, to encourage our officers. Many young men and women in this country are waiting for police recruitment to
Majority
join
Leader,
those
do you want to
forces.
be informed by Honorable Junet?
I definitely would not desire to be informed on any subject.
You have 30
touching
seconds.
on security
Wind
by
up.
the Honorable Junet.
30
Not on
seconds.
security.
Majority Leader, 30 seconds.
I do
Wind up.
I do not wish to be informed. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, let us allow our officers and as many young Kenyans wait on the waiting lines to join our forces, be it the police service, be it the military. As leaders, we must be in the forefront to show patriotism, to support them, encourage them, and ensure and pray for them as they go to serve the community of nations. Honorable Speaker, the same leaders who are disparaging our police officers here are the same leaders who are crying like small babies to have their security restored, including their top leadership. You should be ashamed of yourselves to be disparaging.
Order, members. Majority Leader, order, members. Order, members. We will not indulge more than that on this issue. The CS Health is in the House. We will go to the questions. We have already overshot the time that we would have had the CS start. So we will have the first questioner, Honorable Mishi Mboko. Ask your question. Honorable Member for Nyando, take your seat. Honorable Mishi, ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise to ask question 009 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary enumerate the data analysis in respect of cholera cases in areas where oral cholera vaccination exercise was conducted in February 2023? B, state the contribution of International Coordinating Group, ICG, in the cholera vaccination campaign, including the number of vaccine doses and the condition associated with this support in the country. 3, elaborate on the strategies that the ministry in collaboration with county government have put in place to ensure effective distribution and administration of cholera vaccine in the most affected counties in the ongoing oral cholera vaccination drive. And the last one, state the number of personnel involved and resources allocated to the ongoing oral cholera vaccination drive. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Cabinet Secretary. Please note we have quite some number of questions, so keep your answers short and precise so that we can make progress. Please take the microphone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to appear before this honorable House today to respond to the various questions that have been raised by honorable members. Indeed, it's my first time to appear before the full House to directly interact with the honorable members, as my previous engagements have been through the committees. I therefore submit as follows on the question that has been raised by the Honorable Mishimboko. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as a country, we suffer from periodic cholera outbreaks every 5 to 7 years since the first cases was reported in 1971. The current cholera outbreak has been ongoing since October 2022, and to date, we have reported 12,000 cases and 197 deaths. Honorable members, to mitigate this, the Ministry of Health, in conjunction with other sectors of government, including the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Interior and National Government Coordination, development partners, religious leaders, the media and the county governments, we developed 2022 to 2030 National Multi-Sectoral Cholera Elimination Plan, which my colleague at Ministry of Water and myself have endorsed, and it is due for launch this month. The plan aims to implement several promotive, preventive, and response interventions before and during outbreaks. The main interventions include engaging communities to use latrines, practice hand washing with soap and water, use treated or boiled water for drinking, and keep their environments clean. The government is also expanding safe water and sanitation infrastructure across the country. In addition to these traditional cholera prevention and control measures, the country conducted its first oral cholera vaccination campaign in February 2023 in the highest risk sub-counties in line with our multi-sectoral cholera elimination plan. The goal of the National Multi-Sectoral Plan targets to reduce local transmission of cholera cases to 0 by 2030 and reduce cholera deaths to 0 by 2030. We have just concluded the second phase of the campaigns, which was done in August 2023, this past weekend, in 8 sub-counties of Embakasi Central, Kamkunji, Nairobi, Kajiado East in Kajiado, Wajir North in Wajir, Suba South in Homa Bay, Moyale in Marsabit, Mandera East in Mandera. We also targeted institutions in Machakos and new arrival refugees in the refugee camps within Garissa. The August 2023 campaign targets to reach 1.7 million people. The February campaign involved 9 sub-counties in 4 counties, Embakasi East and Mathare in Nairobi, Wajir East and Wajir South in Wajir, Garissa Town, Dadaab, Fafi, Lajera, including the refugee camps, and Bura in Tana River County. We targeted to reach 2.2 million people, and we were able to vaccinate 99.2% of them. As a result of the campaign, we saw a drastic reduction in cholera cases in the affected counties and also nationally, in a table that I have attached to my presentation. Speaker and honorable members, the contributions of International Coordinating Group, including vaccine doses and conditions. The International Coordinating Group is an international consortium that brings together 4 members agencies, that is the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, which has a strong country presence for community health promotion, local social resource mobilization, and provides support to states during disasters and epidemics. The second agency is Medicines Sans Frontiers, which is an independent field-based NGO that provides healthcare to vulnerable populations in emergency settings. The third agency is the United Nations Children's Funds, UNICEF, which conducts wide-scale vaccine procurement and shipment and provides technical support on campaign planning, implementation in country, focusing specifically on social mobilization and cold chain. And the fourth agency is World Health Organization, which provides global public health advice and technical support to countries during outbreaks. WHO focuses on vaccine stockpile management, surveillance, preparedness, and response to disease outbreaks. WHO also functions as a secretariat for the ICG. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, vaccine manufacturers, vaccine equipment providers, and financial donor institutions are also engaged in the ICG operations. The core mandate of ICG is to make available and ensure equitable access to licensed vaccines for cholera, meningitis, yellow fever, and Ebola virus disease during outbreaks. The ICG manages the global emergency vaccine stockpiles and, working with partners, donors, and manufacturers, determines the size and composition with the goal of ensuring that adequate stocks of emergency supplies are accessible for emergency response. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, vaccine security stocks can be accessed by any country facing any epidemic anywhere in the world, as long as the country request fulfills the ICG's criteria for release of vaccine stocks. As a first step, a country must complete and submit a request secretariat the standard application forms. The annexes and other relevant documents should be submitted alongside the application. Countries are encouraged to submit the request to the ICG Secretariat within 7 days after confirmation of an outbreak. The ICG Secretariat at WHO then circulates the request for agencies within a day after reception and review country submission. Additional information can be requested from the country if need be. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, requests are evaluated considering the epidemiological situation, vaccine strategy, vaccine availability in the stockpile, pre-existing stocks in the country, and operational aspects at the epidemic response. Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, finances the ICG stockpiles of cholera, Ebola, meningitis, yellow fever vaccines, and Gavi-eligible countries can receive the vaccine free of cost. Non-Gavi supported countries are responsible for reimbursing the cost of the vaccines and its transport for finding a source for the operational costs of the campaign. Once the request for vaccine supplies has been approved by ICG members, a process is put in place to ship the vaccines and supplies. Prior to shipment, the recipient country must demonstrate that there is sufficient cold chain capacity to receive and store the vaccines and supplies. Additionally, customs and regulatory approvals must be granted and provided to UNICEF. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we have categorized all counties according to their cholera risk status as part of our national plan. For the February campaign, we received 842,952 doses of the vaccine, which was sent to Dadaab and Fafi sub-counties and the refugee camps. And we also received 1,370,991 doses of the Uvocol vaccine, which we sent to Bura, Lagdera, and Garissa, Wajir East, South, Embakasi East, and Madare. The Gavi Alliance supported the vaccine and operational costs of the campaign. WHO is responsible for funds administration in country. During the current round, we targeted 13 counties based on their confirmation of outbreaks, but only 5 high-risk counties, namely Nairobi, Kajiado, Marsabit, Homa Bay, Wajir, were approved, including institutions in Machakos and new arrival refugees in Garissa. Mandera East was also considered in the Mandera Triangle application. That had included all the counties bordering Somalia and Ethiopia. A total of 1,710,9 900 vaccine doses were approved for the August 2023 campaign. From the foregoing, only small fractions of our requests are approved for outbreak response. This is because of the limited global stockpiles. There are many ongoing cholera outbreaks in many parts of the world, including our neighboring African countries. The ministry is, however, working with the ICG, the Global Task Force on Cholera, and Gavi to finalize the multi-year preventive oral cholera vaccine plan to ensure we protect the high-risk counties. Speaker and honorable members, I would like to emphasize that the oral cholera vaccine is a complementary intervention that must be implemented alongside the basic water, sanitation, and hygiene measures. On the third part of the question, honorable Speaker and honorable members, the strategies that the ministry, in collaboration with county governments, have put in place to ensure effective distribution and administration of the vaccine. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the ministry, in conjunction with participating counties, has established incident management structures at both levels that comprise teams responsible for coordination, planning and logistics, management and operations. To ensure effective distribution of vaccines, national and county teams have been trained on all aspects of the campaign, which not only include vaccine administration, but also surveillance, case management, prevention, risk communication, and community engagement. Granular micro-planning at county level has ensured that all households and other areas of community congregation have been mapped and are being visited by vaccination teams. Our primary vaccination strategy is through house-to-house visits. However, we are also vaccinating in health facilities and temporary fixed posts such as markets and schools in the participating counties. We also have teams specifically trained to reach hard-to-reach areas and transit areas in the counties. To support these efforts, transportation and facilitative field allowances have been supported by the Gavi Alliance through the ICG. The ministry and the county departments of health have trained and deployed supervisors at all levels. We have also deployed innovative ICT supervision tools to monitor the campaign. We are also reviewing daily campaign performance through daily review meetings at both national and county levels. The number of personnel involved and resource allocated to the ongoing cholera vaccine drive, honorable Speaker and honorable members, a total of 14,812 personnel are involved in the campaign directly. This number includes community health promoters, healthcare workers acting as vaccinators, field team supervisors, sub-county supervisors, county supervisors, national supervisors, and partners supporting the field teams. The total operational costs for the campaign is 129,422,534 Kenya shillings. I submit, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you, CS. We will allow the questioner the first chance to ask a follow-up question, then we'll have one more, as has been guided by the House. Honorable Mishi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for a detailed response on my question, but I just want to put a supplementary question on what he has just answered. As we see that the El Nino is just around the corner, I just want to understand whether there are some areas of collaboration which have started engaging the county government to ensure that the El Nino is not going to affect most of the part of this country. I'm thinking on the area of poor drainage facility, the issue of poor sanitation. So which mechanism have you put or other measures to ensure that when El Nino is here with us, then there are some measures which are there to protect us? The other issue is that because now you are through with the pilot program on the cholera vaccination, when are you going to roll out the full vaccination to all counties? Because now, because of El Nino, it's like all the counties are going to be affected with waterborne diseases where cholera is among them. Honorable Speaker, I also want to understand whether there is a component of training to the officers who are going to be doing reach out programs in terms of the oral cholera vaccination. Because right now in Mombasa, there are still some officers who are complaining that they were not paid, they were not trained, and yet they were involved in this process. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable CS, note the follow-up questions, then you'll do one response. Member for Yatta, if you're willing to ask a follow-up question, kindly indicate in the intervention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the CS. I think my question ties to what Honorable Misho has already asked, but on medical supplies, how many medical supplies or how much are you budgeting for medical supplies in most of the constituencies? Thank you.
CS, please take and answer those follow-up questions.
Thank you, Speaker and honorable members. On the preparedness for El Nino, Speaker and honorable members, we have a multi-agency, multi-sectoral committee being chaired by the Deputy President, which we did our first meeting last week on preparedness. And equally at the ministry level, we have a committee that is working on preparedness. We have submitted our budget to the joint committee of the multi-agency that is being discussed this evening. Chair, Speaker, and honorable members, regarding the payment to the staff who worked on the cholera vaccine, I have confirmed that at the ministry level, we have done all payments. But also want to say that this exercise was being done in collaboration with the county governments. So we will need to verify if all county governments have been able to pay their people who participated in the vaccine campaign. Lastly, Madam Speaker and honorable members, on the issue of supplies, we do our annual budgets for health, commodities, and supplies. And so far, we have been able to put to tender for this year a total of supplies worth 5 billion shillings, and that is to cater for all the facilities. But Chair and honorable members, I would like to say that it is the responsibility of the county governments to make their orders to our Kenya Medical Supplies Agency for the supplies to be able to reach them. So we shall be working collaboratively to ensure that then the facilities are well equipped with the commodities that they require for healthcare. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable CS. We'll now move to the next question. The member for Ikolomani, Honorable Bernard Shinali, had written to the Speaker and requested that Honorable Titus Hamala ask the question on his behalf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm standing in for Honorable Shinali, and it's question 011 of 2023, question Roman 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the amount of money that the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, has disbursed per county with respect to financial year 2020 to 2021, 2021 to 2022, and financial year 2022 to 2023, towards the implementation of the Linda Mama Boresha Jamii program and enrollment of the poor households to the NHIF scheme. Question Roman 2, explain the measures that the ministry has put in place to ensure timely disbursement of funds to the NHIF in order to guarantee seamless access to service under the fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Waziri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. This question reached me this morning while I was actively participating in the Public Investments Committee. So I have done my response, but I would also seek time so that we can submit other comprehensive documents. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, for the 3 financial years requested by the Member of Parliament from Ikolomani, the NHIF disbursed a total of 14,550,650,327 Kenya shillings, broken down as follows. 2020-2021, Kenya shillings 4,950,996,788. The year 2021-2022, 4,659,611,252. 2022-2023, 4,940,000,000 42,287 shillings. More so, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, for the year 2022-2023, 253,400 were supported under the health subsidy programs of orphans and vulnerable children. The same year, 587,900 were supported under the health subsidy programs for older persons and persons with severe disability. And lastly, of the same year, 978,484 persons were supported under the UHC program. On the second bit of the question, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, since April 2023, my ministry has endeavored to reach out to all government entities that owe money to the fund. Of the 26 billion owed to the fund, we have received 13 billion from other government agencies. That is at the close of 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, it is a continuous exercise to keep speaking to the other government agencies, which I do, and I will not tire to remind all that owe money to the fund to meet their obligations for effective and efficient service delivery to all Kenyans that depend on us. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, per county tabulation, I have it, but it is such a huge document, about 20 pages. If I went through column by column, Honorable Speaker, I would take a lot of time, but I stand guided. I have it with me. I submit.
Honorable Titus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a follow-up question to the CS. Honorable CS, are you aware that we still have a lot of challenges when it comes to NHIF, whereby you find accredited hospitals and medical centers, but when patients show up with NHIF cards, they're still turned away? And just in addition to that, to this question that I'm asking you, I personally went to a clinic at Gateway Mall, Mombasa Road, and when I showed up with my card, I was told that it can only cater for consultation fees and nothing else. I don't know if you are aware. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi swali langu linaenda kwa Waziri wa Afya. Sote tunajua kuwa NHIF inasemekana kuwa itarudi upande ule mwingine katika vitengo vitatu. Mheshimiwa Waziri, mimi nataka kujua wale wafanyikazi ambao walikuwa wakifanya katika idara ya NHIF, mumewapangia kitu gani? Maanake tunasikia wengine watambua ende nyumbani. Hawa ni wafanyikazi na Kenya na wakati mgumu sana. Kwa hiyo naomba unijibu kuwa wale wafanyikazi wa NHIF mmewapangia kufanya vipi? Asante sana.
Honorable CS, I want to note to you that the bill is still in Parliament. On the question of Mheshimiwa Zamzam, respond to the honorable question from Honorable Titus. This one, the bill is not even assented by the President, so let us avoid preempting bills that are still before the House or Senate. So answer to Honorable Titus, and I think I would direct that the document that is one of your responses be submitted to the questioner so that he can be able to follow up on the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I appreciate the question. And it actually highlights the challenges, the many challenges that we have at NHIF. Honorable Member, you have listed about patients being turned away, that they are not able to use their card. And equally, you have highlighted that at times when you appear, you are told that it can only cover the consultation fees. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we have a myriad of challenges. And that is why we are working on reforms of being able to reform NHIF so that we are able to work on this. And Speaker and Honorable Members, we have now a defined essential benefits package where all Kenyans will be able to access services without a limit and without exclusions. And therefore, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to seek indulgence of members that you allow us to go through the reforms that we have put at NHIF so that all this myriad of challenges that we experience, we can be able to put them behind us. I submit, Speaker and members.
Bomboko, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, with respect and thanks, I see a danger of the CS telling the House that people will not receive medical care until when we do the reforms. I totally agree with you that in terms of the reforms, the bills are here and it's still property of the House. But meanwhile, as a follow-up of what Mheshimiwa Amala was saying, does it mean that, Honorable Speaker, does it mean then that no NHIF services will be provided until when we transit? That's a danger given that people are outside, they are sick.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable CS, can you clarify?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member. Services at NHIF are continuing to be offered, and we are continuing to work. We have actually just finalized a governance issue where we now have a CEO who we shall be announcing in the next few days. We have directors who are now going to ensure that management of NHIF as it is, even as we plan for transition, is able to operate optimally. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we are also leveraging on technology. So we are introducing technology so that the current NHIF in its form can still leverage on technology and provide services. And we have a whole 1 year in terms of planning and providing services to Kenyans. So we'll continue to take feedback and to tighten where we receive feedback that we have loose ends, we'll need to tighten. And specifically on these issues, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I will do a follow-up with the NHIF. I submit, Speaker and Members.
We'll go to the next question, the member for Masinga, Honorable Joshua Mwalio.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Health, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the reasons for failure by the Kenya National Hospital, KNH, superannuation scheme, DB scheme, to settle pension benefits owed to retirees, its non-compliance with the updated and applicable calculations of such a pension benefits, and state the genesis of the miscalculations. Roman 2, provide details on the status of implementation of the decision of the Retirement Benefits Authority of 18th April 2019 on a pension dispute and a subsequent ruling by the Retirement Benefits Authority Appeals Tribunal, RBAT, dated 21st April 2021. Roman 3, provide a definite date when the affected retirees will be paid their dues, which have been pending for years and continue to attract interest to date.
Honorable CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. On that question, I will respond to the part 1 of the question, and then on part 2 and part 3, I will give an explanation and a request to the House. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Kenyatta National Hospital Pension Scheme, that is the defined benefit, has endeavored to pay pensioners promptly and without default. And that is to clarify that on a monthly basis, the retirees get their pension. This scheme was close to new entrant via a government directive treasury circular of number 18/2010, dated 24th November 2010. There have been concerns, however, on how the benefits have been calculated, especially after the closure of the defined benefit scheme to new entrants. As stipulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority, schemes are guided by the trust deeds and rules, and as such, the Kenyatta National Hospital defined benefit scheme is guided by the trust deeds and rules. At the point of closure, the trustees amended the trust deeds and rules to allow the closure with effect from 30th June to 2011 with the following amendments. Pensionable emoluments were to be increased at a fixed 5% per annum with effect from 30th June 2011, and that was considered as the closing date. Pensionable service for all members would be frozen at the closing date, and future service would be accrued in the new definition contribution scheme. This amendment was rejected by the Retirement Benefits Authority, indicating it did not conform with the existing laws in the following ways. Members aged 45 years or above, as at the closing date, were to be given an option of remaining in the scheme and continue to earn benefits in respect of pensionable service after the closing date. The evaluation rate of 5% per annum did not meet the minimum threshold of 7% as set out in Clause 321 in the Prudential Guideline for Scheme Conversion. Guided by Retirement Benefits Authority, the trustees amended the TDR, and the closure terms of the scheme were then revised to ensure compliance, and members above 45 years were given the option to remain in the scheme. The change of the evaluation rate from 5% to 7% led to the first recomputation of benefits in 2017 for all members who had left, and benefits were calculated in line with the original closure terms, and shortfalls were paid with interest from the original date of calculation. In 2017, trustees received complaints from pensioners that the salary applied in the recomputation was not the salary at the point of exit, but rather the salary at the closure date of 30th June 2011, which grew at 7%. The recomputation of the benefit was done and the additional benefits paid. In 2019, the retirees petitioned the Retirement Benefits Authority, questioning the trustees' use of pensionable salary capped as at June 2011 and not salary preceding retirement date. These complaints have developed and led to a decision by the Retirement Benefits Authority dated 18th April 2019 and the tribunal case. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I have learned this morning that we have a new direction from the Retirement Benefits Authority. So I would like to seek the indulgence of the Speaker and honorable members that you allow me to go and look at the new regulations that have been issued and provide a substantive response up to the effective dates, that is to Part 2 and Part 3 of the question, in a future date at a time when I'm allowed to do so. I thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
Honorable Mwalio, I will give you the first go, also noting the explanation by the CS on Part 2 and 3.
Yeah, in the response, it was, you had indicated that the settlement will be done on 30th November. Now, are you saying that the directive that you have now gotten is different from what you have written here? And can you, if that stays to be so, can you commit to this house that 30th will be the final day for them to be paid? Question number 2. The advice of this scheme is regulated by RBA. Why can't the scheme heed to the advice of the scheme and settle these debts once and for all? I rest my case.
We will have one more question from the member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary to clarify on the many organizations that have been set up by acts of parliament, but that remain unoperationalized within her ministry. And specifically, I would like her to tell us the status of the Mental Health Board, given that mental health is a serious and emerging issue in this country. And I know there is also the Psychiatrist and Psychologist Board and a few others that have been not operationalized. And that is, in a way, affecting service delivery and affecting how we organize our professionals in this country to effectively offer services. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Though that is not related on question 108. Honorable CS, respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. As I had requested earlier, it's true I had a written submission and it had a date of 30th November. However, based on the new advice that we have received from Retirement Benefits Authority, I would like to seek for more time, and I can only advise as to when we can be able to substantially close that after I have read through the advice. However, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to say that since this matter came up, we have had advisories from the Retirement Benefits Authority 3 times, in 2019, in 2021, 2022, and the one that has just come, that is 2023. So I would request for your indulgence that you allow me to look at the new advisory that has come and see how best then we can be able to take care of the retirees. However, Madam Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to clarify that on a monthly basis, retirees receive their monies. So it is a continuation, it's an ongoing exercise. It's not like they have been locked somewhere and waiting for this. They keep receiving it on a month basis. Madam Speaker and Honorable Members, I would also like to say that the same RBA also has given a directive that it is important that even as retirees continue to petition for extra benefits, the scheme currently has an actual deficit of 7.5 billion and the funding level is at 50.1%. Further recalculation of the benefits is likely to bring this funding to below 50%. RBA itself has advised that whenever the fund is below 50%, the trustees will be expected to process benefits to the extent of the funding level with a requirement of the sponsor to cover the balance. The National Treasury has been supporting the scheme, Madam Speaker and Honorable Members, annually with 100 million. However, this still does not meet, and we have so far put in a request for 300 million for the National Treasury to support. So I'll wait and be able to advise the House at a future date once we have harmonized with the new advisory that we have received. Madam Speaker and Honorable Members, on the issue of mental health, I would seek indulgence that I respond to it because there is a question touching on mental health. So I'll be able to respond to it. I submit.
That is well noted and agreeable because I also note it is not part of this question. The next question will be by the MP for Kiambu, Honorable Mashua Waithaka.
Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Health the following question. 1, explain why anti-leprosy drugs are not readily available in public hospitals, forcing patients to source for the drugs outside the said hospitals at exorbitant prices. Number 2, state the measures the ministry has put in place to ensure that the drugs are accessible and affordable. Number 3, indicate what the ministry is doing to reduce the existing stigmatization, enhance public support for persons suffering from leprosy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is it leprosy or epilepsy?
Epilepsy, sorry. Epilepsy.
Honorable CS.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, epilepsy is one of the non-communicable diseases which is a top priority for the Ministry of Health. Objective 2 of the Kenya Health Policy of 2014-2030 has prioritized interventions to halt and reverse the rising burden of NCDs. Management of epilepsy is multimodal, including use of medicines, those are anticonvulsants, surgery to remove the part of the brain that is responsible for the seizures, and placing a small electrical device inside the body that can help control the seizures. Drugs for epilepsy management are offered at level 4 and above health facilities according to the Kenya Essential Medicine List. This is because such medicines need to be prescribed by specialists, namely psychiatrists, physicians, neurologists, or senior medical officers who are limited in terms of numbers in the public health facilities. As more specialists are trained and eventually deployed by the county governments, access to anti-epileptic drugs will improve. In line with our task-sharing policy, we have embarked on training of medical officers and clinical officers to manage persons living with epilepsy. This will ensure that patients have access to anti-epileptic medicines, as the facilities will have trained healthcare workers to prescribe and monitor the use of these medications. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the second part of the question, my ministry is working with the pharmaceutical sector and other stakeholders on pricing guidelines for health products and technology to address the uncontrolled markup on pharmaceutical products that is a major driver of increasing costs of medicine along the supply chain. Additionally, we are working on strategies for pooled procurement targeting expensive medicines that may not be accessible to a critical segment of the population. Speaker and honorable members, the long term and the solution to this is to promote local manufacturing of health products and technologies and prioritize preferential procurement of locally manufactured medicines and medical commodities. To increase access to anti-epileptic medicine, my ministry has been holding consultations with county governments on the need to enhance availability of NCD medicines, including anti-epileptic drugs. Improving access to anti-epileptic medicines will improve the quality of life of patients suffering from epilepsy, leading to better life and productivity. On the third part of the question, Madam Speaker and honorable members, stigma against epilepsy is real and is due mainly to lack of information about the disease by the general public. Epilepsy is a priority non-communicable disease for my ministry as captured in our strategy plan for 2022-2026. We have undertaken the following interventions towards epilepsy management and support. We have developed epilepsy management guidelines that will guide healthcare workers on the prevention, control, and management of epilepsy. These guidelines are important in ensuring uniform standard quality care is offered along the continuum of care. The guidelines also include aspects of patient education and self-care that will enable patients to manage their condition better at home. We have also included epilepsy in the training manual for community health promoters. In this module, the CHPs are trained on early detection and referral of patients suspected to have epilepsy to health facilities. The CHPs are additionally trained on how to educate and sensitize the public on epilepsy, hence reducing stigma about this disease. In order to raise the profile of the disease, the Ministry of Health has been encouraging counties to commemorate World Epilepsy Day, that is the second Monday of February, to raise awareness among the public and reduce stigma. Indeed, this year, several counties commemorated the World Epilepsy Day. Sensitization on epilepsy through strategic partnerships with patient groups, media, academia, county governments, and non-governmental organizations, e.g. the Kenya Association of Welfare for People with Epilepsy. Madam Speaker and honorable members, epilepsy prevention and control has already been integrated into the Kenya health policy as one of the priority areas. Further, the ministry has developed a national strategy for prevention and control of all NCDs, including epilepsy. These activities include health system strengthening, advocacy, research, surveillance, partnership, and advocacy specifically for epilepsy. There is a designated focal person to handle matters related to epilepsy at the Division of Non-Communicable Diseases at the ministry. We do, however, request for the increased financial support to enhance epilepsy prevention and control now that I'm in this honorable house.
Hold on, CS. Honorable Member for Kwanza. What is out of order?
There's a bit of disruption at the back, and this is a very serious presentation. Would you please make them to talk silently, please, because they're actually distracting us.
The Kamukunji, led by the member for Kabete. Please don't distract honorable member for Kwanza. He wants to hear. CS, please continue. Keep your consultations a bit low.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I was actually finalizing on that, and I was putting a request to this honorable house. You are the house that passes our budgets. I would really like to request that we have done allocations for NCDs and request that the honorable members consider it favorably when the next budgeting session comes into place. I thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you. I'll give the first chance to member for Kiambu, then I will give Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam CS, you have said that these drugs are available, and I have a concern from one of my constituencies from Tinganga, namely Elizabeth Njeri Etuku, who has visited Kenyatta National Hospital twice, once in July, and she has not been able to access this medicine. So I would urge you to make sure that we have these drugs, because it's becoming very frustrated for our people to access these drugs, and most of them are from very humble backgrounds. Data from the Ministry of Health indicates that Kenya has around 3.4 million people living with epilepsy, with about 3 million adults and 470,000 children aged between the ages of 0 to 17 years.
Honorable Mashua, ask a follow-up question.
Yes,
not debate it.
Yes, your Madam Speaker. So I would urge the CS for Health to please, if you can, you give us timelines when you shall have enough drugs to alleviate these problems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As we get Honorable Gikaria, Honorable CS, ensure you give a correct, timely and updated information in your responses. Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a follow-up on what my colleague from Member of Parliament for Kwanza. It is important also maybe, Madam Speaker, to give us a direction as to, you know, when the responses are coming from the CSS, and this is a very important session, is that they are very fast sometimes, as to whether we could be having these things in writing so that we could also be reading, as we are not very good, I'm not a very fast learner. So if I had something, I'm just asking, if that the response were here with us, that we could also be following, that would really assist us in making a very meaningful debate and follow-up questions when we want. But all the same, Honorable Speaker, my concern is that can the Cabinet Secretary confirm to us as to when she says that as they are addressing one of the mitigation is to have local manufacturing companies for these drugs, and that is their focus or vision. So by what time are they expecting to have that kind of initiative? Secondly, she has also said about counties providing, she is in touch with counties to be able to provide. What has been the actual response? Is the ministry getting positive feedback from counties in providing? If, Madam Speaker, the counties are unable even to give painkillers at our local dispensaries, how is it that they will be able now to do this? And if the response is negative, what is the ministry doing? And the last, the CHVs again, that they have been trained to be able to handle the epileptic patients. Honorable Speaker, we live around our constituencies, and we don't leave our constituencies. And most of the time, when we go to listen to what the CHVs are doing, epilepsy is one of the diseases that is always avoided and never spoken. Maybe can they do some further training and emphasis on the CHVs to be able to be giving this awareness on how you can handle an epileptic patient. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nakuru Town East. And you've raised a very important issue, because I know I have seen the copy of the responses. I think it should be tabled so that the table office can make copies on request by members if they would like to indulge further. Honorable CS. And Honorable CS, kindly note the discomfort of members in accordance to Article 189 of cooperation between the national and county governments, so that you also respond to that issue on the many areas that you're doing collaboration on how effective the county governments will be.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. On the issue of availability of the anti-epileptic drugs, and I would like to answer it together and globally in terms of availability of drugs, all drugs at health facilities. Madam Speaker and honorable members, we have had challenges in our supply chain. We have had challenges in our key institution, KEMSA, in terms of being able to meet all the essential drugs and supplies to avail them to the counties. Our fill rate has been very low. And the reason being that we have not received payments in time from counties when they do order for supplies. And equally, we have dead stock of COVID supplies that we are struggling with. So, Madam Speaker and honorable members, we have had a conversation with the Executive Office of the President, and we are in the process of recapitalizing KEMSA with 2 billion shillings. And this is to ensure that they buy the essential medical supplies so that then we can able to get 100% fill rate for all the essential supplies that are ordered for by the counties. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the issue of local manufacturing, the honorable member asked by what time. Honorable Speaker and members, we are already implementing this. In the ongoing tender at KEMSA, 50% of the tender was ring-fenced for local manufacturers. That is to ensure that we get good quality products at an affordable price so that we are able to increase our stock availability. Equally, Madam Speaker and honorable members, this month of October, we are launching UHC, and we will start from the 13th to the 20th. 2 of those days, we are having an expo of local manufacturers who shall be showcasing the products that are manufactured locally and that are available for use within the local facilities within the countries. On the question of the responsiveness of counties, Madam Speaker and honorable members, primary health care services is primarily a function of the counties, and we have a shared responsibility in ensuring that we direct the policy, we do the training, and we do capacity building. So far, the relationship through the Council of Governors has been cordial, and we are giving them training in terms of supply chain management for them to be able to order on time, timely ordering, to manage their stock levels so that they are able to be stocked up on whatever is required at the facility level. On the training of CHPs, Madam Speaker and honorable members, the training for CHPs is for them to refer patients to facilities, not to treat. Like epilepsy cannot be treated by a CHP. Theirs is to refer. But equally, we have trained them to provide education to families and communities so that we reduce the stigma that people that suffer from this condition receive within the communities. I submit, Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable CS. We will make progress to the next question by Honorable Sabina Chege. Honorable Kombe, maybe you are not there when we gave the direction, because we said it is one follow-up question by the questioner and one more from a member, which has already been done by Honorable Ikaria. Honorable Sabina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 157 of 2023 in today's order paper, as it was directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the pharmaceutical composition of Velo, a nicotine drug packaged in pouches, including addictive nature and side effects of the said drug, as well as the regulatory mechanism that the Ministry has put in place to restrict access to or the sale of Velo drug to minors. Secondly, clarify whether the Velo drug has sneaked back to the market as a rebrand of Lift, a similar drug that was banned in the year 2019-2020 by the Ministry of Health for not meeting Section 23, Part 1 and 2 of the Pharmacy and Poisons Act And 3, explain whether the said drug is locally manufactured in Kenya, by who, and if not, provide details of the licensed distributors in the country, including whether the manufacturer or distribution in Kenya is legal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable CS, as you respond to this one, there were also questions on what velo is by honorable members, but make your response.
Honorable Speaker.
Wait, Honorable CS. Honorable
Madam Speaker, that question will come. For the sake of honorable members, I brought in samples of what vero is, and I have them. I have not opened them, Madam Speaker, and they are easily
honorable member
in Kenya. So,
Honorable Sabina,
members can cross over. They just see, but you cannot open because it is addictive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to confirm you've not opened or used it at all. All right, honorable members, let us hear the CS on this product. Those who would want to see it will see it from Honorable Sabina.
No.
Order members, now we are we are becoming disorderly. Kindly let the CS make the response. Honorable Sabina Shege, kindly withdraw the product from showing to the members so that you can hear the response from the CS. And I think you can do that later after the response. Honorable CS.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, velo is one of the tobacco products that tobacco industry has introduced into the market as countries tighten the regulations on tobacco smoking. The Tobacco Control Act of 2007 requires all manufacturers and importers of tobacco products to provide the content, ingredients, and emissions of their products. Velo, which is a brand name for B18 nicotine pouches, is a non-pharmaceutical substance, but a nicotine derivative substance composed of organic nicotine derived from tobacco leaf. Hence, velo is a tobacco product as defined under the Tobacco Control Act of 2007 and as directed by the Ministry Correspondence of MOH 13-150, Volume 183, dated 21st January 2021. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the chemical profile of the contents and constituents, ingredients, and emissions of velo are many. I can quickly read through. Microstalline cellulose, which is a bulking agent. There's water in it. There's sodium chloride, which is a salt. There's xylitol, which is a sweetener. There's a flavor put into it. There's sodium alginate, which is a gelling agent. There's propylene glycol, which is a humectant. There's nicotine in it. There's sucralose, which is a sweetener also. And the sodium bicarbonate, an acidity regulator. The nicotine content of velo can be as high as the nicotine content of other tobacco products, such as conventional cigarettes, traditional smokeless tobaccos, and heated tobacco products. Existing literature shows that for comparison purposes, conventional cigarettes typically contain an average of 12 micrograms to 19 micrograms of nicotine of tobacco, while heated tobacco products typically contain an average of 14 to 18 micrograms of nicotine. Users can potentially consume up to 90% of nicotine given that they are taken orally. These new product variants contain different flavors and additives which suppress the strong smell of tobacco and also makes them attractive and acceptable to the users. These flavors are berry, strawberry, menthol, mint, peppermint, lime, spearmint. Some of these novel tobacco products besides nicotine may contain other analytes such as heavy metals, and this may cause toxic to the body. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the regulatory mechanisms to restrict access to velo, nicotine and its salts are classified as Part 1 poisons under the Poisons List Confirmation Order under Cap 244 of the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, which regulates nicotine and its salts. This informed the initial basis for regulation of nicotine pouches by the brand name Lift. However, Cap 244 excludes nicotine that occurs naturally in tobacco. Therefore, the Cabinet Secretary of Health of then, on the 21st of 2021, directed that nicotine pouches, including lift, be regulated as a tobacco product under the Tobacco Control Act of 2007 and required that they meet the requirements for tobacco products. Leaf is no longer in the market, but nicotine pouches by the brand name Velo, manufactured by the same manufacturer, BAT, is regulated as a tobacco product under the Tobacco Control Act. The ministry, in collaboration with other ministries and state agencies, are in the process of reviewing the legislative and regulatory frameworks to address the new and emerging tobacco products. This will include the development of legislative and administrative instruments for the regulation of tobacco products' content and emissions, testing and disclosure of content to government authorities and the public. Restrictions of access to and by minors. The sale of tobacco products to and minors is prohibited by the Act, and all sellers of tobacco products are required to verify the age of a young purchaser. Further, the Tobacco Control Act prohibits the manufacturer, seller of objects that resemble tobacco products which would reasonably appeal to persons under the age of 18 years. The sale of tobacco products via automated vending machines is also prohibited by law to prevent access to these products by minors. Offering tobacco products for free or by sales promotion is also prohibited. The Tobacco Control Act prohibits all direct and indirect forms of advertising and promotion of tobacco, tobacco products, or tobacco-related brand elements, including sponsorship associated with young people by the tobacco industry. Further, it prohibits false promotion by means of packaging that are misleading or deceptive, or that are likely to create an erroneous impression about the characteristics, the health effects, health hazard, or social effects of the tobacco products or its emission. In addition, it is prohibited to advertise or promote tobacco products by means of testimonial, for example, role models or persons that can influence young people, or an endorsement in any manner, including that which is misleading. It also prohibits advertisement by means of organizing or promoting or sponsoring of sporting, cultural, artistic, or recreational trade fairs and exhibitions, shows, education or entertainment programs, event or activity. Display of tobacco brand elements on non-tobacco products is prohibited, including on clothing. The government, through the Ministry of Education in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, has integrated information on the dangers of tobacco and tobacco products in education curriculum. This is intended to inform the children on the effects of tobacco and is aimed at discouraging initiation or motivate quitting tobacco use, and to create change agents in the society for tobacco control, including at peer and household level. Speaker and honorable members, the second part of the question, whether Velo drug has been sneaked back to the market as a rebrand of Lift, which is a similar that was banned in 2020 by the Ministry of Health due to it not being able to meet Part 1 and Part 2 of the Pharmacy and Poisons Act. Velo, Honorable Speaker and members, I want to confirm Velo is a rebrand of BAT's Lift, which was recalled off the Kenyan market by BAT following a directive by the immediate former Cabinet Secretary. Velo hit the Kenyan market in June 2022 following a moratorium that was issued on the 15th of June 2022 by my immediate predecessor. Notably, the said Lift was not banned, but its registration and regulation were changed from Pharmacy and Poisons Act Cap 244 to regulation under the Tobacco Control Act of 2007. On the third question, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, explain whether the drug is locally manufactured in Kenya and by whom, and if not, provide details of the licensed distributors in the country. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Velo is imported from Hungary but distributed in Kenya by BAT Kenya Limited. British American Tobacco, that is BAT Kenya, is licensed as a tobacco product manufacturer in Kenya and have sought manufacture nicotine pouches in Kenya, but this has not yet started. No local manufacturer of nicotine pouches exists in this country. Therefore, all nicotine pouches are imported. Honorable Speaker and members, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable CS. Honorable Sabina.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the CS for confirming that what was banned in Kenya is what has come through as velo. Madam Speaker, what had advised then, I would want even the CS to clarify the moratorium that was given by for the predecessor to lift. That was June 2022, to allow velo back into the market. And again, having been not manufactured in Kenya, coming from Hungary, why would we as a country allow an addictive, a drug? That means when it says it's addictive, and it's actually very clear, why should we allow a drug to come into this country? Madam Speaker, I am a mother. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, we only have a very slight, if you were to look at this warning at the back, over 18 only. Even as per the Tobacco Act, Madam Speaker, it says for the side effect, you should write in both English and Swahili, half at the back. If you look at this vero, it is just slightly, might be a quarter at the back. It also says 30% at the front, and you can see, Madam Speaker, it's very tiny. And the only effect they have said, this product contains nicotine and is addictive. But Madam Speaker, CS having come from the health, she knows that nicotine affects human body in other areas. For instance, the issue of cardiovascular diseases, the issues about affecting the reproductive health, and many other side effects that nicotine has, Madam Speaker. And my question is, why should the ministry allow this drug to be sold in the market? Why did we allow the British tobacco, they are not even producing it here, to import a drug to come into the Kenyan market? Madam Speaker, this government, and especially in our areas, we are talking about fighting addiction. That's why we even have Nakada. This is a drug that is clearly, even if they are saying it's nicotine, written that is addictive. And Madam Speaker, I just walked out here and I sent my driver to go and look for it. It is readily available anywhere. Our school-going children, when they are going back to school, they are buying velo.
You've made your point.
So, Madam Speaker, I would ask the CS humbly that they reconsider the decision, and this should be banned until it is investigated properly, Madam Speaker, so that we save our generation and we save our young people. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to also emphasize and ask the CS, because right now, if you actually compare the kind of velo sold in Kenya to the ones sold in countries like Australia, Kenya has the one that has even a higher level of addiction than other countries. You walk to a petrol station, you can buy it. You go to a chemist, you can buy it. Yep. And they actually don't even ask for an ID when somebody buys velo. And so I just want to support and emphasize and ask Madam CS to reconsider and have a total ban on velo. Because I can tell you for a fact, out of experience and experimenting, just to understand what velo does. For 5 minutes, it takes you to heaven and then quickly brings you back down to earth. So it is not a good product, for sure. And
I need to Honorable Mayaka, I do not want to ask how you know that, but I will say, Honorable CS, there is a lot of interest in this matter, and I think the one issue that you should really address is why the reintroduction of an already withdrawn product, despite having another name, hits the same market, because there was a reason why it had been withdrawn. So I will indulge the Chair of Health Committee for 2 minutes maximum.
Chair, thank you. Honorable Speaker, thank you. And CS, thank you for the responses. But in your response, you refer to the Tobacco Control Act of 2007. And you know, when you look at the Tobacco Control Act of 2007, it talks of tobacco at that time, where we had maybe smoking, but even the smoking now has even gone through, there are various forms. You have electrical cigarettes, and now we also have these pouches. My question, because even as members raise, you know the onus is on this House to make amendments to the Tobacco Control Act. I want to know this from the CS. And you see, like now, even in the tobacco control, even the tobacco fund is supposed to put some tax measures to include even felon and others that are considered to be nicotine or tobacco-like substances.
Thank you, Chair.
When do you intend to bring to the House the amendment to the Tobacco Control Act 2007?
Thank you, Chair. And even as you respond, yes, I think, Honorable Chair, you have alluded to it. The lawmaking house is not outside this House. It is in this House. So I also hope that we take our responsibility. Honorable Member for Thika, I will indulge you for a minute. Follow-up question, not debate.
Mama, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine was to add and ask the CS. Some of these things that we are discussing at the floor of the House, and we know they are harmful. We should even be dealing, whether it is coming through the BAT or whatever channel that is coming in, we invite them or they go to the Ministry, to the Committee on Health, so that we can know what we are dealing with, and we don't even be wasting a lot of time. Some of these things, we need even to discipline BAT, because at the end of the day, the people it is harming our children. Because if you look at the way that drug is packaged, it is to hoodwink the young ones. It is nothing to do with the
Thank you, Honorable
adults.
Member for Thika. I will need to have a copy of that so that you make reference, I can refer. Member for Navaholo, please close that section for questions. We'll have the CS respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the CS for Health for her submissions. But my question is, one, does the Ministry of Health work hand in hand with other departments, especially Kenya Bureau of Standards? When you look at this package, Honorable Speaker, it is stamped Kenya Bureau of Standards. And when you look at the narration by the CS, it automatically puts off that this kind of a substance is not even supposed to be in the country. Do they work hand in hand, Honorable Speaker? Number two of it, Honorable Speaker, I just want to find out if it might be in your in order that, Honorable Speaker, you order that this substance be removed from the shelf. The reason being, Madam Speaker, the young, especially as parents who have girls, look at it can be applied in two scenarios, Honorable Speaker. Maybe it's used to sniff. It is used even to be abused in terms of how it's used, Madam Speaker. In other parts, Honorable Speaker, it can be it can be inserted. Madam Speaker, it's important you order that this substance be removed from the shelf of the Kenyan supermarkets. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I want to close this. Member for Rueda, Honorable Obo, what is out of order?
Speaker, nilikuwa nasema waziri atueleze wale wakiendelea kuuza vero, sisi kule Lamu tungangana kutafuta dawa ya kuondoa ile hamu ya matumizi ya madawa ya kulevya, na inakuwa mpangilio mrefu. Nimeomba kutoka bunge la 12 mpaka sasa, barua zote nimefanya tuletewe methadone na hatujaletewa, na huku tunaendelea kuuza vero na sisi kule tunamalizika na cocaine. Tunatafuta ministry tuletee hiyo methadone pale Lamu East. Kwa hivyo mna mipangilio gani ya kutuletea hiyo methadone ambayo nimeomba kwa muda mrefu mpaka leo haijaletwa Lamu East Father Hospital?
Honorable CS, please make the responses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. If Madam Speaker was to make a declaration that velo be removed from the market as a Minister of Health, we'll be the happiest, because we'll have saved the lives of many Kenyans. But as it is, Madam Speaker and honorable members, we are all relying on the Tobacco Control Act of 2017 and of 2007. So we have put together a technical team that is working at it to review the 2007 Act. Then we shall be bringing it to our health committee so that they can bring it to the House. Madam Speaker and honorable members, in regards to methadone, it is a big value chain, and I would seek your indulgence, honorable Speaker and honorable member, that I do as a specific response to that question and share it with the honorable member. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable CS and honorable members. However powerful the speaker may be, I cannot speak for you. So there exist available avenues of doing this through a motion to be a declaration or a resolution of the House, and I would urge you members to actually pick it up. Next question by honorable member for, wait a minute, the honorable member for Haiti, Honorable Joshua Kiluki. Is he in the House? Has he written to the Speaker on a deferment? Next question is by the nominated member, Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, number 1, to clarify whether the government has conducted a national health survey to better define the burden of mental health illness in the country, and to provide details of the funds available or allocated for the implementation of promotional, preventive, and curative measures to alleviate the burden of mental illness, and clarify whether there is an interagency approach to deal with mental health in the country. Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures the ministry has put in place to establish a mental health and happiness commission, including the creation of annual National Happiness Index to be included in the presidential annual report, as well as whether the state has any plans to provide psychosocial services in learning institutions and to capacity build teachers to identify and assist impacted students. And number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether psychological services are provided in the various security services institutions, whether regular mental health support sessions for personnel are held in the workplace, and further disclose institutions, if any, that serve persons who have conquered mental illness in order to follow their development and ensure they do not relapse. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Irene. CS. Honorable Kombe.
Thank you.
You can only ask a follow-up question after the response. Hold on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. According to the Kenya Mental Health Policy 2015-2030, the national government estimates the burden of mental illness at 25% among outpatients and 40% among inpatients in different health facilities, with an estimated prevalence of psychosis stated as 1% of the general population. Despite substantial research being undertaken in Kenya to examine the burden of mental illness, the majority of these are region or population specific and thus may not be generalized to the entire country. The Task Force on Mental Health recommended that the government conduct a national mental health survey to better define the burden of illness in the country. The progress that we have done so far, plans are underway to conduct the first national baseline mental health survey. The ministry has appointed a technical working group, which was done in March 2022, to spearhead this survey. This technical working group is composed of officials of the Ministry of Health, the Kenya Medical Research Institute, academia, county governments, development partners, and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, among others. The technical working group developed the study proposal and got ethical approval to conduct the National Baseline Mental Health Survey. The technical working group engaged the World Mental Health Survey Consortium for capacity building on research assistance using the appropriate study composite international diagnostic interview tool for assessing mental disorders at the community level. This survey has been included in the Division of Mental Health's annual work plan for financial year 2023-2024. Currently, the Ministry is working on mobilizing resources to commence the survey. The Ministry of Health has included mental health burden indicators in the sector surveys, particularly the Kenya Adolescent Health Survey of 2019, which examined the symptoms of mental health, alcohol and substance use, and the risk factors, including adverse childhood experience among adolescents. The Ministry of Health is currently piloting the inclusion of disease-specific mental health indicators, the Kenya Health Information System, in 14 counties to better understand the burden of mental illness at health facility level. On part 2, on implementation of promotional, preventive and curative measures to alleviate the burden of mental illness. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry has made significant efforts towards strengthening the country's mental health system. The Ministry has developed national mental health policy documents, including the Kenya Mental Health Policy of 2015-2030, the Kenya Mental Health Action Plan 2021-2025, National Suicide Prevention Strategy 2021-2026, Kenya Mental Health Investment Case 2021, and Mental Health Training Manual for Community Health Promoters 2021. Furthermore, the Ministry has finalized the first national mental health standards and clinical guidelines for use in building the capacity of primary health care workers to identify and manage people living with mental illnesses. Additionally, the Ministry has provided technical support to counties in the implementation of national policy documents. In this regard, the Ministry has supported counties in developing county-specific costed mental health action plans to drive the agenda of mental health at the county level. At present, 4 counties have developed and are implementing county-specific mental health action plans. These counties are Nyeri, Kilifi, Kajiado, and Murang'a. The counties are at different levels of implementation of measures to alleviate the burden of mental illness, with Nyeri County making significant strides in mainstreaming mental health through its inclusion in the County Integrated Development Plan. In July 2023, the Ministry held a consultative meeting with various stakeholders on children and adolescent mental health. This meeting highlighted the fragmentation of school mental health interventions within the government by various stakeholders. To address this, the Ministry of Health plans to establish a national school mental health technical working group to improve the collaboration and coordination of school mental health interventions, including development of guidelines on school mental health. The second part, the measure the Ministry has put in place to establish a mental health and happiness commission, including creation of annual National Happiness Index to be included in the presidential annual report, as well as other states has any plans to provide psychosocial services in learning institutions and to capacity build teachers to identify and assist impacted students. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Task Force on Mental Health 2019 identified the absence of a unified mental health leadership and governance structure in the country and made a recommendation for the establishment of a National Mental Health and Happiness Commission, which will be the overall mental health authority in the country. This commission will be tasked with monitoring the state of mental health and happiness among Kenyans using an annual happiness index to help guide public policies. At present, this commission is not in place. However, progress has been made towards strengthening the mental health leadership and governance structures in the country. This has been undertaken through the following: creation of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Mental Health. This was done in 2021, tasked with the implementation of recommendations by the Task Force on Mental Health. However, the term of the first Presidential Advisor on Mental Health ended. So far, the office is vacant and names have been submitted for possible consideration. 2, the Kenya Mental Health Amendment Act 2022 provided the legal framework for the establishment of mental health leadership and governance structures at national and county level. At the national level, this led to the appointment of the Kenya Board of Mental Health through a Gazette notice of 8818, that was in July 2022, and Gazette Notice 9284 of 5th August 2022. The Kenya Board of Mental Health serves as the oversight authority for mental health and has an important responsibility towards improving the mental health of the population and safeguarding the rights of persons with a mental illness. Madam Speaker and honorable members, at this point I would like to respond to a question that had been raised earlier regarding the operationalization of the Mental Health Board. We have made strides in the operationalization, and so far we are waiting to inaugurate the board upon our supplementary budget being approved that has put in place the funds that will be used by this board. At the county level, Madam Speaker and honorable members, the Act gives provision for appointment of county mental health councils mandated to spearhead all matters relating to the status of mental health and mental illness in the county. However, the counties are yet to appoint their county mental health councils. Therefore, the ministry is currently planning on disseminating the Kenya Mental Health Amendment Act 2022 to the county executive committee members for health who are mandated by law to appoint the councils through the Council of Governors. Part 3 on provision of psychosocial services in learning institutions. Honorable Speaker and members, globally it is estimated that 50% of mental health conditions develop by the age of 15, and 75% of mental health conditions have developed by the age of 25 years. Furthermore, the Task Force on Mental Health identified children and adolescents as a special population in mental health who require targeted intervention. In this regard, the following recommendations were made. Youth counselors should be employed in primary schools to provide counseling services. School nurses should be required to undertake training on youth and adolescent health in order to better meet the needs of adolescents. Build capacity for teachers to identify and help the affected children in schools. In implementations of this recommendation, the ministry has made the following progress. In 2022, the ministry, in collaboration with the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Mental Health, was able to support an initial multi-sectoral workshop towards development and implementation of mental health literacy curriculum for teachers. The Ministry of Education is represented also in the National Mental Health Stakeholders Forum and National Multi-Sectoral Suicide Prevention Committee to enable collaboration on safeguarding the mental health of students in learning institutions. In July 2023, the ministry held a consultative meeting with stakeholders on children and adolescents' mental health. This meeting highlighted the fragmentation of schools' mental interventions within the government's stakeholders. To address this, we have established a National School Mental Health Technical Working Group to improve the collaboration and coordination of school mental health interventions, including the development of national guidelines on school and mental health. The third bit of the question, to clarify whether psychosocial services are provided in various security service institutions, whether regular mental health support sessions for personnel are held in the workplace, and further disclose institutions, if any, that serve persons who have conquered mental illnesses in order to follow their development and ensure they do not relapse. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the Task Force on Mental Health identified security personnel as a special population who require consideration and attention, as their needs may not be fully addressed by primary health services. In this regard, the task force has made the following recommendation. Different security service institutions must provide psychosocial services for both managers and staff of disciplined institutions. The institutions should establish regular staff support sessions on mental health in workplace for the officers. The ministry should continue mainstreaming mental health in all sectors, including the disciplined forces. On implementation of this recommendation, we have made the following progress. The National Workplace Mental Wellness Guidelines were developed with input from the National Police Service. These guidelines have been finalized and due for launch this October. The implementation of these guidelines by the security apparatus is key to the promotion of mental wellness, prevention of mental illness, and support for officers with mental problems. Madam Speaker and honorable members, in the Shakahola incidents, the Ministry of Health nominated 7 psychologists and 2 psychiatrists to support the Directorate of Criminal Investigation in provision of mental health and psychosocial support services to those affected, including security officers. The National Police Service is represented in the National Mental Health Stakeholders Forum and National Multi-Sectoral Suicide Prevention Committee to enhance collaboration on mental health matters. I submit, Madam Chair and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I'd just like to thank the CS for her very comprehensive responses. I, however, have a follow-up question, especially on the recommendation that you shared in terms of having youth counselors in schools. And the reason why I'm asking this, Madam CS, is because we've had so many cases of suicide in schools. Where I come from in Nyamira and Kisii, on a daily basis on the radio, you hear cases of children who have committed suicide. So what I want to ask is, for example, we do have PE as being part of the timetable in schools. Why can't we have guidance and counseling also being part of the timetable so that it doesn't become optional? Because in most cases, it's very hard for you to find someone volunteering to go and see a guidance and counselor because they feel they have a problem. Most instances, someone who has mental health issues, they don't even know that they are suffering from it. Case in point, Madam CS, is like yesterday when we had the issue about irregi girls and the mysterious disease that, as at today, has affected 95 students. So my question is, for the rest of the students who are not affected in school, who is ensuring that a guidance and counselor is speaking to them so that that does not then affect them mentally? So two issues there. One, on why can't we make mental health and guidance and counseling become part and parcel of the timetable in schools? And secondly, proactive measures when schools get affected by issues like what happened in irregi girls. Thank you.
Those are enough. Honorable Kombe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, mental disorder and epilepsy can be easily cured, but I'm not sure as to whether the CS is aware that reflexology can be used to cure mental disorder and epilepsy. Alongside that, Madam Speaker, suicide can also be prevented by the use of reflexology when it's applied to the adrenal gland. Madam Speaker, last.
Ask the question.
If I have already asked the question, but now I want to add, are there any plans for reflexology to be taught in our KMTCs alongside physiotherapy? Thank you.
Honorable members, let us not answer for the ministry. We ask follow-up questions. Honorable CS, please respond.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the youth counselors in schools was out of a working collaboration between my ministry and the Ministry of Education. The curriculum development is a function of Ministry of Education. So we shall be working together with them to see how we integrate the guiding and counseling, specifically to work on mental health, to see how it can be put into the curriculum. However, as a function, it lies with the Ministry of Education. But through a one government approach, we shall approach the ministry so that we work together. On the issue of counseling, specifically for the case that you have mentioned of Eregi, yesterday evening we dispatched officers from the Ministry of Health who are in the school, and one of their primary responsibilities was to ensure that there is proper counseling of not just the students, but the teachers and the community around Eregi as we wait for the final results from KEMRI. Honorable Speaker and members, at the Ministry of Health, we have a division of traditional and alternative medicine. And this division works together with those who provide traditional and alternative medicine and alternative ways of healing to be regulated in some form. So I would be asking my Director General, who is here with me, so that then we beef up and understand the issue of reflexology and how it can be incorporated in training at the Kenya Medical Training College. I submit, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, CS. We'll go to the next question by the member for Kabete, Honorable James Wamashukuru. We already gave guidance on the number of questions. I have even indulged you members, so I will not. Member for Tetu, you are actually on your phone when the CS responded to your issue directly. So kindly, Honorable Wamashukuru, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is question number 307, year 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the National Health Insurance Fund does not provide a medical insurance health cover to facilitate intersex person undergoing gender transformation?
Honorable CS.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
And while at it, Honorable CS, please educate what an intersex person is, because I can already hear the member for Nyando shouting LGBTQ. Kindly educate the House on who an intersex person is.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The National Hospital Insurance Fund procures benefits for its members, irrespective of their status, gender, sex, race, age, marital status, and pregnancy. As per the provision of the Bill of Rights, in this regard, a medical insurance cover and the scope of benefits therein are available to all members as guided by the policy provisions on the strategic procurement of medical benefits. The current scope of procedures covered under the surgical benefit package includes surgeries related to intersex persons. The healthcare provider is required to give clinical justification of the procedure to be undertaken. The request is taken through a pre-authorization process to verify the clinical indication. This scope of cover has been contracted since July 2022. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we have a specialty which is pediatric surgery, procedures for urethroplasty, for hypospadiasis and epispadiasis. It is a complexity measure, and currently the NHIF is doing reimbursements of 120,000 for those surgeries. Other procedures related to intersex persons that are covered are urological surgery, orchidectomy and excision of the spermatic cord, urological surgery, orchidopexy bilateral, and urological surgery, combined abdominal and vaginal operations on the bladder. The other intersex medical interventions like hormone treatment are not comprehensively covered for the national
Honorable CS, Honorable Member for Busia. Is it the English that is too tough? What is out of order?
I want Wanjiku to understand. The CS is not communicating.
What is your point of order, Honorable Catherine?
I'm just hearing Ochipode something. And in the dictionary, it's not there.
Honorable CS. Honorable CS, we have heard you, Honorable Manyo.
She's struggling to even pronounce herself. So that means even it's not clear to herself.
Honorable
so can she break down?
Honorable CS, I know these are medical terms. Please do continue with your answer. If any member will need clarification, I'm sure there are doctors in the House, led by the one member for Endebess, to clarify.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Those are medical terms that a tongue may not easily be able to pronounce them. I'm struggling with them indeed. But in short, one of them is excision of the spermatic cord, and the other one is combined abdominal and vaginal operations on the bladder. Madam Speaker and honorable members, intersex persons are persons who neither male nor female. Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Honorable members, I can hear you shouting very derogatory terms to the CS. and you're distracting a member for Buri. And by the way, just for your information, in the last census, we actually had a column for intersex persons in this country, and there were registered 1,400 and something. So I think let us give the CS the moment to finish, and then we'll ask a few follow-up questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. The other intersex medical interventions we have, like hormone treatment, are not comprehensively covered under the national scheme. The fund will be conducting a benefits review process this October 2023 to see if there is a possibility of inclusion of this. We request your input on enhancing the scope of cover for intersex persons based on the 12-point prioritization criteria and the health technologies assessment evaluation. However, Honorable Speaker and members, I need to mention that we have developed an essential benefits package. This essential benefits package does not discriminate against anyone. It has no limitations, it has no exclusions. I therefore seek the support of this House in assisting us with the reforms at NHIF. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable CS. Honorable Amashkuru, do you have a follow-up question? If not, do you have a follow-up? If not, I will give your chance to the member for Endebess to give a point of information. Very quick.
Madam Speaker, when we talk of intersex person, this is people who, this is a congenital, would say congenital malformation, somebody who is born with abnormality within the genitalia, where you cannot determine whether it's a male or a female. And this happens. And when we say hypospadias or epispadias, it is depending on the position of the urethra. And those operations, this for Monya, who is not paying attention. And when we say we're doing those operations in terms of orchidopexy, in Tanzania they say teramusha kende, operation teramusha kende. You're bringing it down because it's up there. So these are from the socket downwards. So I think you get it now there.
We get it, Honorable Member for Honorable Member for Endebess. And I think that was for Honorable Manyo. I hope you can get the answer if you didn't hear everything, so that you can refer to for your explanation. Follow-up question by Honorable Umi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the same breath of NHIF cover for vulnerable people, I also wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary what the benefits for persons with invisible disability like autism, dyslexia, and ADHD, because the cost of therapy is very high. Thank you.
Thank you. That is very quick and precise. Member for Funyula.
I also just wanted to follow up on the same issue, whether NHIF cover also covers matters related to treatment for inability to bear children, both male and women.
Honorable Gekaria, I want you to be the last one. Honorable CS, I hope you have the issue by Honorable Funyula, whether infertility is covered. Honorable Gekaria, 1 minute.
Actually, it will be even less. Honorable Speaker, thank you. It's just to ask, in law, we have alternative dispute resolution, where you can get other means. Is you talking out to that person not to have an operation and just remain the way they were born an alternative? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CS, kindly respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. In terms of benefits at the NHIF for persons with invisible disabilities, which the honorable member has cited autism and others, we have a guideline at the ministry, and all the benefits at National Hospital Insurance Fund are within the guidelines that we have provided. So long as this has been clinically proven, then they are covered under NHIF. But however, we have people who request for others like stem cells, which we consider cosmetology, and then they are not covered under National Hospital Insurance Fund. Thank you. regarding the alternative dispute resolution, I believe that would be an individual responsibility. And once a person appears at the facility seeking guidance, we have experienced and trained the officers to be able to handle such. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We'll go to the next question by the member for Subukia. We have a letter for deferment, so we will defer that to the next time that the CS appears, if he has not come in the House. We will go to the next question by the member for Mumias East, Honorable Peter Salasia.
Thank you. I wish to ask the following. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the steps taken by the Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC, to secure the uninterrupted availability of lecturers in each of its campuses? Thank you, Speaker.
CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The Kenya Medical Training College has put in place measures to ensure that there is uninterrupted learning in all the campuses in the country. And thank you to this Honorable House that in the budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024, the college was allocated 804 million to address the staffing shortage. Following this allocation, the college has begun the recruitment process. Currently, the college contracts part-time lecturers to bridge the shortfall. And this, we are clear that we should be able to bridge it after we have finished with the current recruitment that is ongoing. But before even this is finalized, we also work and collaborate with county governments who second staff to the colleges in many discipline areas to support learning of students. Moreover, the college has an e-learning platform where lecturers across campuses share teaching and learning materials. However, the college requires additional 483 lecturers for the new 13 completed campuses and 8 satellite at a cost of 985 million, and that we shall be bringing in our supplementary budget. I submit, Speaker and honorable members.
Honorable Salasia, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes. Speaker, I want to thank the CS for the good response that she has given to us. But there's one concern that maybe I would wish her to address, and because as members of parliament, we have put a lot of resources in the Kenya Medical KMTCs across, even like in my place, I've invested a lot, and I want to see the break even. And you realize that if I can have only like 400 students, it's not enough for me, because if it's the classes I have, if it's what I have. So can CS maybe assure us that we are going to have the students, because we know that the health, as it's very marketable courses, which should be given the priority. So CS, maybe you can explain to us that you are going to give us more students. Me, I need 2,000. Will you give me 2,000, Madam CS? Yes. Thank you.
We'll have one more follow-up question by Honorable Sunkuli. And honorable members, you know we have business to transact up to 9 p.m. So I will give Honorable Sunkuli, then I'll give the CS to respond.
Madam Speaker, I just want to ask the CS to confirm that, in fact, the MTCs have been overdeveloped. That, in fact, that the development of medical training colleges is not matched by availability of people, trainers to train the students, and whether the ministry will consider in future concentrating on quality rather than quantity, because most of these so-called newly built MTCs are actually structures with no content.
CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The issue of availability of students to the existing MTCs. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like to seek the indulgence of members that we look at this as a production and development value chain of health professionals in the country. Chair, honorable members, the courses that are being taught at Kenya Medical Training College are technical courses. And for us to be able to have competently trained, quality trained health professionals, we need to have a patient to trainee ratio that is optimum. These students need hospitals where they can go and do their practicum. And we do not want to have half-baked trainees. Therefore, it's a delicate balance. We do not pray that Kenyans are sick so that they get to hospital so that we achieve the patient to trainee ratio. But we shall work within the existing facilities. And Chair and the honorable members, I would like to seek the indulgence of the members that you allow us to equip and operationalize the existing colleges without going into starting new colleges, so that we are able to improve on the quality and ensure that even as they come out of the training college, they have access to employment. I thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
Honorable members, I would like us to go to the next question by, again, the member for Kabete, Honorable James Wamashukuru.
Thank
question
you, Madam
number
Speaker.
310.
Could the Cabinet Secretary enumerate measures that the government has put in place to ensure deaf and hard-hearing individuals are furnished with appropriate auxiliary aids to services in order to ensure effective communication in healthcare facilities? 2, provide a timeline in which the government will deploy sign language interpreters in public healthcare facilities to facilitate communication with deaf and hard-hearing individuals. Lastly, Madam Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary expound on the treatment and intervention options that the government has employed to assist deaf and hard-hearing children? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
CS.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. The Kenya Health Policy 2014-2030 and the Kenya Health Sector Strategic Plan 2018-2023, in line with Article 754 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, aim to protect, promote, and fulfill the health rights of the deaf and hard of hearing. The Disability Mainstreaming Strategy of 2018-2022 outlines the need for external disability mainstreaming measures in various thematic areas, including health. It emphasizes the need for information on health services to persons with disability in accessible formats such as Kenyan Sign Language and other argumentative methods of communication. The Ministry of Health has prioritized this to ensure that the deaf and hard of hearing do not face barriers in communication and healthcare services. The Ministry of Health, guided by policies and strategies and guidelines, capacity building health workers across all levels of service delivery, including training in speech pathology and sign language communication. This critical intervention is bridging the gap in access to trained and registered sign language interpreters who are few in the country. As of 2019, KMTC has offered a higher national course in audiology and hearing care technology diploma to improve access to sign language interpreters at public health facilities. Sign language courses are also offered at Kenya Medical Training College, Nairobi, Murang'a, Molo campuses, with further plans to integrate sign language into training of all healthcare workers. Some healthcare workers stationed in various hospitals, such as Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, and Bagathi Hospital, have been trained in sign language and communication. Some county government health facilities, such as Kisumu County Referral Hospital, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, have also employed sign language interpreters to offer auxiliary services to deaf and hard of hearing patients. The Ministry of Health also collaborates with the Ministry of Education through programs with local education assessment resource centers. This link county health facilities and people with learning disabilities in the community by providing sign language interpreters. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in one of the most significant strategic linkages and partnerships in rehabilitative services, the Ministry of Health has partnered with Etiscale. This is a global partnership for assistive technology, making Kenya the first country to receive catalytic investment from Etiscale. Etiscale will fund the government-owned joint investment of $7.5 million spread over 3 years, 2023 to 2025. Part of the most pressing assistive technology needs and interventions targeted are in hearing and communication. This collaboration seeks to have pre-service and in-service training of healthcare workers in sign language, provision of hearing assistive and captioning devices in health facilities to enhance communication with people with hearing impairment, the establishment of the first regional assistive technology center of excellence in collaboration with World Health Organization, and lastly, strengthening of the supply chain of assistive technology and local production of the same. Part 2 of the question, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the plan for ear and hearing care 2023-2028 focuses on enhancing capacity building and training healthcare workers as one of its objectives, including sign language. Upon graduation, the Ministry of Health will deploy these healthcare workers to public health facilities. Honorable Speaker, the integration of sign language into the curriculum in all institutions offering health sciences is vital in helping build a proficient workforce in communicating with and serving the deaf and hard of hearing individuals. There are 4 speech and language pathologists in the public sector and 6 in training. The ministry has prioritized training of more healthcare workers in sign language, and numbers will improve in the coming years. As you can see, Madam Speaker and honorable members, the 6 and the 4 are not able to be in all facilities within the Republic of Kenya. On the third question, expound on the treatment and intervention options that the government has employed to assist deaf and hard of hearing. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, NHIF covers hearing aids for students in public and secondary schools under the Edu-Afya scheme. We also have treatment like hearing aids and Coachella implants, among other assistive devices. Coachella implants are available, which are surgically implanted devices that provide sound signals to the brain for people with severe hearing loss in one or both ears. However,
there is a point of order, Honorable CS. Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, I want to just come back in like the Honorable Catherine Omanyo did, just to understand some of this jargon that is being spoken. And I know we have doctors in the house like Dr. Pokose, who can clarify for us whether it is a cochlear or whether it is a cochlear implant. Because a cochlear might be something that we have never heard of or never know what would ever be called a cochlear. We would want to know if it is a cochlear implant or whether it is something else that we do not know of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable CS, I will not ask Honorable Member for Endebess. Kindly just go on and clarify along the way.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I think it's an influence of my mother tongue and my inability to be able to say cochlear. So I'm reading it as cochlear, but it is this word that you are referring to, cochlear. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So these implants that we are talking about.
Honorable KJ, you're comfortable because if you knew there is a difference, then you know what it means. He's more confused. It is the one. Yes. Go on, Honorable C.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. These cochlear implants are available, which are surgically implanted devices that provide sound signals to the brain of people with severe hearing loss in one or both ears. However, they are costly, and only 2 surgeons based at the Nairobi Hospital and Mpisha Hospital perform this surgery in the country. The ministry has trained health workers deployed in the ENT departments of the national referral hospitals, such as Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital in sign language, therefore ensuring that healthcare workers can communicate effectively with patients who are deaf and hard of hearing. Through streamlining the referral pathways and links between the schools for deaf students and the local health facilities, sign language interpreters can accompany them as they seek medical services. Kenya National Ear and Hearing Care Strategy Plan of 2023-2028, among its objectives, provides the establishment of comprehensive school-based ear and hearing care programs over the next 5 years with referral pathways linking them to the appropriate ear and hearing care centers. I submit, Madam Chair and members.
Honorable Mashukuru, do you have a follow-up question?
Madam Speaker, I've donated to my friend.
You don't have the capacity to donate, but I will give the next, I'll give Honorable Bissau, who has been on the queue, to ask a follow-up question, and then Honorable Alice Nganga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is quite brief. The last few sentences from the CS. I mean, since independence, a country of over 50 million, only 2 doctors who can do that specific operation you talked about. What are you doing about it? And lastly, when you're talking about insurance covers, could the CS tell us what could be done to include, number one, persons living with disability as one of the Kenyan tribe that has got no people to speak for them, to ensure that there's a mandatory coverage for this particular load. And lastly, last respect, because I see in all the conversation about the medical cover, it's all about treatment. But what about the last respect, where most members here spend very considerable amounts and time to try and fundraise in order to give people the last respect for the people we present? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. On Alice Nganga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to talk to the CS to ask, is she aware that it is only the media has sign language interpreters? The rest of the country and institution, we all assume that every person can hear. So can you clarify what you're doing about it, and especially coming from the Ministry of Health? Thank you.
Let me give one more. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wanted to ask a question to the Cabinet Secretary, if she is aware that the hearing equipments are not covered in NHIF, and most of it are very expensive due to the taxes. Institutions are also turning away a lot of deaf learners, so maybe she could tell us if there are any interpreters in Kenya Medical, the KMTC. And also, some of these surgeries are considered, for the deaf, are considered cosmetic oftentimes, and NHIF does not cover. So the challenge here comes down to NHIF cover, not just for the disabled group, but the country at large. We cannot stand here as members and as a Cabinet Secretary to say that the public enjoys the same cover that we do. And that is the biggest challenge, because most of these patients are turned away in a lot of hospitals. Thank you.
Finally, the Honourable Member for Nyando. And then I'll call in the Speaker, the CS to answer.
I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Madam CS has endeavored to explain measures that are being undertaken to incorporate an interpreter within our doctors, Honourable Speaker. But that feeds into one thing, Honourable Speaker. We, since time immemorial, have been having people who are disabled with hearing issues, Honourable Speaker. And you ask yourself, if they present themselves to hospitals, and presenting they do, what then happens? Because not all of them have the capacity to write down the symptoms or signs that they experience. So I think we have let them down. We have disenfranchised them. And if there are remedial measures to be employed in that regard, Honourable Speaker, it has to be done like yesterday.
So
I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Really, let's go for the questions, because the interest can be very high. And Honourable KJ, take the last one. Remember, members, we are supposed to only have one joyrider. So I've really opened the leverage. Proceed, Honourable KJ.
Honourable Speaker, I appreciate. Honourable Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity to joyride on this question. Honourable Speaker, mine is a technical question, and before I answer it, I need to also commend the Speaker for the Cabinet Secretary for a very spirited presentation today, great responses. Mine is a technical question, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know, is the Ministry of Health taking note of some of the endorsements that are coming up on TV in adverts? Because we have been seeing adverts coming up on TV of products which might be medical or of a medical nature. Some of them are consumer products which could be bathroom products like soaps, toothpastes, that come on our TVs with endorsements of organizations that we may never know what organizations those are. There is a current campaign running on TV as we speak that is a campaign on a consumer product that should be used in our homes that is endorsed by an entity called the Kenya Progressive Nurses Association. We'd like to know if there are any associations like those that exist, whether they are verified by the ministry, and whether they have been given any mandate to be endorsing products on TV, because these endorsements are supposed to induce consumers, and so there is an issue of consumer protection, there is an issue of standards, and there is an issue of approvals. So we would like to know if the ministry is seized of such situations and whether they are on top of the matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
CS, you may take those words.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. In my submission, I indeed said about the 2 surgeons for cochlear who are there. And is there a need for increasing? Yes, there is need. And not just for surgeons for cochlear, but many specialties, we have a shortage. For example, anesthesiology, we have a shortage. The increasing NCDs, we have a shortage of specialties to manage them. At the ministry, what we are doing is that we offer postgraduate training to doctors who are willing to go into the subspecialties. But this is done on application basis through their counties, but then the fee is paid for by the Ministry of Health. So we are continuing to encourage the doctors who have already qualified to be able to undertake these subspecialty trainings, but they have to be released by their counties for us to be able to support them on the subspecialty trainings. Speaker and honorable members, I mentioned that we are training and mainstreaming sign interpreters into the training curriculum at the Kenya Medical Training College and other training curriculum for healthcare workers. Chair and honorable members, that is going to be the solution for this problem that we have here today, that most of the deaf and hard to hear cases can be prevented if they are detected early during pregnancy, at birth, and detected early in childhood. So, Chair and honorable members, the master stroke for this is what we are doing as the Ministry of Health, shifting from focusing on curative services to preventive, promotive, and rehabilitative services, starting with the community health promoters that we have put in the communities, so that then they are able even to bring mothers who are expectant to the clinics for them to attend their clinics, and such cases then can be picked out early. That is how we shall be able to fight this and ensure that we have less and less people who end up deaf, yet that could have been rectified early had it been detected. On what NHIF covers, and yes, NHIF covers the hearing aids and this other assistive technology, so long as it is clinically diagnosed and approved by a health professional, then it is covered. But for cosmetics, Chair and honorable members, you'll agree with me that many people would like a change in their physique. There are many people who don't like themselves. So they would introduce manner of forms to be able, and we cannot be able to cover that under the National Health Insurance Fund. So it's to seek the indulgence of members that if somebody has a disability, even if it's not visible, then they seek that it is clinically diagnosed by a medical practitioner. Once that has been done, it can be covered by NHIF. On the issue of Kenya Progressive Nurses Association, yes, that is an association that the ministry is aware of. However, whatever they are doing in terms of doing endorsements for products, that is not their mandate. So we shall be getting back to the Nurses Progressive Association and tell them that they are dealing in activities that are not within their mandate, so that we stop that and any other associations that may be wanting to get into such. However, Chair and honorable members, we have our Pharmacy and Poisons Board, which is a regulator of all health products that come to the country. And they are also the ones who regulate if there's a promotion that needs to go and market. We, however, have a problem. We have a shortage of inspectors for implementation and enforcement. So again, Chair and honorable members, now that I have the advantage of standing before the honorable members, is to ask that when our budget comes, especially for Pharmacy and Poisons Board, that is supposed to regulate even the substandard and counterfeit products that we have in this country, you ensure that you give us the budget that we need, so that then the Pharmacy and Poisons Board is able to play its mandate of implementation and also being able to follow up through on all the products that are within the country. Chair and honorable members, I submit.
Yes, what's your point of order, honorable member?
Mr. Speaker, she did not clarify when do we expect sign language interpreters to be at hospitals so that when the patients go, they find somebody who is interpreting to them on as they speak, or because they cannot be able to speak, somebody who they will be talking to so that the doctors can understand them. That's what I asked. Sign language interpreter, when do we expect them at hospitals? Because I said the only place that I know they have sign language interpreters is only the media. Those ones they have.
Your point is made.
Okay.
And I think CS, you can easily react to that. CS?
Yes, Chair and honorable members, I think the issue is not placing them. The first issue is, are they there, sign language interpreters? And we are saying we want to build capacity in terms of training to ensure that we have adequate numbers. Once we have adequate numbers of trained sign language interpreters, then we can talk about how do we deploy them. But there's another angle to it, that most of the health facilities, actually all level 2 to level 5 facilities, are county hospitals. Therefore, in terms of being able to deploy, has to be a conversation with the Council of Governors, so that the governors then can be able to recruit and deploy the sign language interpreters in their facilities. However, I have a responsibility of ensuring that then we have them at the referral hospitals. As I mentioned, Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital have sign language interpreters. They may not be adequate, but this is something that we may be able to build progressively. I submit, Chair.
Honorable member, I think the answer is done. And moving forward, honorable member, take your seat, please.
We have interpreters
what we have seen out of your question is actually that a gap has been existing, and I think CS has accepted. And that is the business of this session. And she has obliged that she's going to do something about it. And I'm sure she's taken it. So the matter is rested. Could we move to the next question? The next question is by the Honorable Member for Shinyalu, Honorable Frederick Ikana. Sorry, Honorable Members, before we go to the Honorable Ikana question, the next question is question number 355 of 2023 by nominated member Honorable Dorothy Ikara, MP. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question 355 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a robust strategy that the Ministry intends to implement so as to tame the menace of teen pregnancies that account for 21% of all pregnancies recorded in Kenya, and explain the modalities aimed at equipping adolescents with appropriate information and impact skills that will help them make informed choices about their sexuality. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CS.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry has made significant efforts in reduction of teenage pregnancies, as evidenced in the recent Kenya Demographic Health Survey of 2022. from 18% in 2014 to 15% in 2022. That is not good enough. We are working on it. The report is being reviewed with counties and strategies tailored to be county-specific, focusing on counties that have the highest burden of teenage pregnancies, and that is the Samburu County, which has the highest at 50%, and Nyeri County has the lowest of 5%. The ministry continues to monitor these indicators through the Kenya Health Information System, and we have reporting tools to ensure that we are able to monitor. The ministry is currently also finalizing the development of Adolescents and Young Persons Reproductive Health Policy 2023, which will address the various facets of adolescents' reproductive health, including teenage pregnancy and age-appropriate, culturally sensitive reproductive health information and sexuality. Its launch is planned for the month of, might not say September, but we did not do it. I think it is in the plan. As part of the implementation to increase the awareness on age-appropriate information amongst adolescents, the ministry last year developed and launched a guide titled Understanding Adolescence, a Guide for Adolescents. Its dissemination is ongoing in the counties, through the schools and the community. The guide, which is also available in Braille, can be accessed online, with plans to provide print versions as well. Consequently, my ministry has identified gaps on the lack of accurate SRH information amongst parents and caregivers for the same adolescent cohort as the main drivers of teenage pregnancies, new HIV infections, HPV, GBV, and FGM, and other risks. In this regard, the ministry is in the final stages of developing the adolescent sexual and reproductive health parents and caregivers. This guide will assist parents and caregivers provide and be able to communicate with adolescents and young people on matters of sexual reproductive health, with its launch planned again in this month of October. In addition, there's an ongoing rapid results initiative rollout with the Ministry of Education on HPV vaccination among adolescents, girls aged 10 to 14. I submit, Chair and honorable members.
Honorable Dorothy.
Honorable Speaker, I'm satisfied.
I will take if there is any Joy Rider. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what I'm hearing from the Cabinet Secretary is the things that they are going to do tomorrow. And from where I sit, I see a total disconnect between the practicability of implementation of the programs that they have. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education already has a deficiency in terms of personnel, and the TSC is a lot of shortage of teachers, and I'm wondering how these programs they are working in conjunction with the Ministry of Education will be implemented. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that the ministry should say they have trained personnel to be moving either in schools or station.
Honorable Dikiri, this is question time.
Yes, it is. It is. It's not a proposal. Because the question I want to ask
the question, and we get
the question is, what have you done in terms of building capacity for health-informed resources, personnel who will disseminate this knowledge that we are asking that need to be put and our teenage children be educated on?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker and honorable members. This is a shared function in terms of implementation. So as a ministry, we have developed the necessary documents, which I have said that we shall be launching, which should be used by the different stakeholders to manage the issue at hand. So for the Ministry of Education, I'm sure they have a budget to it in terms of implementation. We have a budget to it, a small one though, but also the county governments play a very critical role in implementation. So I submit, Speaker and honorable members, that on matters of implementation on health programs, it has to be a joint effort between the national government and the county governments. And I cannot stand and talk exhaustively on the plans of county governments in terms of how they plan to implement. I thank you, Speaker and honorable members.
We move to the next question. We have, this is a House of Rules and Order. We really did amend that we only have one joyrider, and you can see I sometimes open the space a little bit more broader. So we are on course. Let's move to the next question, and that's question number 358 of 2023 by Honorable Frederick Ikana, MP. The honourable member being absent and having not written any document or letter that any other member asked the question on his behalf, the question is dropped. But I would wish to tell the honourable members that it's important that you be in the House when you ask these questions. Because for reason this particular question was going to be of great importance. It's touching on the outbreak of the disease at Mukumu girls. What's your point of order, Honourable Undo?
Yes, we agree we have made rules, and the rules must be respected at all costs and at all time. But I've sat here the whole afternoon because this particular question had, we the people of Samia Funyula constituency have got immense interest in this matter because the teacher referred to Madam Juliana Brenda Mujema of TSC number 467050, ID number 1870916. Hailed from Funyula constituency, and unfortunately was the only teacher who lost her life. That's why I had really wanted sat here throughout so that I could listen to the response by the CS, and if she has no response, if she would be kind enough to even offer any kind of response to the family so that they can close the matter that have been agonizing for so long. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Undo, you have just brought back the same question through a point of order. Honestly, I don't think that's the way it should go, and therefore the question is dropped. I would then advise that you can have time with the CS, on which I'm actually asking the CS to give you a little time to see what response she had on that particular matter. Let's move to the next question, and that is question number 372 of 2023. This one is by the Honourable Member for Thika Town, Honourable Alice Nganga, MP. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Proceed, Honourable Nganga.
Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, indicate the identity of the company that dumped contaminated maize flour at Kangoki Dam site in Kameno Ward, Thika Town constituency, that left 2 people dead and scores hospitalized after consuming ugali cooked from the maize flour on 12 August 2023. Question number 2, to state the action that has been taken against the company for dumping contaminated maize flour at Kangoki Dam site all the way from Nairobi and where it allegedly came from. To state the measures the ministry has instituted to ensure the dump site where all garbage from Kiambu County is dumped and hence posing a safety and health hazard will be relocated to, and 4, clarify whether the company that dumped the contaminated maize flour will compensate the lives lost and hospital bills incurred by affected families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CS.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. On the issue to indicate the company that dumped contaminated maize flour at Kangongi dam site in Kamenu Ward in Thika Town, my ministry reached out to the county for more information on the said dumping of flour at the dump site in Kamenu Ward, and we were informed that they received communication that a lorry carrying industrial waste on Saturday, 12th August 2023 dumped toxic waste at the dump site, part of it being a substance suspected to be flour, that is unga, at the dump site that was dumped at Kangongi, located in Makongeni, Thika town. It was reported that the residents of the area, while scavenging for food, came across the said flour and prepared food with the same. Following consumption of the flour, 12 patients exhibiting signs and symptoms of food poisoning presented at Thika Level 5 Hospital within Kiambu County. They were attended to. Unfortunately, 2 patients succumbed to this. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the surveillance team visited the site to establish the facts about the incident and to disseminate public health information to the community residing near the dump site. Dumping of the toxic waste is illegal, and thus the surveillance team set out to investigate the source of the toxic waste. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my team and the county team did obtain samples from the suspected toxic flour and the food remains from the victims and submitted them to the National Public Health Laboratory and the government chemists for analysis. The samples underwent a bacteriological analysis, particularly for the cooked ugali, and toxicological and aflatoxin content for the suspected maize flour. The bacteriological analysis was negative per the report from the National Public Health Laboratory. The certificate of analysis from the government chemist reported that the ground flour, that is the maize flour sample, was found to contain no chemically toxic substance. The measures that the ministry has instituted to ensure the dump site where all garbage from Kiambu County is dumped and hence posing a safety and health hazard. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we are in discussion with the county government and they have notified us that due to land scarcity, the plan for relocation is on hold, but we have put in place measures to ascertain waste dumped at the dumping site. And we are in discussion with the CEC of Health from the county to be able to report to my office as soon as they have learned to move the dump site. But equally, in case of any dumping of a substance or anything that needs to be brought to our attention. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is the difficulty of the 2 levels of government, that as much as my ministry has the responsibility of ensuring that all matters of public health are handled adequately, the county governments hold a level of responsibility which we are not able to police them as such to ensure that they do it effectively. And matters of land are quite emotive, and the county government actually advised that it will take some time before they are able to identify land where they can relocate the dump site. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as previously mentioned, the preliminary analysis showed no toxic substance from the flour. Hence, no action has been taken by my ministry on the company, which so far is unknown to us, and we are waiting for the county government to give us the details of the company. Honorable Speaker and members, I submit.
The Honorable Alice Nganga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I only would wish to add that because those, not only in Kiambu County or dumping site, we know people go there to look for food, and we know that food is contaminated. And we cannot wait because the county government of Kiambu said it will take longer before they get somewhere else to locate the dumping site. What would the Ministry of Health advise so that people going to those dumping sites know that the food that comes from there will already be contaminated? At least so that the ministry can talk to people to prevent them, because at the end of the day we lost 2 lives in Thika, and we all know it is because they ate food from a dumping site, and we also know that it is a truck that dumped that unga there. When people went for it because they were hungry, they just ate that food and they died.
I can take 2 jury riders. Number 1, we go for the honorable member for Kibra. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am surprised today that the Minister for Health, after analysis in the lab, says that there was no toxic substance found, yet people died. We lost lives. And even in her explanation, she is not giving direct information on what the government is taking. I would wish that the minister, through your agencies, you show us the analysis of the lab so that we can know really that this test was done. It is pathetic that we can lose lives, yet the Ministry of Health is not doing enough on this. Again, you are saying, the minister, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a lorry was seen. We have, all over this country, you have all the ability to track the lorry, to bring those concerned in the books, and up to now, you have not relocated the dumping site in Thika, Makongeni. I think you are being lazy in your work, and I want this House to pass that the next time we need to look at this analysis from the lab, and the minister must come with satisfying answer to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I also wanted to echo what my colleague has said. And this go to the minister, because I mean, you cannot tell us that 2 people died because of eating contaminated flour. And at the same time, you are telling us there was nothing faulty with that flour because you did your own lab test that showed that there was no bacteria, there was nothing. So what killed those 2 young people, those 2 people? And so many were hospitalized on the same premise that they ate that unga. Number 3 was really, if a lorry was seen, dropping that unga, how come you are telling us that you have not been able to apprehend that company? Because you can also be able to read whether the unga, Mr. Speaker, it's packaged. So you can be able to identify and say this company is the one who went ahead to dump that kind of flour to a certain dump site. So I think the CS should do a thorough job on this question and also report to the House if possible.
Order, Honourable Member. You have done very well. And the last question you are belaboring is exactly what was asked by the Honourable Member for Kibra. So could we hear Honourable Gikaria as the last joyrider?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To be honest, today, this afternoon is the saddest, particularly, and it is a climax with the last question. Honourable Speaker, it is very sad. The question that was asked by Honourable Alice is to identify the company. That question has not been answered. Honourable Speaker, I'm trying to look for that question, but the question was indicate and identify the company that brought that hunger. And it is very unfortunate, Honourable Speaker, to hear a Cabinet Secretary before Parliament telling us there is nothing and they cannot be able. And secondly, Honourable Speaker, what was the reason in the first place of coming to dump the hunger? If it was of proper usage, then that hunger must have had a problem for it to be taken to the dumping site. Honourable Speaker, that is the height of impunity that today has occurred in this floor this afternoon. And lastly, why is it that they never included, because these toxic issues are also related to NEMA related. Why did they also not bring NEMA on board and just left the county government of Kiambu, which is headed by another very incompetent governor? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
CS. Chair, let me bring you after the CS.
I just want so that you can respond to all of you.
Okay, proceed, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, listening to the CS, I expected, I don't know whether the officers were able to go and look at the medical reports of those who had been admitted in the hospital and the post-mortem reports of those the 2 who died. What were their post-mortem findings? Because when you do the government chemists and together with the national public health laboratories, that they are coming negative with the bacteriological results and no toxins detected. What were the post-mortem results of the 2 people that died? And what were the clinical findings and the lab investigations in the hospital for those who had been admitted? I just wanted to seek that clarification. Maybe it can give us some light.
Thank you, Chair. You have done well. Let's get the answer from the CS. CS, there are gaps. You have done very well. But look at this particular one in terms of answering the real question. Which company? What have you undertaken? Remember again, even if it was not because there was lack of toxic whatever in that particular flour, but people died. So what killed them? I think the Chair, who is also Dr. Bukose, has brought up that very well. Remember, CS, that such a matters of late are of great concern, given that even at a Regi, there's a challenge almost similar to this. If you'll be magnanimous enough at the end to speak on that, we shall welcome you. Could you proceed?
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. To respond to the Honorable Alice, what we are doing at the ministry, one is risk communication, sensitization, and creating awareness around the neighborhood in terms of the practicability of them going to look for food in the dumping site and what the risks associated with it. Chair and honorable members, we are launching 100,000 community health promoters. These community health promoters, one community health promoter has 100 households attached to them, and they cover the whole country. It is our expectation that then we should be able to pick out such matters, be able to disseminate education and create awareness through the community health promoters of such situations, because I want to believe that it is not unique just to Thika. There are many other places that Kenyans might be going through such situations. Chair and honorable members, the honorable chair of the Committee of Health has taken words out of my mouth. My response was that a post-mortem of the bodies would have given us better results in terms of what exactly was the cause. Unfortunately, Chair and honorable members, that was not done. So I am speaking to the Director General to see how then we pick up that matter, to peruse the files that will inform our future decisions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
Please take your chair, Honorable Alice. I know the matter is attracting a lot of attention. Let's hear one more from Honorable Bissau.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. What I expected through the one government approach, I see the Chair of Environment, Honorable Kegaria, really pushing the Health Minister. But what I know is, I don't know if the Minister of Health that manages the dump sites, because it is Environmental Ministry. I would expect that when we get answers, they are comprehensive answers, with very clear, terms of reference, who handles what. Two, dump sites in counties are managed by the county government.
No, you are speaking on the matter. You are out of order, Honorable Bissau. The CS has not asked you to actually help. So let me take the very last one now that you are unable to ask any question. Yes, Honorable Nganga, that's the last one.
Honorable Speaker, I don't think the honorable member holds brief for the Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary is here to answer, and that's why the question was asked by me. So don't tell us who should do what. I ask a question. 2 people died, and they died because they ate contaminated unga. That one falls under the Ministry of Health. Neither do I want to be told there are 2 levels of county of government, county government and the national government. Where we are, it is at the policy making we make policies here, and that is why we invited the cabinet secretary. Whatever happened at the county level still also happened at the national level. So I am saying this. The cabinet secretary said that they got the information, they were in talking term with the health CEC from Kiambu County. I actually want to know exactly what is this they found out, so that the cabinet secretary can come here and lead. And actually, through the Committee on Health, can we also see proof of every evidence that was brought forth from that case? Because even if right now, Honorable Speaker, those 2 people died and they were buried, but I'll still follow up to know exactly what was in that unga fra, what happened to those 2 who died, and also those who were hospitalized. Even we never know whether even those ones who are discharged, whether they still have problems continuing from that problem that incurred during that time. Those are the answers that we need to be told. So when we invite the cabinet secretary here, whether they were in talking terms with the CEC Health, Kiambu County, as a representative of people of Thika, I need to know exactly what happened.
Thank you.
And the evidence and whatever was done, so that we can get the answers the ministers has today.
Your
That's what I
point
need
is
to
made.
know.
Honorable CS, and honorable members, I know there's the issue of identity. You know, when you look at the question, part 1 of the question, indicate the identity of the company. So that is a challenge, CS. And then there is the issue of what killed. So as you answer, we are also a very friendly house. You can actually seek for more time and use government integrated approach, borrowing from what Bissau wanted to indicate, that other ministries may assist you when you come back later, because there are questions which will be coming back to deal with that particular issue. Proceed, CS.
Thank you, Speaker and honorable members. I would like to confirm that I have copies of the certificates from government chemists, equally the analysis report that we did receive, and we can table them as what has informed the decision that the response that I have given. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, from where I sit, I think as a ministry would have done a better response. So please allow me time to check with my teams, so that then we bring a better response. You can see in the case of Velo, we gave you names because we did our homework very well. So on this one, I want to agree that we didn't do our homework very well. We will do it and bring the response that is required, but working jointly with other government agencies so that we bring a good response to the House. I submit, Chair and honorable members.
The matter is rested there, and like the substantive Speaker would put it, let the chips lie where they fell for now. And the House business leadership, the leadership of the House, will appropriate the right time for the CS to come back and deal with that question together with others. I had asked if the CS could be magnanimous to speak about what is happening at Regi, given that is a matter of national concern. But if you are also not ready, because this was not a substantive question, then I will be preparing to release you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ridikiri.
I did seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. There is the issue of drug and drug abuse, and there are so many rehabilitation centers that are coming up. Some of them are private, and if I'm not very wrong, we have a few which are being sponsored by the government. Mr. Speaker, what you realize is that the process of rehabilitation, there are some cases of requiring medical attention. But within these rehabilitation centers, there are no medical facilities as an intervention for the people who are being rehabilitated. I want to ask them, Madam CS, what plans do you have to have a medical facilities or medical personnel that once cases come up like HIV, Because some of these people doing, being in rehabilitation, there are some with sexually transmitted diseases. Some, many of them are suicidal. What interventions? What interventions? Yes, that's a question, because thank you. What kind of interventions to ensure that there are medical facilities or extension within their rehabilitation centers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CS, you may take that one, and then I'll bring the chair of health to actually give the last remarks before we release you.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. On the last question raised, the rehabilitation centers are supposed to refer people with certain conditions or with conditions that they are not able to handle to the nearest health facility. They are not supposed to manage it on their own. So with the ones that are regulated under ourselves, and any that is operating without regulation, then that is a matter that my ministry needs to handle. But in terms of managing diseases and other conditions, they are meant to refer to the nearest available facility. Speaker and honorable members, I would like to update the House on the issues at Eregi School. We did receive a report from the county government on the 2nd of October regarding this outbreak of an acute illness amongst the students at Eregi Girls High School. And when the report came to us, they said 101 girls had been affected out of a population of 1,700. The first case is suspected to be a student who actually had traveled from Nairobi in August and developed weakness of legs and was released for treatment at Kenyatta National Hospital. On the 29th September, several students began developing similar symptoms. The students presented with weakness of the limbs, frequent passing of urine, but had no fever, abdominal pain, diarrhea, and vomiting. Most of the students have been managed in the nearby health facilities, that is at Shibwe Sub-County Hospital, Igugu Sub-County Hospital, Mbale County Referral Hospital, and St. Elizabeth Mukumo. As at yesterday evening, a total of 95 students were admitted in various hospitals in Kakamega County. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the ministry in conjunction with the county government have established response measures. One, the county and sub-county rapid response teams in Kakamega and Vihiga have been deployed to the affected schools to respond to the outbreak. And this, I had a discussion with the governor yesterday evening, and he confirmed that there is a deployment of the county representative. All hospitals in the vicinity of the school have been activated to receive and manage the students. Samples have been taken that include blood, urine, stool, and throat swabs from students, and environmental samples such as the water, food have also been taken to Kemri, Nairobi, and we are waiting that they do analysis of the samples that have been given, and as soon as we have the results, we shall be sharing them. So far, 5 samples have tested negative for pathogen organisms. These were done at Kemri, Kisumu. The county health department has met the school board and initiated risk reduction activities, including water treatment, hygiene preparation of school meals, and isolation and treatment of sick students. County public health officers have been dispatched to conduct environmental risk assessments and decontamination of water sources as a precautionary measure. The ministry is working jointly with the county health department to investigate and also control the outbreak. A national rapid response team was dispatched to Kakamega last evening by my ministry, and today we have been in the peak committee, and now here we have not received the feedback, but I'm sure as soon as we leave here, we shall be getting the latest feedback from the team that we dispatched last evening. Chair and honorable members, as a ministry, would like to advise the parents and the general public to remain calm as the ministry and county public health department works around the clock to unravel the cause of the outbreak. All students are being managed by competent health officials to ensure the best health outcome. Comprehensive testing of students presenting with symptoms and also water and food is being undertaken, and we shall be able to release the results as soon as we have them. The Ministry of Health will keep the public continuously updated on the outbreak situation and any new information that we may receive. Chair and honorable members, I submit.
Thank you very much, CS. Chair, Health.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the CS for those responses which is made. On the last one, normally when we have an outbreak, the first thing that you do is quarantine. And I hope that they will not repeat the same mistake they did the other time in Lugulu, where students were released, where students were released to go home, because that way you spread the infection to those who are supposed to be safe. I think a method should be looked at in how do we provide quarantine for those students who are at Iregi, so that we don't spread, and also make sure that the parents are also, the anxieties are addressed. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on those matters that have not been responded to, the majority leader is not here, but I'll be able to undertake to make sure that I inform the majority leader accordingly, so that the CS is able to be given another opportune time to make responses to the questions that have been asked by the honorable members. Thirdly, there is one of the responses on local promotion of local vaccine, local manufacturing for pharmaceutical products. In our finance bill, there was, I think we had proposed as a ministry that there should be zero rating of the production of pharmaceutical products, but that was not done. Instead, it was done exemption. So we are hoping that this House will be able to look in the next finance bill and look at this issue about how do we promote local manufacturing so that we can lower the cost of drugs within our country. I think that's something that it is upon us as a House to take it up and see that we do. Manufacturers are not taxed, and that way it will lower down the cost when it comes to cost of medicines, and that can promote also local manufacturing, because we have some pharmaceutical companies which look at the cost of production of medicine in our country as being high.
The intention of giving you this opportunity was to actually indicate what you indicated already, that
I'm just finalizing, Honorable Speaker.
Leader of majority.
Yes, which I've
Could you conclude, please?
I was also making a request to the House. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the order paper, without anticipating debate, there is the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, which I hope the House will support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You are out of order on that one.
I'm saying without anticipating debate.
Thank you, CS. You have done very well. It has been great, you interacting with the House, and you have also been very strong, having stood in your place for over 4 hours to answer questions from these members, and therefore now, CS, we want to release you. Thank you. Next order. Wait a minute. Could you help the CS and entourage to proceed out of the chamber? Next order.
Order number 9, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, second reading.
Honorable David Kikalia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, I come to realize that, Honorable Speaker, in the in the Procurement and Disposal Act, Honorable Speaker, a bill was brought here by Honorable Sakaja, now the Governor of Nairobi, to actualize and legalize the 30% procurement issue related to the special groups, that is women, the youth, and people living with disability. Honorable Speaker, we appreciated that law very much, which requires every government procuring entity to set aside 30% of their procurement under the procurement plan to go to these very vulnerable and special groups. And to that effect, Honorable Speaker, in the 11th Parliament, that was actualized and the bill passed. But Honorable Speaker, the essence of that bill was to help these very special groups to be able to actively participate in economic development at their level. To be honest, Honorable Speaker, these groups might, by extension, not have the strength, the financial capacity, and equipment for them to be able to participate effectively. And with that passage of that act and became into law, then we became very happy. And of course, young people, women, and people with disability went into a top gear to register companies for them to be able to participate. And also in the 11th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, we also made it very possible that before, for you to have your company incorporated, you needed to spend over 120,000 and above that. One of the issues that I remember the former president with is actually bringing down the cost that was going towards, because it was going to be a nightmare and the special groups would own. And he brought that from 120 to only 10, I think 11,000. For you now to incorporate a company, you just need 11,000. You don't need to go to do a lot of paperwork. All you need to do is to go online because it was standardized. The article and memorandum were standardized to one document that is online, and that made it very, very easy for the young people. But Honorable Speaker, one of the main impediments of this very special group that we needed to caution was the National Construction Authority, another act of Parliament that came into being sometimes back, I think in 2012, I think. And this was, it came with a good reason, because again, Honorable Speaker, you remember, buildings in this country were just coming down because of poor workmanship. And the National Construction Authority was there to be able to address this. So, Honorable Speaker, the principal objective of the bill is to amend the National Construction Authority Act number 41 of 2011 to ensure women, youth, and persons living with disability, they are able to have startup business to apply to be registered as contractors under category 6, 7, and 8, and are exempted from paying the little fee that is requested. Honorable Speaker, some of the benefits of this are, this will enable the group to access business opportunities through ACPO. And Honorable Speaker, it will lock out the very rich people and the briefcase contractors who always walk around getting employment and locking out. And what they do is that a person like me who has a capacity, I register a company under my wife and I call it women. I register another one under my children, it goes to the youth. And you look for a disabled person if you don't have one within your locality, you register another group using the name of these disabled people so that you can continue minting money. But Honorable Speaker, the aspect of bringing this is to allow startup, and it is specifically for startup only. It is not meant for the big contractors, it is only for startup. And once they start their company and they're exempted, because Honorable Speaker, for you to qualify to be able to participate in a tendering process, you must have these very important certificates, 3 of them. One, that is, I think, civil, another one, it is building, and another one is water. Thank you. These three certificates, you have to have them for you to now to go to the next step of that. Before now you start on the technical and then you go to the financial. Honorable Speaker, this bill, and I want to plead with my colleagues that they support me in approving and passing this bill so that an ordinary Kenyan person from the streets, from the estates of where I come from, in an estate called Landipanya, will be able to have a company registered and be able to participate and effectively be able to start earning and making some economic gains out of what we are. The second, Honorable Speaker, that this will lead to a busy life. Our children now, we've just had the Minister of Health here. Our children are going into drug abuse and engaging themselves into crime. Honorable Speaker, I want to attest that just the other day, through my effort of having, of course, started a few companies, over 50 companies for the young people, women and people with disability in my constituency, that I can now, they can be able to simply be able to participate in this, because as it is now, over the 50, none of them for the last 7 years that we started the incorporation have ever gotten a job because of some of these impending. So our children will be busy. The women will be busy, and they will avoid the drug abuse. They will avoid entering into crime because already they have gone into that and are able to. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, is that we are going to empower the young people. The young people need just an empowerment. What I've seen in my constituency, the crime rate has gone, but I've through some efforts and engagement with other partners, engaging this youth and giving them empowerment. I can tell you, the crime rate in Nakuru reduced by a significant percentage for the period they were occupied. I also want to confess, during the Kazi Mitaani thing for the young people, crime in Kibera and other places, it was evident that the crime went down because our young people had already been engaged. Reduction of reliance on government programs for cash transfers and food relief. Honorable Speaker, our young people could not just sit and wait for government to come and give them a gorogoro of maize and some 2 kgs of rice. For how long will you eat that gorogoro of maize and rice? So this is an opening and opportunity for these young people. The women, Honorable Speaker, I wish you would see, and I know it happens in your constituency, when relief food is brought, thousands of people are lining up, actually now wanting to fight for the little food that they are given, which is less than 10 kgs, and a family of 10. For how long can you be able to take? So this is an opportunity for these young people and women and the people with disability to be self-reliant in their day-to-day life. This will also contribute to the GDP, that's the national development, and the financial freedom. Honorable Speaker, we don't want to continue having, and you understand the politics of this country. If you go to your constituency, people, even before you start talking, they have started lining up. But how I wish that they would be lining up because there are tenders which are being given in a certain government institution or a certain government department, that they will be lining up for them to be able to participate in the tender instead of the little handouts that we normally continue to. Honorable Speaker, this will increase self-esteem to these young people. Honorable Speaker, we have graduates out there. Some people have graduated more than 5-10 years back. They are still on the road looking for jobs. Honorable Speaker, this is a self-employment aspect, that a brother will be able to look at the elder brother who started a company and is excelling, and he will be motivated for him to go learn so much so that he can be able to just be like what the brother has done. But Honorable Speaker, if you have a brother who has not Division 1, what we used to have when we were doing our A-levels, but if you have a brother who in the university got the highest honors, what is it called? First class.
First class.
First class honors. yet he's there at home for the last 10 years. What will motivate the younger brother and the sister for them to be able to emulate what the brother is doing? So this will improve in terms of self-esteem to these young people and the people with disability. People with disability are just waiting there, and of course everywhere, trying to claim that I'm disabled, can you give me some little token for me to be able to do that? Opening this and giving these people, the people with disability, women and the youth, an opportunity will lead to job creation for the masses that we have always indicated. This will also bring about the improved standard of living through income and most importantly, instill sense of responsibility for other peers by serving as role models. Honorable Speaker, I really don't want to say much, but I hope that my colleagues will support me in this so that we can now, because yes, we have the certificate of incorporation, but we have other impediments by NCA. And I've already said it is for startups only. The little money that they only ask for 5,000, between 5,000 and 10,000. But you have to have 3, so you have to have 30,000. And our people don't have that kind of money. So if they are given that initiative, and it is only for startup, once you start that, then any other year, because if you're given a job, you will get some income out of that. When you are called for renewal of your license, then the subsequent years, because of you have already started working, then you will be able to get money to pay for that. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask Honorable Kiari, or Honorable Alice or Kiari, whoever is ready, to second. Thank you.
Honorable Kiari.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I rise to second this National Construction Authority Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, as has ably been moved by Chairman Gekaria, this bill is seeking to amend Section 17 so that we insert a new subsection that will allow for the exemption of fees that are payable by someone applying to be a contractor at NCA. Mr. Speaker, if there is anything meaningful that we can do for our country, it is to empower the young people. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, the median age in this country is 19 years. There is a Swahili saying that says, wengi wape, usipowapa watajichukulia. This country is sitting on a time bomb because if there is any work to be gotten in government, the people who can be employed in government are already employed. If there is anyone to be employed in the corporate sector, companies have already employed. But still, there are millions upon millions of young people who are wallowing out there without jobs. Mr. Speaker, we normally tell these young people to look for capital and start their own businesses. But Mr. Speaker, to someone sitting in this house this afternoon, 5,000 Kenya shillings might sound as a petty sum. 15,000 Kenya shillings might sound like loose change. But Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that this house cannot act like the Marie Antoinette that we used to read in history. This very high-nosed lady who when she asked why people are protesting, she was told that these people are protesting because there is no bread, Mr. Speaker. And Marie Antoinette retorted by saying, if there is no bread, why are they not having cake? Mr. Speaker, this house this evening is being asked to not be like Marie Antoinette. Let us not look at a fee of 5,000 Kenya shillings and find as if it is affordable to every Kenyan today. Mr. Speaker, that young person we are asking to look for a registration fee is a person laden with debts. They could be a graduate who was educated under the HELB arrangement. They owe these country monies. These are the people who we are seeing on our phones every day requesting for 500 shillings to feed their young families. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill sits well, and we are asking members of parliament to see the need for us to exempt young people from these registration fees. Mr. Speaker, we have examples, even in this city, of young people who are given an opportunity under NGCDF to take up projects of construction. It could be a classroom, it could be another project, and some of these young people who got some of the work through the exemption, Mr. Speaker, the arrangement that saw young people, people living with disability and women being accorded 30% of the jobs. Some of them have built very good companies out of that opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, there are many more in the millions who have been locked out because the companies that they have are literally startups, Mr. Speaker. People who may not even afford the fare to even place in their bids, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request this House to look at this issue, not wearing the lenses of the children in our houses, not wearing the lenses of the people we associate with, but looking at young people, the young people who vote for us, the young people who we see lining up in KICC to have their eyes and iris scanned for the promise of 7,000 Kenya shillings. We saw them in their thousands, Mr. Speaker. You and me would never line up in the sun for hours to have our data mined and exported to capitals that we do not know for the promise of 7,000 Kenya shillings. But there is a Kenyan who may not be able to afford the little fee that NCA is asking for registration to become a contractor. Mr. Speaker, when we get to the third reading of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I shall be coming up with an amendment that shall be requiring that if somebody is awarded a contract under this arrangement, that the registration fees can then be retrieved from the payments that are going to be due from the works that they do. Mr. Speaker, such an amendment will cover the argument that might come up that NCA, the National Construction Authority, depends on these fees for its survival. Because I know that there is members who will stand here and let us and tell us that NCA depends on fees paid by contractors to survive. Mr. Speaker, I will be coming up with an amendment that requires that if a young person who has a startup gets a job in this arrangement, then their monies for registration can be claimed back from the job that they do when they secure the job. Mr. Speaker, this is an amazing amendment that we seek to do to effect this evening, and it goes a long way in providing for meaningful engagement for the young people who today, as we speak, are a ticking time bomb for this country. Mr. Speaker, I'll finally end it where I started, by notifying the members of this House that each one of us here today is actually a minority in this country. A minority in the sense that we have a mega youth bulge, young people in their millions, energetic, full of ideas, but are not meaningfully engaged anywhere. Any opportunity that can accord these young people a chance to be part of building their own country should be very welcome. Mr. Speaker, I shall be looking out for any member who opposes such a progressive proposal in this House this evening, and it would be important for the people who elect them, Mr. Speaker, to see the chance that they are denying the young people in their constituency if they oppose this bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, be now read a second time. To have the first bite on this one, we have Honorable Ibrahim Stanley Sanei of Wajir, Honorable Kibet Kimingoi, Honorable Nyango Oyo. Are you interested in this one?
Not this one, sir.
Very well. So let me begin with Honorable Nganga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support, and first is to thank Honorable Gikaria for having come up with this amendment, and especially, Honorable Speaker, at the National Assembly, I represent youth, women, and people living with disability. And I also want to thank, who is not with us now, who is a governor, Honorable Sakaja, because he thought through this, and it has been working. The only problem that we have been experiencing, like what Honorable Gikaria has said, it is the startup. And we have seen, we started as a government of Kenya Kwanza. We started with hustler narrative and hustler funds, where we were giving from 500 shillings to 50,000 shillings. And now we have moved from that, now we have entered to businesses where they are receiving from 5,000 Kenya shillings to a tune of $500,000. And Honorable Speaker, when a person is starting to do business, and especially if they have just left the university or colleges, and you tell them to register a company, while we see self-help groups for women and youth doing very well, it is because there are not so many requirements for them to register. And that's why you have seen women have thrived very well in Uwezo Fund and women funds, because there are not so many requirements. But when these people now want to go higher, to doing businesses with the government, it becomes very challenging. And especially when they go to register now for the NCA, from 6, 7, and 8. And you see the amount, like what Honorable Gikaria has said, you don't only register for one unit. You have to start with civil, then you go to roads, then you go to water. And each category, you have to pay the amount of money to which they have said. And you see most of the time, actually, let me go on record that the other day, I even called the CEO of NCA. And I was telling him that why most of the companies are not thriving, or why most of the companies are not doing very well, it is because of the penalties or the amount of money to which they ask these companies. If at all you started a company, you registered with NCA, and you did nothing that year, and you go next year, you will be penalized for the even year that you never worked. So it becomes too much for that person to be able to transact using that company. So they end up they register that company and it's lying somewhere gathering dust only because they don't have that amount of money. But if they encourage and they are told, once you register with NCA, now going to look for jobs from different sectors of the government, there will be no more money that you'll be paying. Only you need the registration, the company registration, and as well as a clearance from KRA. Then you're good to go. This one is going to encourage so many women and youths and persons living with disability, because there's no amount of money to which they are required for them to go and ask for jobs. And that is why I am supporting Honorable Gikaria. Right now, what we need to do as a nation is to encourage young men and women, those ones who are innovative and creative enough, to come out and bring their creativity on the table. We have seen those ones who went to university to become engineers, and there's nowhere they can be hired because there are no job opportunities or white-collar job. They can only be self-employed. So what we need to do as a nation is to encourage them to go and start doing business, because if they are water engineers, they will be very good at doing sewerage work or water works. If they are civil engineers, they will be very good at construction. And if at all they did even other courses, they will be very good at supplying things to different institutions. But once we start asking them for more money, like we have said today, 30,000, if a young man or a young woman is borrowing from Hustler Fund to be given a 1,000 Kenya shillings for them to start a business, and we have seen those ones in Kiambu the other day, they came out, those ones who started with 1,000, and they started selling handbags, even if they are second hands. And they were doing very well because they were receiving 20,000 Kenya shillings now from the government. What about if these ones, they already have the company registered and they have a certificate from KRA, and what they are asking from this institution is give us an opportunity to prove our worth. And I want to tell you, Honorable Speaker, given this opportunity, these youths are going really to do marvelous. Something else I would want the Committee for Housing and Urban Development to look into is when it comes to the time of renewal, like I have stated earlier, Honorable Speaker, is once you are registered as you register a company and you don't get a job, because you don't just get a job automatically. You apply to various parastatals, various ministry, institution, and you don't get the first time because it is an open tender. If you don't get it right that year, and you try next year, or you try the next quarter of the year, and the year has lapsed from when you registered the NCA, when you go for a renewal, Honorable Speaker, nowadays what they are doing, they do the renewal through online. They say there will be courses that will be offered online. I would ask the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, they look into it, because most of the time they do those training online. And most of our women, they are very good at businesses, but they are not very conversant with ICT or through online. So it bypasses them, so they are unable to renew their license, not because they wanted, but because they did not have an opportunity or capacity to do it online. So I would ask the committee also to look into it, and also to advise the ministry that once the renewal time comes up, they communicate to this company through their directors on the date to which the training will be taking place. With this one and communication, it will be encouraging many women, young, and people living with disability to apply for that. But they don't just do online, because not everybody can be able to access things online. But as for this one, Honorable Speaker, I would want to say we encourage. We have seen Uwezo Fund doing very well, and many people have benefited from Uwezo. And also want to encourage even the GAF, our women, 47 women from our house. I've seen them starting up groups at the constituency levels and ward levels, and they are doing very well. All what we are asking through Honorable Ikadia's amendment, it will give these groups of women, these groups of youths, this group of people living with disability an opportunity for them, and a conducive environment for them to thrive in their field. And with this one, Honorable Speaker, we are going fast. So I am in total support, and I support this amendment. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this proposed amendment by the great member of Nakuru East, the Honorable Kikaria. And Honorable Speaker, this amendment reflects the true situation in the country. Kenyan youth are educated. We have very many in number. And Honorable Speaker, where I come from, my constituency, Navaholo, is also affected by the number of youth who actually need employment. And Honorable Speaker, the only way to create employment is to create an environment which can enable the youth to stand on their own. And the only way you can do it, Honorable Speaker, is by making sure all the instruments that make one to be a responsible employer or perform a particular function, Honorable Speaker, is enabled. And Honorable Speaker, the proposal by the great member of Nakuru East, especially going in together with what Honorable Sakaja did when he was here in the 11th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, is a good thing. He is suggesting, Honorable Speaker, that let those people who intend, the youth, women, and persons living with a disability, Honorable Speaker, who intend to start their businesses, be enabled to do so by, Honorable Speaker, not being requested, especially by NCA, not to ask Honorable Speaker for the fee to register to get the licenses. Wherever you go, Honorable Speaker, when you want to apply for a job, you are told to produce tax compliance, you are told to produce certificate of incorporation, how you are incorporated, and Honorable Speaker, to table also the NCA, which empowers you to do so. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you allow Kenyan youth, Kenyan women, and Kenyan persons living with a disability to get this document, Honorable Speaker, you are simply saying, let all functions, Honorable Speaker, available, the 30% go to the right people, Honorable Speaker, at will. However, Honorable Speaker, as people who are in the field, what are we experiencing? I wish, Honorable Speaker, to draw to the Honorable Member for Nakuru is that let this not attract, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans who want to misuse this opportunity. There is a likelihood, Honorable Speaker, that very many persons who are capable, people who already have established enterprises, wanting now to take advantage of this position, Honorable Speaker, that they now incorporate companies, and they say those companies are young companies, Honorable Speaker. During the committee of the whole House, Honorable Speaker, I'll make a proposal tying up, Honorable Speaker, that anyone whose PIN shall reflect, Honorable Speaker, to have incorporated another company would have deemed to have already established an ongoing enterprise. So that, Honorable Speaker, this simply goes to startups only. People who are coming out as fresh as new, who are coming from universities, colleges, and TVETs, who have totally nothing to begin with. So that, Honorable Speaker, this very noble agenda by Honorable Kikaria should serve the right people. Honorable Speaker, we are taking statistics of registration which was ongoing, Honorable Speaker. And in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, there are very many persons living with disabilities. Where do we take these persons? They are Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. They are my voters. They gave me the card. Election card, Honorable Speaker, does not display this coming from a particular person of a particular stature. They must live, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, we must protect them, Honorable Speaker, by giving them the tools to make sure that they are able to work. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a good thing. We should support this bill, not going the way Honorable Kiari said that we must, but it's good to convince your colleagues, Honorable Speaker, that we support the bill, because the bill is good. Honorable Kikari, you thought it well for us. Let us support this cause so that Kenyans who have challenges in terms of what they are able to do can be allowed to do it. But with caution, the way I said earlier, so that, Honorable Speaker, we can move up together as a country. I beg to support this bill.
Next on this, to speak on this is Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi. And then next is Honorable Ridikiri Mugambi.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am the Vice Chair of the Committee on Housing, Public Works, and Urban Development. Mr. Speaker, when this bill was presented as a draft, it was subjected to the normal requirement, and the Committee of Housing and Urban Development was charged to pick it up as per the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, the committee picked this matter and called for public participation, and it received a memoranda from the State Department of Public Works and the National Construction Authority. We also had the opportunity to receive the memoranda from the mover of the bill. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, the committee deliberated on this matter, and various observations were made. In the existing bill, Mr. Speaker, the existing bill, section 34, subsection 2B, provides that the charge levied on contractor services be given by the authority are one of the sources of funds. as we speak, Mr. Speaker, through the executive order, the contractor's levy was suspended for NCA. The only other source of revenue for the contractors is the registration. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we made an observation that Section 42(1) of the Act, it has given the Cabinet Secretary the powers to make regulations. Under Regulation 27 of the National Construction Authority, 2014, it has empowered the Cabinet Secretary to determine the fees payable from time to time. What are we saying, Mr. Speaker? We are saying, through the regulations given to the Cabinet Secretary, the committee feels that there is no need of changing, doing the amendment by registration, because the regulations already are there that give the Cabinet Secretary to determine the kind of fees will be charged, and at the same time, it also gives the Cabinet Secretary the authority to waive fees on case-to-case basis. Mr. Speaker, the issue of women, the issue of youth and persons with disability is a sensitive matter, and I truly say it is. What the mover of this bill has not brought out very clearly is up to what level do we call a youth? Because even a youth who is 35 and below can also be called a youth and can also start up a business. Women, it's true, is an open-ended. People with disability, yes. The issue that we have to understand is there any possibility for abuse? Because the moment we have put this into legislation, there is a likelihood for abuse. And that's why the committee is becoming very sensitive. Because once you have done a legislation and it becomes law, unless it is brought back again to here for amendment, the mover has agreed. The mover has agreed there are possibilities for abuse. The mover has agreed that we can't leave it open-handed. It's for startup. We need, therefore, my very good friend to come up and say, these are the conditions of that startup. The committee has no problem with that. The committee has no problem with that. We have, Mr. Speaker, to look at also Section 152(10) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. The one quoted and associated with Mr. Sakanja. It has already given a condition that the government, any government entity and the quasi-government entity, that 30% be given to the members of youth, women, and persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, what we need to ask ourselves is the practicability of this, because this is one area that has been abused. And this is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, in the tour of the Parliament, this same bill was brought to this House, and it was rejected by the members because of abuse. Mr. Speaker, there's nobody who is opposed to supporting the youth. This is not the impression that KJ gave, that anybody going to oppose this. It is a matter of following the law. It is the matter. In fact, what the member should be doing, the first step, is...
Yes, Honorable Gikaria, what is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order for the member and the vice chairperson of the Housing Committee to either withdraw or substantiate that this bill came and it was rejected. Honorable Speaker, I brought this bill last year. It went through the same process and approved. But because it didn't go to the levels and our standing orders normally, because as per the last time it was here in the 12th Parliament, it went through the whole process, approved, but could not go to the end. So, as per our standing order, I had to reintroduce the same bill. And that is exactly what I've done. So is it in order for him to mislead this House that this bill came and it was rejected? Thank you.
I stand collected, Mr. Speaker. I stand collected, Mr. Speaker. And that matter is below the carpet.
Please pronounce yourself on that, because I listened to the point of order very clearly. Pronounce yourself on what...
Mr. Speaker, he did not quote the standing order on which I need to reply.
Honorable Ridikiri.
Mr. Speaker, he stood up because I have said this matter under the bridge, but it seems he's standing on a point of order.
Honorable Ridikiri.
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the mover.
Order.
I have listened to the mover.
Honorable Ridikiri, could you take your seat? And you want to spoil very good debate. We were listening to you very carefully with our third ear. But you have been asked by Honorable that was this bill in the House and was it rejected? Because that can influence the thinking of members. Proceed and pronounce yourself on that.
I've listened to the mover. I've taken his word. I apologize.
Thank you, and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I was at the point of the abuse. And that is the major problem that the committee had. Mr. Speaker, implementing the 30% allocation for people with disability, youth and women is not, and many organizations have not been able to implement that.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Mr. Speaker,
Point of order.
which point of order?
Ridikiri, proceed.
No, there is a serious, if he is to proceed.
Order, Honorable Member. I have not given you a chance. Proceed, Honorable Ridikiri.
Please relax. If I don't want to tell you, come up with a standing order. We are not here to ask questions. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because practically we have seen young people, women and people with disability denied opportunities. But we have an act. What am I saying, Mr. Speaker? If we have to do a registration, it must be tight proof that it's not going to be circumvented. The mover himself has agreed that many people go and they use these people, women and youth, to register their companies. Mr. Speaker, you will find them some companies with the youth. When you go to the bank signatories, they are doctors and engineers, professionals. Yet the company directors are called the youth. So, Mr. Speaker, our position as a committee is that we need to make the amendment on this bill so that we are very clear that what limit are we talking about the youth? Because they are youth millionaires. Mr. Speaker, these people are required to do works of millions, 10 million, 80 million, 5 million. Those people surely cannot miss 5,000 shillings. But I like the argument when somebody said, in the renewal process, this money can be recovered. KJ, yes, harassing me here with bad spirit, but he's my friend though. So, Mr. Speaker, if this bill is done with amendment to incorporate what the member of Dagolet, then it is a good bill. But please, let's make sure to know that we have regulations which are already existing. We don't have to do a registration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And let me also thank my colleague, Honorable Gikaria, for having brought this bill here. And I've always held the point of view that we should never discourage a colleague from presenting private members' bill, because that's what's the role under Article 95 to present. And once he presents the bill on the floor of the House, it becomes the property of the National Assembly to do with it as it wishes. Honorable Speaker, there are a few issues that are emerging by the plain reading of the proposed amendments to the National Construction Authority Act. The amendments might look innocuous, harmless, and well-intended. For that is a commendable spirit. Honorable Speaker, there was a reason why a National Construction Authority was actually incorporated or set up, and through legislation. Honorable Speaker, it regulates or governs the physical process of establishing a physical asset. We have a history of collapsing buildings, Honorable Speaker. We have a history of badly done projects. We have a history of projects that have dragged on for years and years. It was the hope of the drafters that this particular bill or this particular act will start to address these issues one by one. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the parent bill, clause section 17, it says a person or firm may apply to the board for registration as a contractor for the purpose of this act, and subsection 2 gives a rundown of the qualifications of somebody, a firm, or an individual that can be registered as a contractor. What does a contractor do? A contractor produces a physical asset, be it a road, be it a house, be it some waterworks, whichever it is. So, Honorable Speaker, it calls for the assembly of various factors of production, be it the stones, be it the cement, be it sand, be it water, be it the technical skills of bricklayer, a masonry, whatever you want to call it. Honorable Speaker, it also includes financing to such a level that the project is completed on time, within cost, and expected quality. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the building code and statutes that we are trying to build now, it infuses a high sense. It gives priority, first consideration on the question of apprenticeship. That indeed, nobody expects a college graduate has graduated today and tomorrow he can manage a project on his own, can construct on his own. So, Honorable Speaker, we must never lose that spirit. And I want to urge my colleague, as you listen to us, as you seek probably to concur or discuss with the committee on the possible amendments, look at it from that theoretical and practical point of view. That indeed, we need to infuse professionalism. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, professionalism comes with some element of experience. And experience must be positive experience. A doctor, Dr. Pukose will tell you, will not graduate today, and tomorrow is given a scalpel, whatever they call it, to go and open a swollen stomach. He will have to do it under the tutelage of an experienced hand. We, the valuers, we are graduate to not leave class, and then tomorrow is registered to sign on his own. There's an element of apprenticeship. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that brings us to the second level. Any person who gets to a point of being registered for the purpose of building quality structures might not be a person who has no means at all. Honorable Speaker, and I totally want to concur with my friend from Buri. Not all women cannot afford 5,000. Not all youths cannot afford 5,000. Not all the disabled people cannot afford 5,000. We have so many members of parliament who are a person living with this disability. They are young, they are old, they cannot actually fall to the category. Probably I would actually have thought he would look at how do we assess the neediness of the applicant, so that we don't give a blanket, check. How do you assess the neediness of an applicant? With my son who is a youth, will he ask me for 5,000 or 20,000 to go register a company and I fail to raise? No. Honorable Speaker, again, we have got this growing misconception that it's the only women who are in need. There are men of the same age of women who are even languishing, who are suffering much more than the women. When will the discrimination against men come to an end? When will it come to an end? If anything we talk about women. That women and men of the same age, same socioeconomic status, but unfortunately, you'll always find women are favored. So, Honorable Speaker, I would really request Honorable Vicaria to look at the need assessment. Honorable Speaker, I would ask him also to look at, has that person who is registered in the company, as Honorable Kiaria KJ has put it, the youth is a ticking time bomb. It's a ticking time bomb. But for what benefit is it to give the youth a certificate when he has got no technical experience, to training, technical ability, and we have not put into place measures to enable him raise funds to undertake, execute that project? What will he do? He will end up hawking it around, what we used to call during our days, discounting. I have a contract of 10 million. I'll sell to you. Give me 2 million. You will register a caveat on my account so that when the amount comes, I chop up everything. You only get your 5% or 2% commission, and your status of unfavorableness, your status of inability to do anything persists forever. We should never create. Yes, it's always good to talk to the gallery. It's always good to talk for politics, looking for votes. Indeed, it's okay. That's what we are brought here. We represent the less fortunate. We represent all the most fortunate. But we should never use the unfortunate situation of the suffering youth, women, and people living with disability to enrich the disadvantaged ones. We must be very careful. I don't care about the issue of the fees, because NCA can always mine fees and get its money from the big contractors. But indeed, Honorable Speaker, this will not end up benefiting the youths, will end up benefiting the briefcase contractors who will take advantage of the youth, because if we are not imposing any pre-qualifications, any condition precedent, we are only creating a situation where we are going to hire youths in our villages and allow them to get jobs. So it's a good bill, but listen to what other members are saying so that you can enrich it going forward. But the mere spirit that he has gone his way, I support his efforts, but the efforts might not end up in positive results. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Very good contributions from every member who is speaking on this. And it's very exciting to listen to these late-date debates. Let's now have the Chair of Finance to also weigh in on this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to air my views on this proposal by the Honorable Ikaria, the chair of one of the chairs of our committees. Honorable Speaker, I have taken my time to go through this report, and perhaps maybe Honorable Ndikilu would have provided more insight, because on page 13, on the committee recommendations, because one of the things when I look at the report is I was looking at what did the committee recommend. And to read verbatim, Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill 2022, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, the stakeholders' comments on the bill and the above observations recommend that the House rejects the bill in its entirety. But the next sentence, Honorable Speaker, is quite interesting. The committee shall propose amendments to the bill during the committee of the whole House as contained in the schedule. According to procedure, Honorable Speaker, then if we follow the proposal by this committee of rejecting this bill, that means the bill falls. That means it will not go to the committee of the whole House for amendments. And therefore, I think that is what is even causing this confusion. We do not know whether the committee is recommending its deletion into its entirety or is proposing amendments. And I think the committee needs now to clarify, because if we follow by what the report of the committee says, then it's a little bit confusing. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, on talking about, I looked at the memoranda by the National Construction Authority and some supplementary information. Honorable Speaker, numbers don't lie. If you look at the A&A that has been collected by these companies, these AGPO companies, that the companies that are owned and operated by women, youth, and persons with disabilities, in the financial year 2016-2017, there were 2,063 contractors who gave the Construction Authority of Kenya 56,250,000. In 2017-2018 financial year, we see an increase in the number of contractors by 600 to 2,612, giving us an additional money coming to a total of 66,955,600,000. Let's equal 66. It's actually million, not billion, sorry. In 2018-2019, again, the contractors increased to 3,621, giving us that 81 million shillings approximately in A&A. In 2019-2020, the number almost doubled of contractors to 5,408, giving us A&A of 113 million shillings. In 2020-2021, the number of these contractors dropped by 400 to 5,092, giving us 113 million shillings in A&A. In 2021-2022, the number dropped by around 800 contractors to 4,213, giving us A&A of 120 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, the scary figure is for 2022-2023. The numbers dropped to 853. That means we have the lowest ever number of contractors registered at AGPO. from 4,213 to 853. We have the lowest collected amount of A&A from 119 million shillings to 16 million shillings. And that begs the question, what could have caused such a phenomenal drop in the number of these AGPO contractors by such a huge margin? And maybe that is what the Honorable Ikaria is trying to cure. The life of any business, especially registered by a youth or women and people with disabilities, they bid for years. They bid for different contracts for an average of 5 years before they get any one job, which therefore could mean, and again more analysis needs to be done on these figures, but having just looked at them, the first assumption I made is that you registered for a business and got that AGPO certification 5 years ago. You applied, you made my government gazette your friend. You applied for those jobs in 2017. You didn't get. In 2018, you didn't get. In 2019, you didn't get any. In 2020, you didn't get any. In 2021, you didn't get any. In 2022, you didn't get any. In 2023, you didn't get any. And you realize that I've been paying all these fees over the years. And even if I would get a contract at the 5th year, then I will be required to pay all these outstanding fees for all this time. And therefore, someone will ask themselves, why do I still need to continue to hold this AGPO certificate and this registration with the National Construction Authority? And therefore, I would beg my colleagues in this House to look at this more keenly. And I agree with the sentiments, for example, by Honorable Ouda and Vice Chair Honorable Ndikiri here, that AGPO certification has also been a subject of abuse. We have seen court proceedings where billions of shillings have been lost through misappropriation by some people. And when we are seeing the people being arraigned in court, they appear clueless. They didn't even know that their IDs or their certificates were used for registration of those businesses. And even when they were willingly give their details for registration of those companies, you can be sure they got a very little percentage of the proceeds of that particular transaction or that particular contract. Most of us, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, when we meet people outside there and they tell us, Mheshimiwa, I would like your help in getting a tender, almost all of them will tell you, I have a youth certificate, I have a women's certificate, and I have a people with disability certificate. Which actually means that we need to do a better job in identifying these people that actually really deserve this certification from the rest that are using this certification to abuse. But the fact that there are some people misusing the use of this country, women and people with disabilities, to gain favors or to gain this advantage, does not mean we should take away the support we need to give to youth, women, and people with disabilities. The solution to that would to fix the problem, to fix the abuse. And I'm sure that we do not lack personnel or capacity or the techniques that we will need to employ to make sure that those people or those contractors that are registered as women, youth, and people with disabilities are actually youth, women, and people with disabilities, and actually that they deserve them. You know, when the question of youth comes in, you know, most of the time we confuse youth and youthful. And even Honorable Ndikiri was struggling to know who is a youth and who is not. But our laws are very clear that youth is anybody below the age of 35 years. So even if you look, you don't have white hair like Honorable Ndikiri, and you are 50, and you have taken care of yourself, you're not a youth, you are probably only youthful. And therefore, if we really get these people that truly deserve this particular help, and we take into consideration what Honorable Ikaria is proposing, I am sure and certain we'll have a lot of youths and women and people with disabilities who would benefit and become and make a positive contribution in the building of our nation. I listened to Honorable KJ and his amendments, which I would really like to support. Honorable KJ, who said that let us give this exemption to these people, but once they start doing business, then we recover this particular cost from them. And so, if we do that, then there is no loss. Because once these people start now earning, in fact, I would propose that they would even do that and pay an extra interest, because they were extended a relief. So when they actually get to start doing business and they actually get paid, then they can pay how much they owed and a little interest. The same way we, for example, get our HELB loans, and then once we start working, we repay our loan with a little interest. And with that, I would really like to support Honorable Gikaria's bill. It's very timely. Let us not kill it because subject to abuse. Let's fix the problem, which is the abuse, and support the amendments as proposed by Honorable KJ. With that, I support Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The bill is now a property of the House. You don't need to worry the position of the committee. That's why we are debating. We may proceed and hear from the Honorable Harrison Kombe of Magarini.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Nichukue nafasi hii kwanza kumpongeza ndugu Gikaria kwa kuleta mswada huu bungeni. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri kwamba vijana wengi wanayo matamanio ya kuweza kujitegemea na wangependa kuwa wanakandarasi, lakini zile hela zinazotozwa na ile mikakati ya mpaka kuwa mwanakandarasi ndivyo ambavyo vimelemea vijana wengi. Nazungumza hivi kwa sababu tayari wakati tukitafuta nilikuwa nikisema jibidisheni na muweze kubuni makampuni ili muwe wanakandarasi. Kazi itakayopatikana iwe mtafanya nyinyi wenyewe na ile shilingi iwe itabaki hapo mtaani. Mama mboga atapata riziki yake na mama maharage na chapati atapata riziki yake. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna mwendo mrefu wa kupata hii hati ya kuweza kuwa mwanakandarasi. Hivyo basi kusema ya kwamba waweze kupewa, kuanzisha na kuwa wanakandarasi, kisha baadaye wanapopata kazi wakaweze kulipa hela hizi, hakika sitajali hata kama kutakuwa na riba, itakuwa si neno, kwa sababu tayari watakuwa wamepata hiyo kandarasi, na wakishamaliza kazi basi wanaweza wakalipa. Na nimesikia mnenaji mmoja akisema ya kwamba kwa nini tukawapatie vijana na ili hali hata hawajajistawisha. Hiyo ni sawa na kusema natangaza kazi hapa, natafuta daktari aliye na ujuzi wa miaka 10. Daktari wa ujuzi wa miaka 10 asingekuwa ameajiriwa pale mwanzo, hii miaka 10 angepata wapi? Ni lazima kwanza apate hiyo kazi, na ndipo basi akaweze kupata hiyo tajiriba akiwa yuko kazini. Hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ninaunga mkono mswada huu, japo ikifika wakati wa kamati ya jumba lote tutafanya marekebisho ili kuona ya kwamba nafasi hii inayotolewa haiwezi kutumika vibaya. Hivyo hata hao vijana pia nao kile kiwango cha miaka itabidi tukiangalie kwa uzuri, ili kwamba tukaweke hata kama ni miaka 25 kurudi nyuma, ndio waweze kuwa wanasamehewa na wakaweze kupata hizo hati bila malipo na walipe baadaye. Pia hiyo itakuwa ni hali nzuri. Na hivyo basi, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikurudishie tu asante kwa kunipatia nafasi nami kupata kuunga mkono mswada huu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Honorable David Kiplagat, we had given you that chance. No, excuse me. There's a honorable member whom we had given a chance. Just take your seat, please. Please. The Honorable Julius RUTO, we gave you a chance, but unfortunately we had two microphones lighting at the same time. So Ridikiri took his place. Please, you may proceed. I'll still give you a chance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing that challenge that came and that you've given me an opportunity to also weigh in on the issue before us. And first of all, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate my brother, Honorable Gigari, a Member of Parliament, Nakuru East, for being considerate on the current challenges that our youths and women are going through in our society. Yes, listening to prime members who have made their presentation, most of them have brought in some issues which indeed it could be reasonable to be looked at. But at the same time, it looks like we are being treated much on the risks of abuse of the same, more than the current risk of lack of employment that is existing in the country at the moment. Mr. Speaker, you really appreciate of the recent events that have taken place. One quoted by Honorable Kajay on our youth who were lured to provide some data through the WorldCoin just because of the incentive of being told they will be paid for. That tells you the desperation that our country is going through. Not even long, just a week ago, KDF, in their own process of recruitment, had provided space for youths who have come through NYS, only 350. But the turn-up on the Embakasi was more than 30,000. That is what we are told by the observers and in the media. That can really tell you the situation where we are in. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is not the duty of a government to make any profit. They are not in an enterprise concern, but rather it's there to provide service. One of the issues of provision of service is to ensure they create an enabling situation for our young men and women in our society. Reason why am I saying this? I heard members saying that they could be given an opportunity, an holiday for them to register free, and then thereafter it can be recouped. I want to depart from that and say it is not in any case a responsibility of a government to make profit or to create a receivable account against our youth or women in our society. My support to this particular presentation is much informed by the direction that this government is taking, especially on matters to do with youth. We all appreciate this House the other day has just passed a budget, and in that budget, weight much on that budget goes to training of youth under technical training colleges, under vocational training colleges being a function of county governments. We need to ask ourselves, after giving knowledge to these people, technical knowledge and technical skills, the current situation in our country cannot absorb them, all of them. But rather, after being subjected to training, it will not be fair for this person to have taken his own time or a time to go through classwork, being trained technically, and then be unleashed to a market that is not existing. That is why, again, you will go back to our shopping centers, our villages. You will not differentiate a trained youth and untrained youth. And therefore, this particular amendment seeks to link the direction, the policy direction in terms of youth and training to creating an opportunity for them by saying, look at this. Why can't you allow these young men, those who are in woodwork, those who are in plumbing, those who are in electrical works, those who are in technical works, those who are in civil works, why can't you allow them to participate even in where the government seeks to spend? All of us, we know, under macroeconomics, we know government expenditure is one function of creating employment or creating income in the country. Y is equal to I plus G, all that as we know that particular formula. And therefore, why can't we allow our youth to participate in where the government seeks to put money in water, in roads, in buildings? Now the country is saying one of the policy directions is housing, affordable housing. Why can't we allow this youth, even multinational contracts like doing our roads? We need even to improve further our Public Procurement Act to create a provision that where an international bidder wins a huge contract, there should be a subsection of subcontracting to youth specifically tailored within that particular domain of the execution of that work, so that this particular expenditure of government shall be seen to be dropping all through to the young people and women in our society, so that we're able to alleviate
the poverty we have in place, increase income to our households. In fact, the biggest challenge we are going through in this nation is not even the cost of living in the first place. As much as we want to complain in the rising of prices, cost of living, cost of fuel, and all this put together, the biggest challenge we have is lack of disposable income. Even if the prices are reduced now, the same Kenyans will not afford to spend because they have no power to spend. They have no purchasing power. Whatever we are doing now is to look at the legal framework of impressing, creating a framework for this youth to participate in income generation. Once they have their income generation, we can be sure of improved livelihood in their households, in their families, even in their own self lives that they are leading. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to say this is not another amendment we need to do. We still need to look at other laws, as I've quoted, Public Procurement Act and its regulations, so that we're able to further much of space for youth to participate in the government sector. Look at now the challenge we are seeing. Our youth are being airlifted. The troubles we are seeing with these agents, because the vulnerability of our youth are seeking for employment. Some of them, even the little savings, their parents are losing much. They are selling their lands to secure space for this youth. I'm saying, can we use our own laws to accommodate our youth? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to say that we really need to be sensitive to these particular issues. Much we are worried for other issues that we looked at, can they be abused? What is the purpose of regulations? It is the duty of the ministry thereafter to establish regulations and ensure this particular amendment can be operationalized. That much I have said so that I can allow time to my colleagues to contribute, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support these particular amendments without further amendments to it, so that this one can be executed and allow our youth, women, and people living with disability to register for free and participate. And let NCA now regulate on them. That is the duty that we'll be having. Thank you so much.
Very well. Now let me give this chance to David Kiplagat, after which we have Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance. Thank you, Honorable Rikaria, for such a wonderful amendment that actually goes to the heart and support for our youths. We know very well we have come a long way in terms of assisting the less fortunate within the business cycles, so that they can also be able to do business and to be able to grow until they become the billionaires in Kenya. We have had very successful ventures that emanate at the bottom until they become magnets, just like the Bill Gates of this world. I really want to support this amendment and urge our institutions who are implementing, supporting the youth in ensuring that at least they are able to access those tenders that have been marked for either the youths, people with disability, and also the women. One thing that is very clear is that either Kenyans, we are very smart or we are very cunning, because all of us live in this country, and these opportunities that have been preserved, that's the 30% component that has been preserved for these disadvantaged groups. You will find the same businessman who is over 60 years of age having a company for the women, having a company for the youth, having a company for the disability, and having a company for any other disadvantaged group, although he is able, and all the same, in terms of the types of the NCAs that are required, you will find that they have NCA 1, they have NCA 2, up to NCA 8. So it is important as we look, Mr. Speaker, at this amendment, we are also cognizant of these cartels that have taken hostage this country in all the departments, in all the corners, up to whereby this 30% component that were meant for the youth, the women, and the people living with disability, it is no longer tenable. So as we maybe look at this amendment, we can also maybe in future, without loading so much on the amendment of Honorable Rikaria, is to look at an amendment where we can be able to make sure that if a certain tender has been preserved for the youths, then there is a mechanism to actually establish that the company and those people in CR12 are actually the youths. I don't know how, because Kenyans, they are very smart. And that smartness is actually corrupting the whole process. So as I support this amendment, which has come at a better time, so that at least we can give the chance to our youths to be able to access these jobs within our government in terms of tenders, we also need to make sure that at least those people who are concerned or who have been given the task to make sure that they police the entire process, they need to remove these cartels that have taken over those tenders that were meant for this group. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the amendment. Thank you.
The Honorable John Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this noble bill. And also want to congratulate my brother, MP for Nakuru Town, for coming up with this bill so that we can try as much as we can to create employment and also to support our young people and people with disability and women probably who are trying as much as they can to create the land and also try as much as they can to grow and make sure that they formulate and they come up with companies that can be beneficial to our country in the future, Mr. Speaker. And supporting what Mutembei Rikaria has proposed, we have a very big number of unemployment in our country. And as a house, we must come up with the registration that in a way support job creation, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have said, as Mheshimiwa KJ had said earlier, it is so easy to, you know, wish away the 5,000 or 10,000 that is requested by the National Construction Authority. But it also, and especially when you come from the background where some of us have come from, whereby we are trying as much as we can to register a company. And after you register a company, you tarmac even for a year or 2 years before you get an employment. I think it's also important to put up some amendment whereby if a company can be, if the NCA can actually be able to verify that this company has not transacted even after a year, because there's those cases of so many young people here, and we have the digital aspect of it whereby we can be able to verify whether this company has been able to be given any job by any government institution or probably by any private sector. Then if they are not able to raise or to make money, that they can also be able to be cleared and to be waived the penalties that is given by the National Construction Authority until this young person or this group of people can be able to get out there and get a job, Mr. Speaker. You can be able to get some money to register a company, but after you do that, it's another work to tarmac to make sure that you get a job, and from that point you cannot be able to do things the way you are supposed to do. And I welcome the suggestions of amendment by the member for Bagureti South, whereby he's saying that in a way we can also anchor it into law and make sure after some time, if you are able to now make money and make profit after maybe a year or two, this money can be, you know, corrected after, because now the company can be able to pay the kind of money that probably the National Construction Authority demanded. But we have been able to give this person a fair footing whereby he can now be able to start working and at least provide employment for himself alone before even he goes ahead to provide employment for the other young people within our country, Mr. Speaker. You realize we have so many unemployed young people, and if one company can be able to get a job, and I'm trying, because I've come up with an amendment on public procurement tender sum can be given to international companies. So that we must also try to caution young people and local, contractors and manufacturers from international competition, Mr. Speaker, because some of these international companies, they come to our country, they have easy money, probably from their mother countries. They can be able to access financing. They can be able to access, these jobs with our local companies. But our local companies are not able to compete because the moment this young person gets this kind of a job, he needs to pay some money to National Construction Authority. He needs to go to the bank and get some, what we call loans. And then he has to put a small margin. After he gets this job, he can also be able, now to survive and pay maybe the taxes that he's supposed to pay as per the Kenya Revenue Authority. So therefore, we must also come up with a law to make sure we put a ceiling up to how much some contract can be given to international company. So that we also try to protect the many able young contractors, many contractors from our country and young contractors from our country. We must also be able to grow them and create an opportunity for them to compete among themselves, but not to compete with the national companies, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we recommend and we support this bill. It will create a lot of employment. If you give a young person and maybe to construct a classroom using a national government fund, that person will be able to give, casual workers. He will employ, those who call marshal, Mr. Speaker. And number two, you'll also be able, there'll be a woman who will be selling, uji or porridge or food, even within that construction site, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, when we enable and empower women and empower young people, we are empowering a generation and the future of this country. We must protect the young people, and by this, and creating and making sure that we don't first demand money from them. Because someone who have come from the university, where do we expect him or her to get 30,000 to pay National Construction Authority to get a certificate to start working? We must be reasonable as a country, Mr. Speaker, and make sure we first accommodate them in the market. We first make sure, even go ahead and create authority whereby they can be able to access, and I thank the government because it has come up with what we call the Hustlers Fund, whereby we are giving out loans to the young people who want to do farming. Even if the amount is small, they can also be able to start somewhere. Probably they can join hands and form a company and maybe probably access funds. But we need to make it more, accommodative, whereby even if they get an LPO of a certain company, these government institutions can be able to fund them, so that for the first time they fund them with zero interest, so that even if they make a profit of 30%, now they will be able to get a footing whereby they start working and making sure that now they can be able even to improve and actually contribute to our economy, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, whatever member of Nakuru Town has brought into the floor of this house is very important. This job will create employment. In number two, we'll also make sure we have eradicated idleness and maybe probably drugs and alcohol abuse within our institution, within our villages, Mr. Speaker. Because the moment you give this young person hope, when he go to the National Construction Authority and he has a certificate, he has a registration certificate, he will start thinking of how now do I stomach to get a job. But the moment you make it very difficult for him to access some of these government documents, that you need to pay you need to pay a lot of money for you to be able to get the licensing, for you to start performing and functioning as a young person, then we kill their dream and we fail to give them hope. The moment they have this certificate, they have hope. They know that tomorrow will be better than today. They know I'll continue putting my papers in order. Maybe one day I'm going to get a job and maybe probably employ myself and I employ my brother and I employ my sister and maybe probably extend to the village level, Mr. Speaker. So therefore we distribute hope. We make sure that we are government or we are an institution or we are a country that is building hope to the so many young people who don't have hope today. Because the moment you make it difficult even to register these companies, these young people will just be idle there. But if he knows he has a company and he comes to my office and asks me, Mheshimiwa, do I have this company? The first thing you ask him, do you have the right document? How can he have the right document if we are not able to facilitate him as a government, and probably he has just come out from the university or from 4, and number 2, it is becoming so difficult to access some of these documents, Mr. Speaker. We must be in a position to support the young people and make sure that we distribute and give them hope. As they continue tamaking maybe to look for a white-collar job, they can also know, and I really appreciate what the government is doing, by making sure we have enough TVETs within our institutions, within our constituencies. They have been able to equip the TVETs, and especially to areas like Kiambaa constitution where we don't have a even TVET. And I thank the government because with the risk, and I know the procurement process is about to start, whereby these young people can go and learn, technical jobs, technical courses, Mr. Speaker, whereby they will use these technical courses to maybe now even go ahead and apply for this certificate from the National Construction Authority. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support. These are very important bill in the floor of the House, and we have no any other obligation apart from supporting it and making sure, even if it brings some amendment, that after they have been able to accumulate and put check and balances, whereby we are so certain that the people who are applying for this waiver, they are young people, they are women and people with disability. That ICT thing must be brought into check to make sure that not anybody come to apply for waiver, but it's a young person. He must be visible, he must be seen, he must be known, he must maybe even probably get a letter, even if it's from the chief or from the DC. We make it a bit difficult for the cartels and the people who have been using young people to make millions and to make millions of money with companies that these young people, they are not even aware that actually they have registered company. Therefore, Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Daktari Robert Pukose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to support this motion by Honorable David Kigaria, member for Nakuru East. Honorable Speaker, I remember that this bill came in the last parliament and it proceeded, only that it didn't go to the committee of the whole House. And I want to thank the Honorable Kikaria for picking it up and bringing it out again. I've known Honorable Kikaria for now the 3rd term, having been his vice chair in the Energy Committee in the last parliament before we were sent to other committees by the powers that be at that time. We were fumigated. Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Kikaria has always had passion for the lowly in society, especially in his Nakuru constituency, where he's even had run-ins with the law to protect his constituents on many times. He's even been sent to the police cells, and even ended up attending more often court cases in Naivasha. And I would always step in for him when he's going to attend fabricated court cases against him for defending his constituents. So when he came up with this bill, I know the intentions are noble, they are good. He wants to assist the young, the women, and people with disability, especially in this competitive construction industry, where you find that even with opportunities where we say 30% goes to the women, the youth, and the people with disability, they have not been getting it. And as you can read from the report of the committee, the numbers have actually been dwindling. They rose up initially, then subsequently, as the people continued being in the sector and not being able to access contracts in the construction industry, then somebody does not find the need to continue paying to have that certificate. And therefore you can see that at one time the A&A had gone up to around 120 million and now coming down to 16 million. Meaning, when it goes in that manner, you are going to find that in the long run, the numbers are going to completely dwindle and there might even be nobody in that sector. So, to me, this is, the committee should have looked at it in that sense during their public participation, and their proposal in their report to say that we reject this and later on say we amend, I think it was, they might not have gotten the concept quite clearly. But since this is a property of the House, I think when we go to the committee of the whole House, let's bring in amendments that can improve on this bill. Let's support this bill, make it a better bill, so that we make sure. I remember the Honorable Johnson Sakaja, now the governor for Nairobi, having brought in the 11th Parliament a bill in this House to make it the youths to be able to access opportunities in the various sector, the 30%, to make it be realized. I think it is high time that as a parliament, we make sure that these youths, women, and people with disabilities not only goes for lowly tenders, because when you look at even when it comes to the tenders within the various ministries, and you try to analyze to see what is the opportunities for the youth, women, and people with disabilities, you will find that the tenders they are given is as if it's a token, it's tokenism. It's not serious tenders for them to be able to make a living for themselves and be part and parcel of the economic change within this country. And I think this is upon our House, this National Assembly, to rise to the occasion and make sure that the youths of this country, the women of this country, and people with disabilities access what rightfully they can be able to access within their abilities, not tokenism. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First is to thank the members who have contributed and supported the bill, but also, Honorable Speaker, is to reiterate that when we went, when I went before the committee, some of these issues which are being raised, I made a case for myself. First was about what Mheshimiwa Uda was talking about. Honorable Speaker, this one was just an amendment on Section 17, and it had nothing to do with the assets that a company is supposed to have, the qualifications, because they have to meet those qualifications. They have to meet the other qualifications that are set out for registration as a contractor are supposed to be met. And the only thing that was supposed to be done is to try. And I want to totally agree with what Honorable Pukose has just indicated, that, Honorable Speaker, the numbers were coming down. And at one point when I engaged the committee and the National Construction Authority, I did ask at what is the highest number that you ever received in a year for the AGPO membership. And the numbers were, so the issue of collection is not an issue. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is about the construction fee that was supposed to be the 0.5% levy, the construction levy. And at one point I even raised this to the President, that an executive order was given to stop the construction levy at 0.5. Honorable Speaker, that is the amount of money that we need to reinstate. And the National Construction Authority is going to get a lot of money out of that. Because for those who have been given money, and this was done to cushion, because most of these people, whoever did that executive order, was trying to protect a few of his people who are going, because we were going to collect a lot of appropriation in aid, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, and this is for purposes of Honorable Order who is not here. Category 8, 7, and 6, they are not given those big jobs for buildings, big apartments and buildings and doing big jobs. These are category of up to around 10 million shillings for per contract. So it means it is some little money of doing maybe drainage for our roads, some grading of barabaras, doing some little bit of repairs of plumbing and waterworks and things like that. So the grade 8, 7 and 6 does not go to that level. The people who do big jobs that would warrant collapsing of building are people with grade 1 to around 4, and they are not in this category. Honorable Speaker, there was an issue of men, which I don't want to discuss, but about the experience, Honorable Speaker. Where will these young people ever get experience if we don't start them with something that they start slowly as they build their career, as they continue getting experiences? Honorable Speaker, these days, young people, graduates, are coming together as a pool of, they collect themselves to be able to start some small companies. One is an engineer, another is an electrical engineer, the other one is a civil engineer. All those, an architect, accountants, they come together for them to be able to start something that they can be able. Honorable Speaker, that is where we will get this experience from. And alluding to the fact what Honorable Pukose, Dr. Pukose has just indicated. Honorable Speaker, these numbers will continue going down. Me and Pukose, as he had said before, the powers to be that sent us to some other committees. And Honorable Pukose can remember very clearly. We had one of the departments within where we were in the energy sector. And the 30% for special groups was amounting to 4 billion. Honorable Speaker, you cannot believe that in 1 year, in the process of our oversight responsibility and duties, that department could only spend up to around 700 million for the special groups. And why? What was the reason? Is that because very few youth companies, and that is last year, very few companies were able to come forth and be able to tender because most of them had already given up. If you pay your registration, first year you don't get a job, second year you don't get a job. At some point you just give up and leave. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that yes, Honorable the Vice Chair has indicated the reasons as to why they had come up with their decision, but I also would want to request him to rethink about the committee decision and be able to think for the betterment of what I would say 5,000 is a lot, is little money that everybody should be able. Honorable Speaker, people are sleeping hungry. These young people are not even getting money to be able, a young man who has finished school, the mother and the siblings expect that young man to feed the family. And then you tell them again to go and contribute around 5,000, which with 3 categories, 15,000. It's not possible, Honorable Speaker. So I understand that, yes, it might be abused, and I totally agree that allowing this bill to go to the Committee of the Whole House to the 3rd reading and maybe bring what KJ has indicated. Even if it is all about that, then we can cushion that you can waive. Once they get a job, then you can recover. If it's all about money that we want. That way, Honorable Speaker, and I can assure you, because we'll be with you here in the next few months, you will be able to see the rise of young people, women, and people with disability going now to request for purposes of giving that very important certificate that is a requirement when you are doing that tender. And within no time, Honorable Speaker, we will have addressed the unemployment. Even if we address that through this process by around 20%, Honorable Speaker, that is a huge step in the right direction for us to be able to empower our young people for them to be able to. So many people have already indicated. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to repeat but I will tell you that as Kawanjiko has just finally indicated when he was clearing. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Optiven, and a few people have indicated, queues, 100,000 of people are queuing because they want money. And the young people, there was a study which was done, how do you want to get your money? Any way that they can be able to get money, as long as they are able to get money, they will go for it. But if we give them an opportunity for them to be able to earn a living out of their own and get experience for them. I was sharing some few stories that Honorable KJ was telling me. One of the young people, beneficiaries of ASEM, they were assisted to start up a small company. Not everybody succeeded, but the few who took off, now where they are huge contractors. And they are still young boys and girls who are now encouraging the other younger people to go their way. They started off when they were that small that they started, now they are going as they are rising. And that is what we want to see, that we improve the young people, the women, and people with disability for them to be able to get. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to, what is it called? To reply. Thank you, Dr. Propulsion.
Thank you. We shall defer putting of the question until the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 10, the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, second reading.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill has 97 clauses, and it seeks to consolidate the regulation of health products and technologies in keeping with the international best practices and guidance from the World Health Organization. This bill will promote and guarantee the quality, safety, and efficacy and effectiveness of health products and technologies in the country. The bill also establishes the Kenya Drugs Authority that is responsible for the regulation, investigation, inspection, and approval of health products and technologies and related matters. Following placement of advertisements in the print media on Monday, 8 May 2023, seeking public and stakeholder views on the bill pursuant to Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and Standing Order 127(3), the committee received a memorandum from 32 stakeholders. Our Committee of Health also invited stakeholders to submit their memorandum to the Clerk of the National Assembly, and in which we got several submissions. We also had stakeholder submissions from the following: 1, the Ministry of Health; 2, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board; the National Quality Control Laboratory; the National Gender and Equality Commission; Kenya Association of Manufacturers; the Kenya Law Reform Commission; the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya; the Pharmaceutical Association; Agnes Kifuna Maina, a qualified pharmaceutical technologist; Matthew Wamuiga Katuruku, an enrolled pharmaceutical technologist; Kabui John; William Komen, Vincent Kashukia, Robert Ngetich, Duncan Simwa, Bernard Kariuki, Benjamin Munyao Nyudo, Dr. John Ngeve and Dr. Naomi Ngeve, Dr. Alex Okero Ogaru, Wilfred Wambui Kindirangu, Daniel Kiuru Mwangi, Pest Control Products Board, the Veterinary Medicines Directorate in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Agrochemicals Association of Kenya, the Kenya National Union of Pharmaceutical Technologies, Kenya Medical Association, the Law Society of Kenya, the Association of Pharmaceutical Industries, CAPI, the Kenya Veterinary Board, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, and the Office of the Attorney General. So, Honorable Speaker, you can see that we really got many memorandums and a lot of interest in as far as this bill is concerned. In the overview of the bill on the Kenya Trucks Authority Bill, Honorable Speaker, in Part 1, which is Clause 1 to 3, contains the preliminary provisions on short title interpretation and application of the Act. The bill seeks to regulate health products and technologies, including chemical substances, therapeutic cosmetics, herbal medicines and products, medical devices including radiation-emitting devices, medicines, and scheduled substances. In Part 2 of the bill, which is Clause 4 to 21 of the bill, it establishes the Kenya Trucks Authority in Clause 4 with headquarters in Nairobi. The authority is to be managed by the board, the Kenya Trucks Board, which is established under Clause 8 of the bill. Part 3 of the clause, which is Clause 22 to 36, provides for the regulations of medicine, and therefore this penalizing the sale of adulterated and substandard medicine and medicine which has not been registered by the Kenya Trucks Authority. B, it requires compliance with standards of manufacturing, labeling, packaging, sale, or advertisement. C, penalizes the manufacture, sale, preparation, and storage of medicines, including herbal medicine, contrary to the prescribed standards.
Order, Honorable Bukose. You will still have 26 minutes to continue with the moving of this bill. Honorable members, and the time being 9 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 5th October 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
A very good morning to you, and welcome to the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC. Welcome to the morning sitting of Wednesday, October 4th that commences in just 2 minutes, this being the second session. My name is Angela Cheror, and members of Parliament today are expected to deliberate on a couple of motions and bills, among them the NTSA bill brought by Kimilili Member of Parliament that in its first reading, that's Honorable Didmas Barasa. The motions on the review of the scope of education bursary scheme under the NG, CDF, and capitation for learners in primary and junior secondary school. The motion that is brought by Gatanga Member of Parliament, Honorable Wakili Edward Muirui, that Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution, while read together with Article 53(1)(b), entitles every child to free, quality, and compulsory basic education, cognizant of the fact that access to funding for education immensely contributes to the realization of universal access to basic education in the country, while appreciating that Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, that is NG-CDF Act, the 2015 establishes education bursary schemes for every constituency towards access to basic education, while noting that Section 48A of the NG-CDF Act further allows for affirmative action mechanism of allocating additional funds to cater for education bursary schemes and other teaching and learning related activities. And the House therefore resolved that education bursary schemes under Section 48 of the National Government Development Fund be extended to support learners in primary and junior secondary school to cater for competency-based curriculum, CBC, on the requirements, and pass on to Section 48A of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act of 2015, that the body in each constituency approves additional allocation to the education bursary scheme in order to support for teaching and learning related activities associated with CBC education, including school feeding programs. The government revises capitation per student in primary school from 1420 Kenya shillings to at least 7,760, being the minimum optimal capitation, factoring the new CBC education system and the prevailing high cost of living in the society. Also, on the expansion of drug and substance abuse in the rehabilitation centers. And the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Gladys Boss, has walked into the House ready for the second session of the morning sitting. And I now hand over you to the plenary.
The offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I direct that the bell be rung for 10 minutes.
Having not achieved the requisite number, or rather lack of quorum, pursuant to Standing Order 34, the Deputy Speakers ask the Sergeant at Arms to ring a bell for 10 minutes in order to allow members of Parliament to walk into the House and begin the session of Wednesday, October 4th, the second session of the morning sitting. And also, the members are expected to deliberate on the motion on expansion of drug and substance abuse rehabilitation centers. This is a motion brought by Kandui Constituency Member of Parliament, Honorable John Makali. And according to the National Protocol for the Treatment of Substance Use Disorders in Kenya by the Ministry of Health, drug abuse in our country has been increasing, especially among the youth, with statistics indicating that more than half of drug users are aged between 10 to 19 years. This means those are school-going children or adults. Further, aware that research released by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Drug Abuse, that is NACADA, in December 2022 last year, placed Western Region as the leading region in alcohol and substance abuse at a staggering percentage of 23.8%, followed by the coastal region at 13.9%, and followed closely by central region at 11.9%. The high level of drug abuse in the western region is attributed to the illegal entry points from the neighboring countries and the unlicensed establishments, especially in Bungoma and Busia counties, with statistics indicating 2 of every 5 establishments in Bungoma County operate illegally. A majority of the consumers of illegal substances are school-going children who end up dropping out of school. And the fact that Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010 established that the Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, whose purpose too, among others, to facilitate the dissemination of information on alcoholic drinks and promote rehabilitation programs in the country in order to curb the use of drugs among the school-going children that have been established to be the ages between 10 to 19 and who eventually drop out of school. The House has urged the government to constitute intensive programs for the dissemination of information on alcohol and substance abuse in line with the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010, and to increase the number of rehabilitation centers across the country, and more so in the counties that have been mentioned in the coastal region, the counties of Busia and Bungoma counties, owing to the closeness of the borders. Also, the motion on banning the growing of eucalyptus trees in the country, brought by Central Imenti Member of Parliament, Moses Kirima, that the House urges the national government through the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry that absolute banning of planting eucalyptus trees and encourages planting of indigenous species across the country. Also orders the uprooting of all eucalyptus trees in the 47 counties and the 290 constituencies, and the replacement of variety of trees, particularly indigenous species, to ensure conservation of water sources and preserve the ecosystem, and initiates the process of putting in place punitive measures against persons who defy the orders. Eucalyptus tree species are popular among large-scale and commercial tree farmers in the country. These tree species are grown in most ecological zones in the country, and particularly in Western Kenya, Central Rift Valley, Central Kenya, parts of eastern and coastal regions of the country. Farming of eucalyptus trees has been on the rise due to their fast growth, good economic returns, and diverse commercial uses such as transmission poles, fuelwood, timber, plywood, pulp. They are used as fencing posts and building material, among others. It's a concern that eucalyptus tree species are majorly cited as a high water depleting agents through the high consumption, transpiration, and evaporation, thus causing the drying up of streams, rivers, and depletion of groundwater sources. It's a concern that the high depletion of water by the said trees has caused adverse negative effects on soil fertility, land degradation, and are a serious threat to the biodiversity. Recognizing that due to the serious threats posed by eucalyptus trees to the biodiversity, there is a need for their removal and placement with other types of trees to improve conservation of water sources and ecosystem in general. There is also a bill by Jessica Mbalu, the Kibwezi East Member of Parliament, on the establishment of strategic grain storage reservoirs and silos in close proximity to smallholders farmers. As it is in the public domain, and agriculture is the backbone of the Kenya's economy, contributing to approximately 33% of the GDP and employing more than 40% of the total population and 70% of the rural population. The sector's performance has been declining as a result of adverse effects of climate change, resulting in droughts, famine, and food insecurity. Smallholder farming is predominantly rain-fed cereal grain farming, and farmers experience boom harvest every time there is adequate rains. It's a concern that such farmers majorly lack proper post-harvest grain handling and more storage facilities, and resort to selling their harvest almost immediately after harvesting at lower prices when the market is flooded with the product, and thus it reduces the risk of suffering losses through spoilage. And cognizant of the fact that the current state of affairs exacerbates poverty in rural areas, there is need for instituting measures that boost local production to augment our grain reservoirs as stipulated under the National Food and National Security Policy, which will lead to a reduction of grain imports in the country. And she urges the House to resolve that the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, establishes the strategic grain storage reservoirs and silos in close proximity to smallholder farmers so as to address the post-harvest inefficiencies. Honorable Omolker Kasim, the woman representative for Mandera County, has a motion coming up on the policy of integrating a curriculum for environmental conservation in primary and secondary schools. Aware that Article 42 of the Constitution accords every person the right to clean and healthy environment, and Article 61D of the Constitution also mandates the state to encourage public participation in the management, protection, conservation of environment. It's a concern that the prevailing climate change and global warming has adversely affected our ecosystem and biodiversity, causing unprecedented droughts, food insecurity, and famine, thus affecting the livelihoods and our economy. It's a concern that there is a general lack of awareness of insensitivity among the citizens of the 290 constituencies on the 47 counties regarding the place of environmental conservation and preserving our biodiversity. Thus, the House, through the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, to develop and implement a policy on integrating a curriculum for environmental conservation in primary and secondary schools in the country. There is a motion by Honorable Peter Salasha, the Member of Parliament for Mumias East, on regulation of the sugar industry to discourage branding of sugar by non-millers. The importation and exportation of sugar is regulated by various laws, including the Crops Act and the Agriculture and Food Authority Act of 2013. The Agriculture and Food Authority Act, charged with the responsibility of regulating the importation and exportation of sugar in the country in accordance to the law. The importation of sugar is also negotiated within the regional trading blocks, the frameworks, and the agreements to enable the country to meet the demand of sugar. individuals or entities allowed to import sugar provided they obtain the necessary permits and meet the required standards. It's a concern that despite these regulations,
Okay, let's try 5 minutes.
there have been instances of illegal importation of low quality sugar or adulterated sugar. It's a concern that some traders have been found to rebrand the sugar, which does not meet the standards of Kenya Bureau of Standards specifications. This poses significant health risk to consumers as well as undermining the efforts to regulate and strengthen the sugar industry to protect the local millers. She acknowledges that the country has had the potential to produce enough sugar to meet its domestic demand, as the sector has been a key driver of economic growth, acknowledging that there is need for concerted efforts by stakeholders to discourage the branding of sugar by non-millers and promote the development of the local sugar industry. And therefore, the House resolved that the government, through the Ministry of Trade, Investments and Industry, to ensure strict operationalization of the regulatory framework governing the sugar importation into the country. This is the bill by this is the motion by the Mumias East Member of Parliament, Honorable Peter Selasham. Also, the motion on the policy for the provision of mental health services in all healthcare facilities. The motion is brought by Likoni Member of Parliament, Honorable Mishi Mboko. Concerned that Article 41A of the Constitution provides that every person has a right of the highest attainable standard of health, including the right to healthcare services. Mental health is a key determinant of overall health and socio-economical development. The Constitution assigns to the national government the responsibility of matters of health policy. It's a concern that, according to World Health Organization, mental and neurosurgical disorders are common, and about 10% of the global population suffer for at least one mental health disorder at a given time. Psychiatrist units are only available in few facilities in the country, and patients requiring psychiatrical services have limited or no access to the facilities. Acknowledging that access to healthcare facilities would lead to improved overall health, increased economical productivity, social equity, improved quality of life for all. Now, therefore, the House urges the national government, through the Ministry of Health, to collaborate with county governments, the 47 county governments, to develop a policy integrating mental health services in all the healthcare facilities in the country. There is also a motion brought by Honorable Kale Pamisi, who is a Member of Parliament for Saboti, on implementation of first aid training as a core subject in school. First aid training is key component of emergency medical response. Aware that first aid responses promote a safer and healthier community by reducing accidents and injuries, that the lack of first aid training and skills among the general public has contributed to the aggravation of preventations, injuries and accidents, which in some cases has led to loss of lives. Further, noting that the current education system does not include first aid training as a compulsory subject in the curriculum, which deprives students of essential knowledge and skills necessary for their personal safety and that of persons around them. It acknowledges that it's critical to equip students with the ability to access and handle day-to-day emergencies in schools, at home. And the House urges the national government, through the Ministry of Education, to develop and implement a comprehensive first aid curriculum for schools across the country. Also, the establishment of the National Fund to support victims of gender-based violence. This is a motion brought by Honorable Mary Emasi. According to Article 29 of the Constitution, provides that the right of every person to freedom from any form of violence. Aware that gender-based violence is a serious violation of human rights with records of violence in lifetime. And the quorum has been achieved, that is in pursuant to Standing Order 34 of the Constitution. And
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
I mentioned this. Papers to be laid on the table. Yes, proceed on, Honorable Naomi, and lay the papers on the table.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 4th October 2023 morning sitting. Report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by Government of Kenya from 1st May 2023 to 31st August 2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Number 2, Annual Report of the Public Service Commission for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Public Service Commission. Number 3, Annual Report and Financial Statement for the National Police Service Commission from the National Police Service Commission for the financial year 2022-2023. Number 4, report on the status of public debt from the National Treasury for September 2023. 5, annual report of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission for the financial year 2021-2022 from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Number 6, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement on Rotary Vocational Training Center for the years ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. Number 7, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement on Gashogo Vocational Training Center for the year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. Number 8, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements on Kigoshe Vocational Training Center for the year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. 9, and finally, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement on Ziwa Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. Madam Speaker, I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
The Honorable Member for Ijara, Honorable Abdi Ali. Okay, he was here just now. In fact, he had notified me that he had a statement, but maybe we can go to the next person as we wait. I think the Honorable Francis Masara, Member for Suna West, you had something, you had a statement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the yesterday afternoon session, the Majority Leader, Honorable Ichung'wah, in his submission, mentioned that Honorable Peter Masara falls into category of those people with mental problem and voting without knowing. Madam Speaker, I want to state clearly that I'm of sound mind. That's why I've been elected twice. I'm the last mayor of Migori. I've served in various committees, including Budget and Appropriation Committee, Public Account Committee, Public Investment Committee, and I've held various positions in this country, Madam Speaker. On this regard, I want to request this House to order the Majority Leader, Honorable Ichung'wah, to one, withdraw the statement and apologize to me and the great people of Suna West, because they were adversely affected by the statement, since I'm their representative in this House. And if I'm of not sound mind, then it means they are not being represented well. Madam Speaker, we need to be very, very sensitive to issues we are mentioning in this House, because that way we are affecting other people's integrity and status in the society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Konga?
Thank you very much.
I'll come to you, DK.
Thank you very much. I stand pursuant to Standing Order number 87 on points of order. Madam Speaker, I sympathize with my very good friend, Honorable Masara. You know the Speaker, who is not yourself, the substantive one. He said this is a house of Kanda and Panther. You know some things, Madam Speaker, are said in jest. But if you take it very seriously, you know, Madam Speaker, this is a house of debate. A house of debate, as long as you have said anything that is within the standing orders. In fact, I've just listened to Honorable Masara. He has not quoted any standing order at all. Zero. It is just that he's feeling. You know, Madam Speaker, we don't work by way of feelings here. Here, you know, this is for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. It is by way of reasoning and rationale. You know, if you take seriously the majority leader, and I'm on a point of order, they cannot be calling point of order. I'm on a point of order.
What is your point? Just hold on, there's a point of order there from
point of order. They don't even know
Honorable Sunkuli. Allow him, let me listen to everyone. Honorable Sunkuli.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Chepkonga is the chairman of my committee and I respect him very much. But is in order to say that this is a house of banter when in fact it is a house of record. Madam Speaker, if it goes on record that the Honorable Masara is not of sound mind, how are generations going to know that it was said in jest? Unless, and you know, the Honorable Ichung'wah is not exactly a very entertaining person. He is the leader of majority and he says things that carry the weight of government. Can it be expunged from the record?
Okay, Honorable Chepkonga, you have a minute to finish your point of order, and then I'll come to you, Honorable DK, and I'll come to you, Honorable Farah.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. The good thing is that the Honorable Sunguli was just adding to what I had just said. You know, Masara, Madam Speaker, I can confirm as a lawyer that is of sound mind. In fact, you know, the majority leader was saying so. You know, he's an accountant. And if you thought that what Honorable Masara was saying, maybe he was adding 1 + 2, it was 5. Then we thought he was not of sound mind. The intention was not to say he was not of sound mind, that the maths that he was adding was not correct.
Honorable Chepkonga, Honorable Chepkonga, you seem to be holding brief for the leader of majority, and I don't think he has instructed you to be his advocate in this case. I'll come to you. There was already a point of order from Honorable David Kiplagat, member for Soy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order following a statement from Honorable Masara. My point is, if there was anything that was said, it was yesterday, and I don't know whether the Honorable Member, whether he had not processed, say that where he slept, he has thought about it. But since it is water under the bridge, the only thing the honorable member can do is maybe to rise to give an adjournment motion to discuss whether he is of sound mind, or else to apply officially under the order paper that we have a statement that he wants to make. But for him to come and raise a point of order in a motion that has already passed, I think it is out of order. Thank you.
Honorable David Kiplagat, actually Honorable Francis Masara, member for Suna West, he made a statement, an oral statement to the House in response to what transpired yesterday, and I think he's in order. Just hold on. The Honorable Farah Malin, member for Dadaab.
Yeah, Honorable Madam Speaker, the rules are very clear. Actually, the Speaker said candor and banter. Candor is related to the word candid, C-A-N-D-O-U-R. And bantering is a good humored, jokes and exchange. Order. sorry.
Honorable Chepkonga, you had the opportunity to speak. Please allow the Honorable Farah Malim to speak.
Now, the rules are very clear. The rule says that you cannot impute an improper motive on an own member of parliament without a substantive motion. Very clear, very clear. And I think if he had stood on our point of order immediately and seek redress, the chairman of the majority leader would have been told to withdraw that. Now that is in hindsight, I think we just have to observe that you cannot say you're a fool or you don't know anything or you can't say anything. You cannot impute any improper motive on a fellow member of parliament.
Thank you, Honorable
Farah, without a substantive motion. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Farah. I think just to put this matter to a close, I wish to bring your attention to the following standing orders. Yeah, I think, honorable members, I bring your attention to Standing Order number 87, which says that neither the personal conduct of the President, nor the conduct of the Speaker or Judge, nor the conduct of a person performing judicial duties, nor the conduct of the head of state or government, or a representative of a friendly country, and the conduct of a holder of office, and so on, etc., cannot be raised unless it cannot be mentioned adversely, except upon specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has to be given. It goes on to say that no member shall impute improper motive to any other member or to a senator except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given, calling in question the conduct of the member or senator. It goes on. I'll skip 5 and 6 and move on to Standing Order 88, retraction and apologies. A member who has used exceptional words and declines to explain and retract the words or to offer apologies for the use of the words to the satisfaction of the Speaker shall be deemed to be disorderly and shall be dealt with in accordance with the rules pertaining to disorderly conduct. So, honorable members, it is my finding that the words that imputed mental incapacity or mental unwellness on the part of Francis Masara were out of order, and we shall wait for the member concerned to give an apology at the time when he's in the House. And but in any case, I think that particular part of the Hansard should be expunged from the record. Thank you, honorable members. Let us now proceed. I think under order number, under order number 7, I think now we have the member for Ijara. He's back. Member for Ijara, Honorable Abdi Ali.
Thank you, Speaker.
You have a statement, right? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to make a general statement regarding the disappearance of 3 persons from Ijara, Sangaili, Boda in Ijara constituency. Honorable Speaker, in pursuit to the Standing Order 43, subsection 1, I wish to make a statement on the disappearance of 3 persons from Ijara constituency. Honorable Speaker, on 15th September 2023, Mr. Mohammed Abdi of ID number 39304504 was abducted by unknown persons while herding his cattle in Boni Forest. 1 week after that incident, Mr. Ahmed Abdi Ahmed of ID number 35411319 was abducted from his house in Bulagora village in Ijara ward, Ijara constituency. Similarly, on 23rd September 2023, Mr. Abdi Jibril Dagane of ID number 26853446 was abducted at Bargoan village in the outskirts of Bodai sub-county while looking after his cattle. Honorable Speaker, the three are persons of high stature within the community, being renowned business men and herders. Efforts to trace their whereabouts have not borne any fruits, and their families believe that the 3 were abducted by persons alleged to the security agents. Honorable Speaker, I call upon the government, and specifically the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government and the Inspector General, immediately undertake the necessary investigations and ensure the persons are located and reunited with their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Those members who would like to say something about the... Do we have any questions? Thank you. Oh, no, let me give... no. The Honorable Member, you're on your feet. I can't quite see you. Not you, Honorable Kangogo. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity as well. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House that maybe most of us as members of Parliament from the other parts of this country do not appreciate the magnitude of this statement given by Honorable Abdi Ali from Ijara, and last week by Honorable Yakub from Bura constituency. This issue raised by the 2 members of Parliament is very rampant in our area. We are facing a very difficult situation where we are targets by for Al-Shabaab, who are now terrorizing our communities in the region. And as well, looks like the police have also turned to be terrorists again. We are being intimidated. We feel that the footprints of these abductions squarely lies with the security agencies in the area. We have so many forces, different formations with different names in the region, where we do not have an opportunity to address, or we do not know who to address to on the ground. So I want, and I'm asking this House and the Interior Ministry to take up this matter very seriously, because we are being forced as a community or as a region to, in the situation we are in, we do not know whether we should side with the other side or with our government or our people. The president during the last election campaign was very clear on this issue. This issue of extrajudicial killing and abduction of people from their homes and houses, the pain that these families feel over the years is still continuing. And we were promised this will stop. And it seems that this thing is coming back again. So we ask the House and the Interior Ministry to take this matter very seriously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Farah Malim, and then I'll come to you, Honorable Atandi. I've seen you.
Oh, yeah. Madam Speaker, I join my 2 colleagues from Garissa, the Honorable Abdi Ali and the Honorable Retired Major Deko. Madam Speaker, over 1,200 elderly women, youth, mature men have been abducted in this country, and we do not know where they are. In the last 10 years of the Jubilee government, the fact that one of the very first pronouncements that this president did is to say that there will never be any more abductions of Kenyans. There has to be a rule of law, and anybody who is a suspect will be taken through a process, was a very welcome and very good statement. We enjoyed that relatively well, but now in the last couple of weeks, this thing is coming back again. To some extent, even the people who are fighting Al-Shabaab. I know of a man who has created a militia himself in my constituency who has been fighting Al-Shabaab. And again, he was told by the anti-terror police to come and record a statement. Now I'm wondering whether our security machinery is working with Al-Shabaab or they are working against Al-Shabaab. This thing, the government must take it very seriously. We cannot be pretending to be fighting the terrorists there when we are actually aiding the terrorists and fighting the ones who are fighting the terrorists. So I think the government, through none other than the minister himself for internal security and all the security machineries, need to sit down with us and make sure that they are doing the right things. We know how to deal with them. In my constituency, there's not a single Al-Shabaab because I have a militia there that takes care of them and kills them every day. I do not need the security machinery because the security government, conventional security machinery, was never able to do that because they cannot chase them by on foot. Now that we are doing that ourselves, we need to be given all the assistance by the government. We have accepted that we will take this ourselves and move in there and make sure that we eliminate these people. But the government has got to support us. The government does not have to support the other side. Thank you.
The Honorable Atandi, then I'll come to you, Honorable Kangogo. Yes, I can see all of you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues from Northeastern who have raised this issue of insecurity in their areas where Kenyans are being kidnapped and they cannot be traced. Madam Speaker, recently I had the Cabinet Secretary for Defense claiming that he is going to do everything within his ability to ensure that the questions of Al-Shabaab is clearly cleared. But Madam Speaker, we are really failing as a country. And the fact is that the questions of homeland security in our country is something which we have not been able to address as a government. And even to date, Madam Speaker, these issues are everywhere. Other than the Al-Shabaab question, there's also insecurity issues across the country. In my constituency, thugs, robbers are roaming around. And Madam Speaker, I was surprised when our president said that he's willing to go to Haiti to help. So, Madam Speaker, we want to urge this government to be serious and to get focused. You cannot claim that you want to go to Haiti to address insecurity issues in Haiti, and your own country people are being kidnapped, and thugs are roaming around, and you cannot even handle them. So let us be a government that is going to be very serious. And if we cannot address our own challenges, Madam Speaker, this is a moment I need to air my views on this Haiti issue. I know it will come here. But I know that this government is fond of making mistakes, obvious mistakes. This government does not even listen. They just wake up and make pronouncements that have no basis. So this issue of Haiti, in line of the challenges we are facing as a country.
Honorable Atandi, you're contravening Standing Order 85. You're anticipating debate over a matter that is yet to come to the House.
I'm just
proceed along the
I'm
lines
just discussing something which is national, which is being discussed across the country. It is something which Kenyans are discussing, and Kenyans are wondering why you are asking.
Or a statement relating to that, but you have the opportunity to follow up.
Let me, Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the government of the day needs to wake up and do things that will serve Kenyans, especially in the area of security. And we don't want to hear these issues of Kenyans being kidnapped while ministers are sleeping in the offices and the president is roaming around the world, touring and making speeches, some of which have no basis and are not relevant for the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I support
What's your point of order, Honorable Fadimrad? Member for Kwanza.
Madam Speaker, let's be a bit conscious. I think the point raised by our friend from I think it was more important we talk about what is happening in that area and then bring in Haiti. If you are completely out of order, I think don't allow this kind of thing. If it's Haiti, which is everybody is talking about, we'll talk about it later. But we are talking about a situation which 2 or 3 people have been abdicated. That means we should do something about that. And ask the police to do something about the abdication of innocent people. If it's a police, we talk about the police and specify the area. Somebody in charge of that particular area. What has he done? But now bring in Haiti and talking about the president doing nothing about it, I think is not bearable. I can't be sitting here listening to people talking about things that are not actually applicable here. Can he withdraw what he has just said about the president and what the government is doing about Haiti? We are not talking about that. You are not finished. You withdraw.
Honorable Kangogo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support my good friend from Ijara, and especially the disappearance of the 3 of his constituents. Madam Speaker, our security in the country has become very a serious issue, and our security officers, they have become more overreactive than proactive officers. Madam Speaker, whenever there is an issue, for instance, of a security problem in an area, our police officers, they go thereafter and they react in a different ways, including abducting people. Sometimes they get the wrong people, or sometimes even they go drive away animals, like what they did in my constituency, driving away animals which belonged to a different innocent people. Madam Speaker, it's a general insecurity in the country is a big problem, cutting across all the way from the northern Kenya to Rift Valley. And Madam Speaker, we want our security officers, including the NIS, to get their information right, especially when it comes to security, because sometimes you will find that innocent people are victimized. Innocent people are killed, and the criminals are left out still roaming. Madam Speaker, as we speak, there are many KDF camps which are set up in Kerio Valley, for instance, and even there are many also in Northeastern. But you will find that the impact is very little. They wait until those Al-Shabaab or those they attack, and then now they go following the footsteps of the Al-Shabaab and say, when following to a certain village, abducting just innocent people. Where were they when those criminals were planning the attacks? Where were the NIS? Where were the security officers? So, Madam Speaker, we want every Kenyan to account for their deeds and actions. If you are found to be a criminal, let someone be taken to court and be prosecuted, Madam Speaker, so that we don't just find people disappearing, and these people we cannot tell were they criminals or not. Madam Speaker, the other issue I want to speak, Madam Speaker, in this issue, even in Kerio Valley, I lost quite a number of people who were abducted, and then some of them they were found in rivers somewhere, some of them they were found in West Pokot, they were thrown in the forest in the name of they were criminals, they were bandits, and you will find that sometimes they just innocent people. So we want to see a functioning, a working security system in Kenya. People who can follow a rule of law. We cannot just have as our security officers, or even including senior government officers, when they are going somewhere, they go with all the cameras, with all the media houses. They go issue press conferences, and in the afternoon they are back to Nairobi. The same security continues in those places. We want to see a serious functioning national security.
Madam Speaker, I want to support my colleague, the Honorable.
The Honorable Member for the Honorable Mutunga, Mr. Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also support my colleagues on this particular issue. Honorable Speaker, as he read through the statement, he mentioned how people are being picked. It is systematic. It is happening on a continuous basis. And there doesn't seem to be an end to this. Honorable Speaker, sometimes we remember with nostalgia when we used to have CIA in this, CID, a working CID in this country. When people could not do anything, anywhere, and run and get away with it. I remember the time when people could not even write anything in their own houses. The time of seditious publications. Honorable Speaker, we need the police organized. The police needs to get to their work. They need to get people everywhere. If there is a problem with the police, if the police are not enough, or if the security system is not enough, we need also to think of arming the civilians. There used to be NPR, even in town, even in this city, there used to be NPR. I remember Patrick Shaw was shooting criminals in this town. There were several others who were actually hunting criminals and killing them. These are criminals who have started in a certain corner of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, there is no guarantee that they will not go everywhere in this country. There is no one who is safe if they can abduct somebody from Boni Forest. Tomorrow they will abduct somebody from Lamu itself, Lamu town. Next day they will abduct somebody from Kitui. Then they will come to Nairobi, then they will go everywhere. They must be stopped. And to stop them, we must see seriousness in the function of the police and the function of the security system. And the issue of having NPR needs to be looked into, because local communities know exactly what happens. Sometimes they have insights, but they do not have the means to contain these criminals. So there is need for us to think about having the local community engaged in having concerted efforts in containing the insecurity in some of these areas. And I want to reflect on my own constituency, Tigania West, where we border Isiolo. And there has been issues of insecurity for a very long time. And we have requested the government to add. They have given us only 10 NPR. We need about 40. If we have 40 because there are 400, each one of them can contain 10. So we are saying, Mr. Speaker, we need to, if we cannot have the police, armed police taking care of this country, let us arm the civilian and we'll sort out the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mount Elgon, Honourable Kapondi. Honourable Members, let's keep it brief because I know that this concerns many constituencies. So I think let's make it brief so that many people can have a chance.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to add my voice on what my colleague from Ijara has raised. And Madam Speaker, this issue of insecurity around that area, I think it requires a relook in terms of strategy. Look at this case of Boni. It has become an endless story to an extent that whatever is happening currently there is a forgotten case. So, Madam Speaker, bearing in mind that for the first time in the history of this country, the security sector is in the hands of the local boys from Northeastern, I think it is the humble time for the leadership from that area to sit down and come up with strategies so that this situation is eradicated once and for all. Madam Speaker, there is an issue that my senior Farah has raised. Adding militia can also assist organized locals, because the area is vast and you cannot overwhelmingly depend on the security services on the ground to sort out the mess, because in majority of the cases you may be surprised that they are also contributing to the problem. Because what is happening, and I've been raising some of these issues in committee meetings, is that
the security personnel that are pushed to some of these areas as a security personnel that are facing disciplinary action. So somebody who is a disciplinary case, somebody who has a problem with alcoholism is posted to these areas. What kinds of security support are they going to provide? Obviously, they will be part of the problem. So we need an urgent solution so that this problem cannot be recurring every now and then, so that we should not be sitting here lamenting instead of providing solutions. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest, and in the affirmative, you know, when disappearances happen in rural areas, that is a signal of a failure on the part of security to sort out the mess that is there. So we need to do something urgently, and we need to do it now. Colleagues from Northeastern, you need to take advantage of the government initiative that the locals are in the forefront of leading the security sector in this country, so that we should stop lamenting, we have solution, we put this thing in the back burner of history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we proceed, allow me, honorable members, to recognize the presence of the following schools who are seated in the public gallery. Kwatito Secondary School from Kilome constituency, Makwiny County. Little Stars Academy from Embakasi West constituency, Nairobi County. Delight Kids Center Primary School from Embakasi West constituency, Nairobi County. And lastly, I recognize the presence of Westlands Primary School from Westlands constituency, Nairobi County, seated at the Speaker's gallery. And on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I wish to welcome the teachers and the students of those schools to the National Assembly. Thank you. The Honorable George Murugara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the request made by the member for Wajir, or for Injera, as regards the disappearance of the 3 constituents due to insecurity in that area, not just in that area, but in the greater part of the northern Kenya and northeastern Kenya. It has been persistent. And it is the high time a solution is actually found, because we cannot live in this country with areas, certain areas, especially the northern parts of Kenya, being insecure, while we have some of the best security forces, very well trained and professional, and they are available. Somebody somewhere is not doing its job, is doing his job, and this is why you hear members trying to drag in the name of His Excellency the President, which is actually not proper. It is improper in that it is because of the work he has done, he is earning that recognition, including the plea being made to him to assist in the country of Haiti. This is not unusual even in other areas of the country, including my own constituency, because about a month ago, some 3 traders from the Raka constituency did undertake a journey to Isiolo, to a town known as Kenyatta, for business, livestock business. On the way, they were kidnapped, they were robbed, and in fact, they were killed. Their bodies were discovered 2 days later, and we are to bury these gentlemen coming Saturday. Up to today, the only news we have for the people of Tharaka is that investigations are going on. And this is not good enough. To the police, to NIS, to the DCI, and everybody, this is not sufficient. It is the high time we go back to where we used to be, when you would actually not cough. And the thing, they were NIS with a different name, intelligence, whatever their name was, the special branch would actually get you from underneath your bed. This is where we should be. We cannot be waking up to crime after crime when actually we have security agencies that are top-notch in the world, very well trained. Some are taken to Israel, some are taken to European countries, to the Americas, and they come back when, in our view, they are actually ripe for the job. But soon after that, it is abductions, it is killings, it is loss of lives in unexplained circumstances. They themselves cannot explain. It is the high time we put this to a stop. Let us have investigations that are complete, not pending forever, and also let's not edge on statements that the security agencies were not aware. Thank you very much. I do support.
The Honorable Member for Marsabit, Honorable Naomi Wako. I'll come to you, Honorable Member for Homa Bay Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this very important statement by Honorable Abdi Ali of Ijara regarding the disappearance of 3 male adults. And it is something that is very common to many of us who come from northern part of Kenya and Nordistan. And Madam Speaker, especially in Marsabit and northern part of Kenya, we feel that the life of wild animals is more important than the lives of human beings. And that is why the disappearance of these 3 adult, male adults is not taken seriously, because the families are going through a lot of stress and suffering. They don't know whether their loved ones are alive or not. And sometimes we even feel that the attention that the security agencies is giving is not worth the life of these people. So, Madam Speaker, the insecurity in northern part of Kenya has been going on for many years. And when you report the procedure that you go through, because they take a lot of time, even for them to accept that something serious has happened. I don't know whether it is their way of responding to issues or any distress call or any report they get, but it is as if whoever is reporting is not given any attention. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I feel the police service needs to be reformed completely. And now that we are digitalizing everything, especially from those areas, can we propose that they digitalize, especially that area whereby somebody somewhere is suffering and a life is in danger, so that they can quickly act and either save a life or act quickly, so that the people who are affected can feel that at least they have gotten the attention of the government. Some 3-4 years ago, some people were abducted here in Nairobi from Marsabit. And we followed the issue until even after elections. And up to date, we don't know whether those people are alive or they are not alive. And the families, the children, the neighbors, when they remember that, and it is something that they keep remembering. You know, they call us as leaders and we have no answers. And I'm sure even Mheshimiwa and all the others who are from that area are going through the same stress at this particular time. And that is why today we need to demand protection of every life in this country. It doesn't matter where you come from, who you are, and what you are doing. To protect people's life is the priority and should be the responsibility of our government. In my own county, and especially in Saku constituency, Madam Speaker, people cannot do business in my county anymore, and especially Saku, because during the night, the town or the village is taken over by others, and they loot. They can drive away your animals while you are watching. They can, you know, get into your house and kill you. They can come to your shop and you cannot say anything. When you report, it is after 6-7 hours that they can come and do or start the investigation. And by that time, you've lost everything, you've lost a life, and even that person has already died and buried. And so that is why we feel that the losing of innocent lives through bullet or through disappearance has become the order for the day, and we need to overcome this. We used to say, especially those of us who come from northern part of Kenya, Some time back we used to say it is when you get to Nairobi, to Isiolo, that you feel that you have seen Kenya. And this happening, you know, the killing and the disappearance of our people happening makes us feel that we are not yet fully adopted or accepted as Kenyans. So, Madam Speaker, I support this, and it is my prayer that these people will be traced and their families can be updated. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Homa Bay Town, Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this matter. Honorable Speaker, may I first join you and the House in welcoming the students and pupils who have come from across the country to observe the proceedings. And maybe in pride, Honorable Speaker, indicate to them that the presiding speaker today was my teacher at the law school. And so it is just in order that you've also come with your teachers. We are praying for you, and we are looking forward to a time when your teachers will be on the seat of the speaker, and possibly several of the pupils and students here present today will be speaking granted permission by their teachers the way you have, Honorable Speaker. And I'm saying this in jest because it's the first time I'm confirming the Honorable Speaker taught me. You know, Honorable Naomi Wako does not know that. And so it's a pleasurable thing when we have teachers and students also in the House. Honorable Speaker, I've served in the Security Committee of the National Assembly for the past 10 years. And in that period, I've toured all these disturbed parts of our country, from northeastern to Ijara to Boni Forest and all those people, all those places. I want to thank the honorable member who has brought this matter to the House by way of statement for bringing it up. Honorable Speaker, to lose a life is a very serious matter, and it's a very painful matter, because the first duty of any state is to protect the lives of its citizens. To lose 3 cannot be any less serious. And an Honorable Speaker, I'm confirming it is not only the 3. In my tour of duty in the areas being spoken about, Kenyans wake up not knowing whether they'll return home alive in the evening. Kenyans bid their children bye in the morning not knowing they will hug them again in the evening. And you listen to members blaming it on the police and other services. I think the time has come for us to be much more serious. There is a very big problem with the management of security in Boni Forest and other places. Honorable Speaker, when I toured these disturbed areas, I met the police officers. And the police officers who are assigned duty in these operation zones, once you go there, you are forgotten. I met officers who are posted in these areas, and they stay there for 20, 23, 27 years from the time of recruitment. They are not being moved back to serve other places. These police officers are not being promoted. These police officers are not being rewarded. These police officers do not have equipment. Honorable Speaker, these are areas which are infested with a lot of improvised explosive devices. You can imagine a person is crying they are under attack, and you are being required as a police officer to go in ordinary vehicle. You've seen these officers being blown up as they are going to help each and every time. We want to say that let us give these officers equipment. Let us facilitate them. Let us treat them as other Kenyans. And then let us bolster the security in those areas. Honorable Speaker, it is very painful. When you want to know a senior police officer in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, you look at their waistline. You have police officers with over 56, 70 waistline. They are too big in the middle than the body. But the officers being promoted every day, wives of people, relatives of people, other officers serving the country are rejected outside there. I want to ask Honorable Speaker that this matter returns to the House in a better form where it can be discussed in depth and serious solutions can be preferred around those areas. Boni Forest is a very small place. Why don't we have enough police officers there, even if they are walking on foot, to clear this so-called Al-Shabaab at once, instead of watching as people are being butchered
like goats and other animals, the way we watch every day. Yet police officers are idling here. Why don't we have KDF officers romp this place we call Boni Forest? Within 1 week, we have our security apparatus and we clear this area and we shield it from external aggressions in the future. Honorable Speaker, strategies can be applied. I pray that the Honorable Member pursues this thing. Let us have a motion or a form of proceedings before the House over this matter on which we can give resolutions which can be actionable, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I know because it's an emotive issue and it touches on your constituents, I exercise my discretion to allow you to speak at length on this point. But I think this is a matter members also can raise with the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. And also, I just want to bring your attention to Standing Order 43, Members' General Statements. Notwithstanding Standing Order 30, on hours of meeting, the Speaker shall interrupt the business of the House every Tuesday at 6:30 to facilitate members to make general statements of topical concern. A member who wishes to seek leave to raise the matter under Standing Order shall, before 3 p.m. on the day of the statement to be made, hand to the Speaker a written notification of the matter, but the Speaker shall refuse to allow the request unless satisfied that the matter may properly be discussed in the House. No member making the statement under this standing order shall speak for more than 3 minutes unless you have the permission of the Speaker. So, but then it goes on in 44, talk about statement hours. So I know because it's an emotive issue, we ventilated a bit on it, but we shall leave it for the next Tuesday we have. I know next Tuesday is a public holiday, but the Tuesday following that, I encourage members to bring it because I know that there is another one which is another similar statement that is awaiting approval of the Speaker that is similar. So let's hope we can do it on a Tuesday. So I think for now, let's just move to the next order. Okay, next order.
Questions.
So I hope Honorable Yakub, you stand advised, yes? Thank you. Do we have any questions? Who are the owners of the questions? Okay, I can see on the list here, ordinary questions. The Honorable Member for Matuga, Honorable Kasim Tandaza. Is not in the House. Okay, the Honorable Member for Bahati, Honorable Irene Murembo. Are you present? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on standing order number 42G. My question is directed to Teacher Service Commission. Could the Commission clarify whether not being a bona fide local of a county was one of the criterion for disqualification from being recruited from junior secondary school internship positions in the county? Enumerate the parameters, if any, used to clarify an applicant as a local or non-local of a particular area for purposes of being employed in that area. 3, explain why Ms. Edna Mino Nzioka of ID number 22445112 and TSC number 998705, a resident of Bahati constituency, was turned away during interviews for junior secondary school internship position at Kiamaina Primary School in Bahati constituency on 1st August 2023. Explain the administrative measure it has put in place to ensure that recruitment of junior secondary school interns is transparent and free of any form of discrimination. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think this will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Education. Next question is by the Honorable Member for Moiben, Honorable Professor Phyllis Barto. She's not present. The next question is by the Honorable Member for Homa Bay Town, Honorable Peter Kaluma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask question number 451 of 2023 to the National Police Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, could the Commission explain the transfer policy for police officers in the National Police Service, more so with regard to officers deployed in operation or hardship areas? 2, explain the promotion policy in the National Police Service, particularly with regard to officers deployed to serve in hardship and operation areas. 3, state the measures regarding transfer and promotion of officers who have served in operation and hardship areas for over 3 years. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable, okay, that will be replied by before the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Next question is by Member for Bamachoge Barabu, Honorable Engineer Obadia Nolfason.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to place the following 3 questions to the National Police Service Commission. Could the Commission, 1, explain the transfer policy? Could the Commission explain the circumstances under which the National Police Service Commission terminated the services of Mr. Japhet Muchama Mauti, force number 90638, with effect from 21st November 2016? The second question, could the Commission explain why the National Police Service Commission is yet to reinstate Mr. Mauti after the High Court acquitted him on 25th of July 2019 for all charges trumped up against him, including alleged possession of 720 rounds of ammunition and 5 liters of rifle oil? The third question to the Commission, could the Commission state the action it has taken to reinstate Japhet Muchama Mauti to the National Police Service and compensate him for the 7 years of joblessness that he has endured following his unlawful dismissal in 2019? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Thank you, Honorable Obadia. Next order.
Order number 8, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the National Transport and Safety Authority Act.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Land Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to regulate certain transactions in land for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, motion, review of the scope of education bursary scheme under the National Government Constituency Development Fund and capitation for learners in primary and junior secondary schools.
Mover, the Honorable Edward Muriu. Council.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present this motion, to move this motion before the House. But before I move the House, allow me to correct Honorable Kaluma, who is very proud of you that you are his teacher at the University of Nairobi, and also let him know that we were schooling together at the University of Nairobi. So when he's talking about his teachers, he should not also recognize me as one of your teachers, Mr. Karuma, Honorable Karuma. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion on the review of the scope of education bursary scheme under National Government Constituency Development Fund and the capitation of learners in primary and junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, that aware that Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution, as read together with Article 53(1)(b) and C, entitles every child to free, quality, and compulsory basic education. Cognizant of the fact that access to funding for education immensely contributes to the realization of the universal access to basic education in the country. Appreciating that Section 48 of National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF Act 2015, establishes education bursary schemes for every constituency towards access of basic education. Noting that Section 48A of NGCDF Act further allows for affirmative action mechanism of allocating additional funds to cater for education bursary scheme and other teaching and related activities, including the feeding program. Concerned that NGCDF Act allocation of bursary schemes under the fund are not more than 5% of the total constituency allocation in a financial year, and thereby limiting the number of cases that may be supported to access the basic education. Further, concerned that the NGCA board has only been approving bursary support to secondary and tertiary education and not primary and secondary, not primary and junior secondary schools, cognizant of the fact that the failing to extend the bursaries to the primary and junior secondary schools on assumption that the two levels of education are free is a misnomer. Since the government capitation per pupil is inadequate to cater for the mandatory material requirement for the competency-based curriculum education, that is CBC, thereby affecting the pupils whose parents are unable to meet the attendant cost, and deeply concerned that continued exclusion of allocation of the bursary to primary and junior secondary school violates Article 27 of the Constitution, which talks about discrimination and slows down the attainment of universal basic education in Kenya. And now, therefore, this House resolves that the education bursary scheme under Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, Act 2015, be extended to support learners in primary and junior secondary schools to cater for competency-based curriculum requirements. 2, pursuant to Section 48A of National Government Constituency Development Act 2015, the NGCDF board is in each constituency approves additional allocation to education bursary schemes in order to support the teaching and learning related activities associated with CBC in education, including the school feeding programs. And 3, the government revises the capitation per student in primary and secondary school from the current 1,200 per child per year to 7,760, being the minimum optimal capitation, factoring the new CBC education system and prevailing high cost of living. Madam Speaker, this is an issue which is more of a moral and a constitutional issue. Madam Speaker, if I invite you to Article 27 of the Constitution, the article says very clearly that every person is equal before the law and has a right to equal protection and equal benefit. 2 says, equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedoms. Article 43, Madam Speaker, if I can invite you, is about economic and social rights, and says that is Article 43, 1B, it talks about, 1C talks about every person has a right to be free from hunger and to have adequate food and acceptable quality. Madam Speaker, Article 53, which does more on the children rights, it says, in particular, Article 53, B and C, it says, every child has a right to 1, that's B, to free and compulsory basic education. C, every child has a right to basic nutrition. Madam Speaker, the motion before you addresses the issue of not only on the basic education as provided for by Article 53, but also on section C of Article 53, which provides that every child in this country is entitled to basic nutrition. Madam Speaker, you may find that in this year's budget, we provided for 620 billion to improve the quality of education. But that budget, Madam Speaker, did not touch on the quality or provision of nutrition of our children, and that goes hand in hand. Basic education goes hand with basic nutrition. And therefore, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about, the motion here is seeking, number 1, to move the Ministry of Education to provide adequate provision for capitation in primary and junior secondary school, because the current capitation only was revised in 2015, but when the new curriculum started, that capitation has not been revised, and that's why it remains per child 1,420 instead of 7,760. Number 2, Madam Speaker, Section 48 and Section 48A of National Constituency Development Fund Act 2015